of the Libertarian Party.
Always look at the right side of life, Mr. Chairman.
It's very sunny. All right, while the stream is up, I have a joke for everybody. There was a man who owned a racing snail, and he wanted his racing snail to be faster. So he had the shell removed to make the snail more aerodynamic. But it turned out that it didn't make the snail any faster. It just made him more sluggish.
Oh.
Now know how to work.
Which one of your children?
Erase that dad.
It was Joel, actually. Good instinct.
Chairman, you wanted that to go out over the
I was gonna say,
Somehow it didn't make it on the stream. I don't know how.
I'm sorry to say we weren't out.
He's trying out for his third career there.
Oh, maybe it will.
Fourth.
How about this?
Dr. Lark.
Mr. Chairman, before we begin, I think it is appropriate. I don't believe that this was the case at our last meeting, but one of our distinguished former colleagues, Mr. Moulton, he's now been fully lobotomized and now has his PhD. So I think we should let
Dr. Moulton.
Esquire.
If more of you could get the doctorate, then I would not have to try and think of honorifics on the fly. Congratulations, Chuck. I think I'm comfortable calling us to order before the stream's working, if you guys are. All right, so we'll be called to order. It is 9:04 local time. We'll start with opportunity for public comment. Actually, I'm going to defer opportunity for public comment until the stream is up, if possible, because that's something that people often want to know about. Let's just move to the attendance, credentials, and paperwork check.
I'm missing someone. I don't know who the one short.
I do not see Mr. Smith.
He's here.
He is in the vicinity.
And I had a point of order question for you.
Okay.
I brought it up on the list, and it isn't just to be totally Roberts freaked out, but I was reading where calling roll call votes, it's supposed to be in alphabetical order, and called out.
Couldn't make that out.
I'll get it. Give a second.
And it would make it a lot easier on me because my list would stay the same, and
Okay. Ms. Harlos has raised a point of order that by default under Roberts, roll call votes should be in alphabetical order of the participants rather than rotating around the table. That is not our custom, but my reading of it, because I looked at it when it was brought up on the list, is that custom does fall if somebody actually raises the real rules. And so unless there is an objection, we will proceed with alphabetical roll calls for this meeting and forward. Mr. Redpath.
Would that make it easier for the secretary?
That's what she said. I'm sorry, I didn't repeat everything she said, but she said it would make it easier for her because it would not change based on whether or not alternates were at the table or where people were sitting.
I object.
Ms. Bill, you object?
Obvious reasons.
you could always pass.
Passing, we still do allow passing. Is passing actually covered explicitly in Roberts?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It sometimes makes it go a little longer, so don't use it all the time. But all right, attendance, credentials, paperwork check.
So that you never really told me what you want to do on that, but I could call out attendance. So I'm just going to call out the names. And so Ms. Billieu.
Present.
Mr. Bishop Henchman.
Present.
Mr. Goldstein.
Present.
Mr. Hagan.
Here.
Ms. Harlos, I'm kind of here. Mr. Hewitt.
Yes.
Dr. Lark.
Present.
Mr. Longstreth.
Let's do it.
Ms. Matson.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Merced.
Present.
Mr. O'Donnell.
Present.
Mr. Phillips.
Sleeping.
Mr. Redpath.
Semi-vegetable-ized.
Mr. Sarwark.
Fabulous.
Mr. Smith. Absent. Ms. Van Horn.
I'm here. here, but I protest
try it
because
on
I'm
this
always gonna be the
computer
in the
real
out.
So we have,
I used to suggest to teachers, can we do it reverse
I think if there's nothing wrong with going in reverse alphabetical order if everybody wanted to, but let's stick with the normal one. Unless the secretary feels like alternating, which that seems odd.
if
But-
it's,
I was thinking
But
more
if-
fair.
We are the Libertarian
Or
Party.
fair. Fair and odd are sometimes the same.
We're odd anyway.
Or
so
alphabetical
Mr. Smith
starting at a
is the
random
only one who
point.
is not.
Mr. Smith is now present.
Okay, thank you. And as far
And
as,
alternates.
I just wanted to make sure everyone sent me their credentials update in,
Conflicts.
right, their potential conflicts of interest. So if you look in the OneNote notebook under housekeeping, I have the cumulative LNC conflict list, and I've updated it with what everyone has already sent. If you could please take a look at it and let me know this meeting if there's anything that needs to be changed. Also, the Sunday leave list, if you can email me throughout the meeting to let me know. I do not have leave times for Mr. Hewitt, Ms. Matson, Mr. Nikala, Mr. Phillips, Mr. Smith, or Ms. Van Horn.
Yeah, I
Mr.
would only inform someone of my leave time if it was prior to the end of the meeting.
Yeah, if it's not Sunday,
Right.
then
Right.
usually just write like Monday.
Yeah, just let me know so I
Or,
can cross
or let
you
her
off.
know you're not leaving,
I'm not leaving.
Okay, I got you.
at least not that day.
Right.
It's not that nice of a place.
I'll be there for the entire meeting.
Perfect. I just
Mr.
put you down as NA when that happens.
Mr. Longstreth?
Yes, Madam Secretary, just wanted to let you know that Craig Bowden has resigned his position and all of his conflicts should be removed from
I
the
just did
cumulative
that.
list.
I just went.
That's why I couldn't find it again.
Mr. Hewitt?
Oh, 3
Thank
o'clock.
you.
on tomorrow.
Okay. Any other conflicts, changes? All right. The paperwork we have an agenda. The OneNote is electronic. Mr. Longstreth sent it to the list. If you're a Gmail user, as I am, you may have to find that in the spam folder because it was just a tiny URL link. And I believe that takes care of that, unless there's anything else on the paperwork check, and then we will turn to Ms. Matson to make the motion to reconsider the committee votes.
I'm sorry, could we hold off till the stream's up?
Sure.
Mr. Chair,
Be at ease. Ms. Harlos?
I neglected to ask which alternates are here since I like to
Oh.
note that, and I can't see.
I see Ms. Hogarth,
Oh, sorry, I'm here.
Ms. Adams, Mr. Lyons,
I think it might just be us.
I believe.
So far, there's some others, but they aren't in the room.
Mr. Nana is in
The area.
the,
Incapacitated.
Alexandria?
well.
Incapacitated.
Alexandria-
Ish.
Somewhere near.
Sounds like a good night.
You can
Thank
give
you.
her 30 minutes if he's out.
Being Ken Moment mini-me is a bad thing for a young man.
Yeah, bad influence.
He is a bad influence.
What? You can't sign, it's not giving us even the sign-in screen.
Is it the laptop problem or a website?
No, we're on website problem, from what I can tell.
This team over here, it looks like it's on Ustream.
Eric? Oh.
Don't get too comfy, Eric.
Call in more bodies until the problem is solved.
Oop, sorry.
We
Um,
can't get on Ustream.
We're gonna do a 10-minute recess until 9:20, because there's technical stuff, and it's either that or we all just sit around and look at each other, which is fine too. I appreciate that. Mr. Smith has a thicker one. Well, Mr. O'Donnell's not bad. But thank you. So 9:20, I'm just gonna step up from the chair.
We're at ease until then.
At ease. How are you, Lauren?
Well,
I'm actually.
Long day yesterday.
Huh? Yes, Dr. Lark.
Mr. Chairman, with
12 hours in,
would it be
12 hours
in
in
order
airports.
for us, perhaps, would there be an objection to moving some of the regional reports? For instance, in many cases, we're simply asking people if they have any questions. Could we profitably use our time by moving the regional reports forward?
I'm comfortable with that if everyone else is.
I would have an objection to that.
There's an objection from Ms. Harlos.
As long as it doesn't make my motion out of order later, but
Well,
it's not.
and that's, if it weren't right now, I think that would be easier. The issue is that the reconsideration has to come immediately following the vote, and this is the first business point immediately following the vote, and I don't want to be technically incorrect. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else that is not.
There are donuts.
We could.
Did you bring the? Who brought the
Everyone
donuts?
in the room are welcome to have them, including people in the gallery.
Who brought the donuts? Mr. Bishop Henchman. Everyone, round of applause.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we could look at the adoption of the agenda.
My penance for getting to sleep in my
We
bed.
could talk about it.
Theoretically.
Informally.
Mr. Longstreth did remind me. We can, if you have additions or corrections to the proposed agenda, things that you would like, that's not necessarily in the order of business until we get to adoption. And so we could discuss those at this time if there is something. Ms. Van Horn?
Yeah, it's just something brief. In Indiana, we have district reps, and the region 5 district rep, Greg Nolan is my rep, and he and I will be attending the NRA national meeting, which is in Indianapolis in April.
Very cool.
One of the reasons that we're going is to try to schmooze and talk to them, because we had a really fine candidate in the northern part of our state. She's a former Marine, and she's 100% behind the Second Amendment, and they would not give her a second glance or an endorsement or anything like that. But on their website, they clearly say that they endorse people nonpartisan and whatever, all this bullshit. So this is being taped, right? So.
Not quite yet, but
I want to go there and actually speak to the person in charge of that and say, hey, what does it take to get an endorsement when clearly there's a candidate that is pro Second Amendment and totally great and like issues. Anyway.
Is it the candidate I'm thinking of?
Donna Dunn.
Yep.
Yeah.
She's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're talking, you can feel out whether or not they're interested in having new board members.
Yeah.
Some of the people around the table are eligible for board seats with the NRA.
Greg Nolan said in the past he voted for you, but this last round he voted for himself.
Fair enough. Ms. Mattson?
Do we know why it is some of our @lp.org email addresses are bouncing? Mine has had a problem, Mr. Hagan's has had a problem, and I think some others probably that don't know they have a problem.
I don't know, but Lauren, do you know?
I don't know, but I do know that Ken changed the filtering process because of IT security issues. Okay. And so it's my understanding, and I'm not an IT expert, but my understanding is they can set the filtering level at various different points, and it's kind of a balancing act of making sure the right stuff gets through and the wrong stuff doesn't. How recent is this?
Over the weekend.
This week.
I had I received 3 emails from one person. 2 of them came through, and then I received a Facebook message that the third one had gotten a bounce notification. So I think it was over the weekend. Mr. Molman is in town and may be able to enlighten us later in the weekend.
Yeah, all of Ms. Mattson's have been bouncing for me.
Okay. Mr. Hewitt?
Yeah, I do have a conflict of interest. I just checked it out. I'm not a mayor anymore. I'm actually, scratch that.
Did something change for you?
We hadn't heard. What is it?
County supervisor for the district.
Ah.
Riverside. Just got certified yesterday. We're that slow.
Didn't I swear you in like a month and a half ago or 2 months ago?
Swore at me.
It's daily.
And then also, there's about 20 different committees, but I'll try to break down which ones, like local agency formation commission and stuff. There's some very important ones, but there's
ones
a
that
lot
might
of
have a conflict.
Yeah.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
I think the secretary emailed that she wanted to withdraw some items with
I
her
did.
name on them. Now that I have the pen ready to scratch things out, if you wouldn't mind.
And there was something I'd like to move till tomorrow, so.
Okay. Start with the strikes.
The two policy manual, three. The style changes because there's still some input I'm waiting on, and I'm not ready for it yet.
Okay.
And it's not urgent. The APRC one, because I'm not satisfied with the wording I came up with, and the records retention one, because I'm still not satisfied with the wording I came
Madam
up with.
Secretary, you are going to have to bellow on the.
No, I'm channeling Ms. Mattson.
I was gonna say that it might be a perquisite of the position. There's something about the seat.
Just so I got it right, under new business with previous notice on the bottom of the first page, strike policy manual style changes.
Yes.
And policy manual amendment APRC.
And policy manual records retention.
And then on the next page, new business with previous notice continued, policy manual amendment records turnover. Is that
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
But I'd also like to give notice this meeting that I will have them ready for next meeting, so.
Fair enough. And the thing that you wanted moved?
I would like to move the report of the Historical Preservation Committee until tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm still finishing up some details with it. There were higher priorities.
Sunday. So I will put that first. Are you comfortable being first thing on the
Oh,
Sunday
yeah,
morning
that's fine.
session?
Thank you.
Barring anything that carries over. Historical. So right after opportunity for public comment, Historical Committee.
Thank you.
Was there another hand? Mr. Goldstein.
I want to add a discussion of where our fall meeting's going to be, when and where, probably before regional reports.
Okay. Fall.
15 minutes, I guess.
Schedule.
Might that be something we could do right now when the stream is down?
As long as we don't vote on it, I suppose.
I'm gonna put it tomorrow after, right after special counsel's report, and we may be able to take it up early while the stream is down, or at least start spitballing. Were there other hands? I'm gonna ask, is Mr. Redpath's hand up? Because I just can't visually.
No.
Okay.
It's not, no.
Smith.
Mr. Smith.
I'd like to move to amend the agenda to add time to discuss the ED search.
Do you want that in addition to, it's probably gonna take up the bulk of my chair's report. Unless you guys have a bunch of questions about all the other things in the written report I submitted, that was gonna be the focus of it. Do you want a separate agenda item?
Yes.
Okay, where? Think about it. That one's gonna be, that would need a vote, because I was not going to put a separate item in my proposed agenda, so we'd have to vote, so that's gonna be when we get into the actual adoption phase. But think about where you want it.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Sam, what's your second choice for location after Indiana?
Somewhere else.
West?
Somewhere west. We haven't been west. I mean, west for a long time.
California.
We're in Arizona, that's
Just as a point.
September.
Didn't we pretty much decide last time that except for Austin, they were all gonna be here to save money?
Well, that was, yeah.
I thought we
So-
decided we weren't even
well,
gonna have
Yes, they were last term.
We have to have a fall meeting. We have to have a budget meeting.
We
unless
do,
you consider that winter.
have to have a budget meeting.
But isn't that a winter meeting?
Whether
Well, that's
or
part of
not
the
we have
discussion. Are we gonna have 2 or
meetings
3?
in the second half of the year, or one
No,
meeting in the second half of the year?
winter didn't start
is
till
sort of
December
a holding
21st.
meeting, Not on a.
So
We don't
beginning
have
December
a
still
specific
fall.
number of meeting
Facts,
requirements.
facts.
We just have
Winter
sort of
solstice.
big rocks of business.
You're right.
So budget has to be done sometime in late fall. It's usually not productive to do budget during election season because you don't know how elections turned out. Even in the odd years, it does matter. And we also don't know how things like initiatives and ballot access petitioning. So we have to have at least one meeting in the late fall. Are you talking about a late fall meeting, or are you talking about trying to put one in
I
September?
mean, we're having a meeting toward the end of July, correct?
Yes.
July 23rd. So, I mean, I think the discussion is, do we want to have 2 more meetings this year? Or can we get by with just a meeting in December and go from July to December without an in-person
I
meeting?
think we're ready to test it, so just FYI, we might be broadcasting what you're saying.
I do see a blue light.
I didn't say anything wrong, did I?
No, you're not, not wrong.
Not yet.
That's what I gave you the warning.
It must be a birthday
You've got
gift.
your
Mr.
number.
Nicola.
I would like to add an item onto the agenda, 20 minutes to discuss staffing and executive session. Under new business.
Come on.
Mr. Chairman, I did not hear the gentleman's suggestion.
Today, if
Okay,
possible.
sorry. I'm going to repeat it for the benefit of Dr. Lark, then get back to watching the gears turn very slowly in my head. Mr. Nicola asked for 20 minutes to discuss staffing, potentially in executive session. I don't like to put agenda items that say specifically that we're going to have executive session because I think it is dependent on what the discussion leads. It may be a formality, but do you know where you would?
Would be more
Let me make a suggestion. You want to be after my report on the executive director search, and you want to be after the staff reports that we have from the current staff to be the most productive if you want to talk about staffing. So we are a little bit,
I've got a suggestion.
not tight this morning, but something's going to kick into the afternoon if we put it this morning. If we do it this afternoon, it's more likely we can roll over some business into Sunday morning without going over long. Those are just my thoughts. I'm going to go, Goldstein, Redpath, Lark, Longstreth.
I've got a suggestion.
Were you up before him? Okay.
I've got a suggestion for timing. If there is a possibility, we will have to move into executive session, and there's also a possibility for the special counsel's report. Why don't we stick Mr. Nicola's item somewhere in that vicinity so we don't have to throw people out of the room twice? Yeah.
If I could, I was going to echo that and suggest maybe just put it in the new business without previous notice section, and then we
That's
could.
immediately prior to?
That's immediately after special counsels.
Point of inquiry?
I'm going to get to you in order though.
What's
Mr.
the
Redpath?
Wi-Fi situation? I see a bunch of
Hilton Honors.
thank you.
No.
Got it.
Sorry.
Old Town 7.
That's
Old
a,
Town
that's
7
a
is the
promotion
code.
code.
Okay, all right, thank you. And the other thing, what's the lunch situation today?
Lunch will be sponsored by, or shared cost, I believe, between the LNC and Agenda Pop, which will be doing their presentation on the app. It's pizza. Dr. Lark?
Mr. Redpath asked the question that I was going to ask.
I like where your heads are going. Mr. Harris, can you confirm we're online?
We are live.
Awesome. Mr. Nana has joined us in the gallery. Mr. Nana?
I'll tell you that.
No, there's a promotion code button or something.
He says I have a promotion code.
All right, so we are now online. Mr. Nicola.
Are we back in order? That's all I wanted to know.
We're not quite back
Okay,
in order.
that's all I
I was just going to ask Mr. Nicola, with the 2 suggestions you got, that 20 minutes after special counsel's report, would that be okay with you?
That sounds perfect.
Okay, is there any objection to adding that 20-minute item to the agenda about staffing?
Where, sir?
After special counsel's report on Sunday.
Before date of the fall meeting?
Before date of the fall meeting. I'm going to inquire of Mr. Smith, does that agenda item meet the needs of the agenda item that you were going to have a vote on? Or is it?
I was gonna ask if you could add it 20 minutes after the secretary's report for 15 minutes, to discuss the ED search.
Just the ED search after, okay. I will recognize you for that when we get there. Now that we are back in order, the first thing that we're going to do is nothing we've been talking about for the last 15 minutes. We're going to turn to Ms. Mattson for a motion to reconsider committee votes. Go ahead and.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Oh, 2 points of order. Go ahead.
Opportunity for public comment, I believe, should come first.
Opportunity for public comment we did, although we can ask.
No.
No, we didn't. You are correct. You got me. Was that yours too, Bill?
Yes, sir.
Man, you guys are like...
We're paying attention.
I appreciate that. All right. So now it is 9:30 local time. We will have opportunity for public comment for 10 minutes. The stream is live, I am informed. And would any members of the gallery like to address the body? Dr. Moulton.
Thank you. I emailed all of the LNC, I believe, right before I drove down here. So hopefully that email made it through you all. There are 3 issues I wanted to highlight, and I'm just going to be real brief since my email was not
less brief.
The 3 issues I highlighted are, number 1, there's a motion and written policy manual regarding data for affiliates. I don't oppose the general thrust of the motion, but I think there's some details that need to be thought about in light of some past problems. And I would advise you all to think more about that and maybe to talk to your state chairs. The second issue is the email list. Some people, their emails are getting through garbled because they're sending HTML emails instead of plain text. That's something, there are a few possible solutions, but I think the whole LNC should be aware of that and try to solve that problem. And the third issue is that some of you have been sending links to Google Docs instead of attachments, and I think there's a few problems with that, which I highlighted in my email. So I hope you'll look at the email and think about those issues. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moulton. Just question, are you going to be present when we take up that policy manual amendment?
I plan to be here all weekend, yes.
Okay.
Point of inquiry.
Ms. Harlos?
Is Mr. Moulton,
Dr. Moulton.
No. Is Mr. Molman here?
He is in Alexandria somewhere.
Dr. Moulton, Mr. Molman was the author of that. Okay, so yeah, I was just going to say you might want to speak with him and he might have some suggestions.
All right. Other public comment?
That's
Okay.
unusual.
Oh, that's fine. I want to thank the Libertarian Party of Northern Virginia for being such gracious hosts last night at both dinner and I've heard karaoke, although I chose sleep. We're all allowed to make our own personal choices based on our own values. That's what libertarianism is all about. So now we will move to the motion to reconsider the committee votes and Ms. Mattson for 10 minutes.
I've emailed the text of my motion to the secretary just a few moments ago.
Can I read it?
So she'll have it. So my motion is actually, I realize the chair's been using the word reconsider, but I'm not using the word reconsider. My motion is to retake the votes conducted by email ballot 2019-02-14-1 for the Membership Support Committee and email ballot 2019-02-14-2 for Convention Voting Process Committee, and to instead use approval voting by paper ballot during this session.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Mattson, seconded by hold on for a second, seconded by Mr. Goldstein. Parliamentary inquiry from Ms. Mattson. Is there a substantive difference in either vote totals, thresholds, or how a motion to retake a vote is handled versus a motion to reconsider? The reason I've been using motion to reconsider is I believe that all of the rules for what thresholds we need are governed by that area of Roberts, even though it's retaking a ballot. Am I incorrect in that?
Well, reconsider would be go back and try to undo the first motion, but we've already done what we said we would do in the first motion. I mean, we did do cast votes and we did use open vote. So this is, I would liken it to if we're conducting a vote here in the middle of this meeting and we realize, oh, there was confusion, let's just redo that.
Right.
Or we move from, instead of show of hands, we're going to do it by roll call now. It's retaking the vote on the same question.
Right, and that addresses what we are doing. I'm saying we still need 2/3 in order to get to the point of doing that because it's governed by the thresholds of reconsideration of an action previously taken, is it not?
No, all the sections about retaking a vote are only mention majority. Let's
anybody knows off the top of their heads.
I read all those sections on the way here on the plane, and I didn't see anything about a higher threshold. Everything in the retaking a vote is done by majority. It's just like any other time if we're choosing how we're gonna vote, you know, it just takes a majority to decide the method.
See, and my
Contesting the announcement.
Page 408 has the part about after the result of the vote has been announced, members can still propose or demand certain actions that may change the result. And one of the things it lists is moving to retake the vote under another method. And it doesn't use the word reconsider. Retake is different from reconsider.
okay, that's the part I'm trying to get very clear before we move forward.
It does not expressly say the word majority there, but majority is implied unless Roberts raises the threshold, and there's nothing there that would do that.
What would make it reconsider rather than retake? Like, what's the definitional difference between them?
A lot of differences. First of all, there's time limits on when you can reconsider anyway, and we're past that, so we couldn't go back and reconsider. But we've already done the thing in the original motion. So reconsider is let's roll back the clock. We have new information, and we want to pretend that vote didn't happen and vote on that again. But we've already done the thing that we voted to do. It's just that now several of us voiced that we thought it didn't go so well, and we should take a different approach.
Mr. Redpath?
I just wanted to pose a question. What were your objections to the open vote?
There were a number of procedural issues, and probably the largest of which would be that votes from Dr. Clark and Mr. Smith were not included in the open vote tabulation. There were other items along the way that could impact, but we don't know necessarily. There was a candidate left off the ballot. We received instructions to only vote for up to 9. There was uncertainty about which method was going to be used to tally it until the day before the end of the email ballot. And there were just a lot of question marks there that people might have behaved differently, but I think primarily that we have 2 members whose votes were not included in the tally. But
No, I included.
Point of information, inquiry, whatever you
call it. Yeah, Mr. Redpath.
Where have either of these committees done any business? I'm not aware of I'm not aware of any,
right.
But I just wanted to ask.
So just to let everyone know where we are.
Mr. Chair, does anyone object to this motion?
I do.
Well, that's
Sorry.
I had an instinct. Where we are is technically the last order of business that this body has conducted were the 2 electronic ballots for the filling of these committee positions. And so, as a matter of order, when there is a request for either recounting or retaking a vote or reconsideration of a motion, those have to be done immediately subsequent. Can't do other business and then come back to it. That's the reason the agenda looks a little weird, because the first thing that we're doing is debating whether or moving potentially to redo the vote. So I'm gonna tell you where I think I am. The provisions that I've seen about the retaking of a vote or the recounting of a vote have to do with clarifying the result in the order of things like division, standing votes, counting votes, to make sure that we got the vote right, or things where somebody in the middle of the vote got confused and it's just throw it out and do a do-over. The issue I have, and the reason that I'm interpreting this as a reconsideration, and I'm pretty sure about it, is that we are not just saying make sure all the names are in, go back to OPA vote while we're in this meeting, submit everything through the procedure we previously did, recount everything, and then make sure that we got it right. We're changing the procedure for the balloting and changing it in a substantive way and not just adding names that weren't there or making sure that people could express their preference. And so I think that that to get to the point of retaking the vote, which would be proper because this is the next order of business, we would need the threshold of votes, since there has been an objection, to meet a reconsideration. Ms. Mattson?
Several things. I would inquire what the chair believes the phrases on page 408 about motions to retake the vote by a different method are about then. And secondly, it's not possible to reconsider at this point due to time limits on the motion to reconsider. If what could be done, if for some reason the chair thinks we're not allowed to retake the vote by a different method, which Robert says is specifically allowed, there could use a motion to rescind, but that does raise the threshold because I wasn't able to give previous notice because we didn't have results yet, and so that would raise the threshold if we use a motion to rescind. But just a straight up retake the vote, I don't see why we can't retake the vote by a different method, which Roberts expressly allows.
Ms. Harlos, is this related to answering that question?
It might be. That's for the chair to decide.
Okay, go ahead.
I think on whether or not we can retake the vote has to do with the seriousness of the alleged flaws. And while I do think there were some anomalies, I don't think it was not intentionally not represented the way it happened. But I have a difference of opinion as to what Ms. Mattson said. The votes of the two individuals were in fact recorded. It wasn't in the, they didn't push it on the list because they didn't make their screenshot, but it was recorded in OPA vote and it was recorded in the final total. And at the end, we were able to figure out how they voted, because I would think that would be serious indeed. The question of the voting method, I could have mistakenly called it a peanut butter sandwich, but the actual description of what it was in links to OPA vote that described what it was, irregardless of me, where I tend to say terms maybe not as precisely as some people would like, and that 3 on the end was just my fat finger deciding it wanted to get in there on the action. But the link to the technical specifications was always available. So I don't think that was serious. The most serious thing, I think, was the one name being left inadvertently off the ballot. But it was in the packet of applications that everyone received, which I assume everyone did their due diligence for, and they had wanted to vote for that individual, as Ms. Mattson did, would have noticed that as well. So I don't think there was anything that serious. Now, when it comes to the fact that I also have a problem with is the plurality versus majority thing, but that was all in the documentation, and we didn't raise an objection at the time we passed that. So I think it's too late for that. And I think it was a great learning experience for us. These committees are advisory committees, they're not committees with power. These applicants are all qualified applicants who are waiting to hear, and they've seen their name unofficially and are eager to serve on these committees. And I just don't think it's something serious enough, and we should just take it as a lesson next time to do a different method. I've been on the phone with OPA vote, so there.
Okay, that's...
Time is,
Thank you.
10 minutes is up, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there any objection to extending for 10? Okay, is there any objection to extending for 5?
Telemarketing call.
Did you buy it?
The LNC bought it. It's probably unanimous consent. All right. thank you for giving me that time. It gave me time to go back through and read the provisions Ms. Mattson discussed. As I read it, the language on 408 is primarily related to methods of voting during an assembly, rising, counted, division, things of that nature. There is an entire section after that, voting procedure on balloted votes, with tellers and reports and such wise. It does say that for a recount of a balloted vote, and this would be in section 45, that a recount can be done by majority. That would be at the top of page 419. What is not addressed in Roberts, at least not explicitly that I can see, is this combined. During a vote of the assembly, you can ask to say, instead of that voice vote, we have to do a rising vote. And a member can request a different method of the regular methods that are indicated in Robert, I believe, on page 410. In a balloted vote, a majority of the assembly, or a majority of the people who voted in the balloted vote, can request a recount of the balloted vote if there's a question of the tellers, there's a question of the ballots, whether or not some were spoiled, things of that nature. What we have here is a somewhat combined question, because we both want to have a retaking of the vote, new votes, which would be similar to a recount, but we also want to change the method. And it's the changing of the method that I think is the reconsideration, because it's not in the order of the regular methods under Roberts, which are different ways of counting. It is a change to how the ballot is tallied. And that is not contemplated under Roberts. It is I believe it is a substantive departure, and so I think that this does need the threshold required for reconsideration of a substantive motion. It is not a majority vote. Ms. Mattson, please tell me if you think I'm wrong. Well, tell me why you think I'm wrong, because that's going to be more illuminating. Go ahead.
All right, so I think the terminology you're using may be a little off from what I'm expecting. So if the chair is ruling the motion out of order, then we can take that up and decide on that. But to say that this requires a threshold for reconsider when it's not a motion to reconsider, I don't think is warranted. So I would prefer just a straight ruling on whether this particular motion is or is not out of order. If we decide it's out of order, we can't do a reconsider. But if we were to decide it was out of order, then I would then go to a rescind, which doesn't have previous notice. So that on procedural matters, that's my position. And I do want to back up and address Ms. Harlos's comments. We're not, all right, the two people that I indicated their votes were not included in the tally. I'm not talking about Mr. Hagan and Mr. Goldstein, who voted in OPA vote but didn't put a copy of their votes on the email list. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about Dr. Lark and Mr. Smith, who posted their votes to the list, but Ms. Harlos indicated they were not in OPA vote, and the numbers of votes reported from OPA vote were not enough to include those two votes. So those are two very different situations from Mr. Goldstein and Mr. Hagan, who were in OPA vote.
All right. Mr. Bishop-Henchman?
I support the Mattson motion because we did not have a valid election. So whatever the rules that you want to judge the election by,
you're helping me get there.
Whether the rules were, what was in the OPA vote script, or what Ms. Mattson what Ms. Harlow sent out, where everybody had to only vote on 9, or whatever they were, we kind of picked and chose from different ones. So, 2 members did not follow the rules to post their ballots. Technically, their votes should not count because they did not follow the rules on how to ballot. 2 others did vote, but they were not included in the tally. They should be included and shouldn't be. And we never sat down and decided what the threshold should be. So we had some people winning with less than 1 vote, which kind of blows your mind when you think about it. This was an experiment. We tried it, and it was a combination of a new voting method as well as a voting technique. I think the voting technique has a lot of merit, but the voting method single transferable vote was meant for thousands or hundreds of thousands of people choosing a handful of people. It was not meant for 13 people choosing 9. So,
Time, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Let me tell you how we can do this really cleanly without having to do an appeal early in the morning. I think the procedure that everyone would agree is in order is a motion to rescind the votes that were taken, followed immediately by a motion to take votes on those committees under the procedures that were submitted to the secretary. Ms. Mattson, does that?
I think it's in order, but is the chair ruling my motion to retake the votes by a different method to be out of order?
I would, well, see, that's where this is not going to necessarily be satisfying to you. I would rule that it's in order, but it is a reconsideration.
Well, I object to the chair changing the words of my motion. My motion is to retake. It's not to reconsider, and there's no concept in Roberts of this motion and that motion requires a threshold for reconsider if it's not a motion to reconsider. So
I said it wouldn't be satisfying.
Well, my motion is to retake, so if the chair wishes to rule on that, that gives us a path.
Then I am going to rule that it's out of order because it changes the method of balloting. And that's the reason for the ruling of it being out of order as just a retaking of the vote. So
I'll appeal and we can take a vote
Okay.
and proceed.
There's been an appeal from the ruling of the chair. Is there a second for the appeal from the ruling of the chair? Dies for lack of a second.
Okay, so I will then move to rescind the votes cast by those 2 email ballots.
There's a motion to rescind the votes cast by the
We're out of time, Mr. Chairman.
And good point. That is a point of order. Is there an objection to extending for 5 minutes to resolve these questions? Hearing no objection, it's been moved to rescind the votes taken by OPA vote for the Membership Support Committee and the Convention Process Committee. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Is there objection to rescinding the votes?
Objection.
There's an objection. So we'll proceed to a vote on the motion to rescind.
How about some debate?
How about some debate?
About it.
Well, I'm just double checking to make sure it is debatable. Motions to rescind are debatable because it's substantive. That's the reason for the rule. So, Mr. Redpath, then Ms. Harlos, unless it is a point of order?
It might be.
Think about it, okay.
Let me tell you and you can.
Go ahead.
There was a statement of.
Pause for a moment.
Okay.
Breathe.
Yes,
Go
I need
ahead.
to. The 2 votes that were not counted were because the 2 voters did not hit submit. I'm just saying it was made like.
That is not going to be a point of order.
Okay, thank you.
It potentially could be a debate against the rescindment, but I was going to recognize Mr. Redpath first, so I will come back.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Redpath.
I have an amendment, proposed amendment.
Cannot amend a motion to rescind because it rescinds the previous action. Unless you were dividing, because we are rescinding 2 things.
What we're rescinding which?
Membership Support Committee and Convention Voting Process Committee votes. We're rescinding both of the votes that were taken by OPA vote. So it is not amendable because it's a binary choice. The only thing it could be done is divide it, which that would just move us to taking 2 votes on motions to rescind.
So this is not debatable?
No, it's debatable.
It is debatable.
It is debatable. And if you would like to debate, go ahead, but you may not amend.
Okay. I simply say this, is that I strongly support STV. I think there may have been certain flaws here. If we had STV in multi-member legislative districts, there would be big L libertarians in Congress today. I do not understand why this body or the Libertarian Party uses voting systems internally that make our candidates so difficult to elect in the real world. and I support STV. I do not think we need a political system that allows political minorities such as libertarians seats at the table, and we should be using those voting systems internally as an example to the outside world. And I strongly support STV voting in this regard over approval voting, and I do not agree with the majority requirement.
I'm going to go to Ms. Harlos, then Ms. Van Horn, then Mr. Phillips, then Mr. O'Donnell. Ms. Harlos.
I concur with Mr. Redpath, and I have some things again to add.
Go briefly, quickly. If possible. I'm
going briefly if possible. The reason these were chosen on these committees, again, is because they're advisory committees. Not that they're not important, but they're not going to put us at risk of anything. And we do need to start experimenting with this alternative voting system if this is something we support, and it's something I strongly support. I loved what happened in that we learned a good lesson, and I've done some more research and have advice for the future on better methods that we could use. But I don't see any reason to have a big to-do.
I got time out. Can you direct the comments towards either rescinding or not rescinding?
I do not believe we should rescind because of these things. There's nothing that happened that is so tragic that we need to rescind. We learned, next time let's refine but I think to rescind makes a statement that we are being negative. And in fact, I think some of the comments on the list disappointingly were negative against the process rather than this just being a learning experience. And I think rescinding just sends the wrong message.
Point of information, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Is there a reason that we can't, because the main objection seems to be that 2 votes weren't counted. Is there, my understanding that we selected this process with a backup so that if that happened, we could add those votes in? Is there a reason we can't just do that rather than rescind the whole thing?
That is a request for inquiry. We can do that. That is if we did not rescind the vote and we did not retake the vote, we could move to vote to add the people who were not selected in a follow-up vote. That was going to be the procedure if we didn't do anything else. Time has expired. I do want to apologize to Mr. Redpath. Technically, motions to rescind are amendable.
Thanks a lot.
And I would be happy to hear what amendment you propose, because I'm curious about what one would be in order given what we're rescinding.
I'm not going to just move on.
Okay, but I do want to make it very clear for the body I was wrong, and my deep apologies to Mr. Redpath. We are out of time. I did have people seeking to be recognized before we ran out of time. Is there a motion to extend?
5 minutes.
There's a motion to extend for 5 minutes. There's an objection. All in favor of extending for 5 minutes, please raise your hand. 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, sorry. Hold them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Opposed? 11 to 5. We will be extended for 5 minutes, but everybody I think can count, so we probably won't go too much past that. Ms. Bilyeu, you're on deck after Mr. O'Donnell. Ms. Van Horn, you're up.
I have a question or point of order. Is this rescission, or how is it pronounced, rescinding, it would entail one of those votes where if we had an actual applicant that should have been on that list that was left off. And I know Ms. Harlos said, well, this was a learning experience and somebody got left off. And I'm not talking about the people's votes. I'm talking about one of the candidates that we were to vote on was left off the list for our consideration. You voted for them, and no one else did. No one else saw it. And Ms. Harlow says, well, everyone should have done due diligence and gone back and saw, but most people just looked at that list and voted what was there.
Well, Libertarians get told that too by state.
Right. But let me finish. So I think we did an injustice to the candidates, and I think we should re-vote because of that. If we want our integrity, if we want to have integrity and we want to set the example for the public, we do right by the candidates. Can you imagine going to public office and having you as a candidate get your name off the ballot? That would be unacceptable. We would be so pissed. Jeff Hewitt, what if your name wasn't on the ballot? You'd be really pissed, right? So our candidates are people, and yes, it's not an official list and it's advisors. They deserve that consideration. I don't even know who it was that was left off the list, somebody, I can't remember their name, but that person was not given due consideration. For that reason alone, that particular thing should be re-voted on.
Mr. Phillips?
No, I didn't, you
Okay.
already.
Got it. Mr. O'Donnell?
I agree with Mr. Redpath that single transferable vote in a multi-member district for a legislative office is an infinitely better system than we have now, but it's designed for a large district with a large number of voters and a smaller number of candidates. When we had 50 candidates, 13 people voting, and 9 spots, the math didn't work. We ended up with 6 out of the 9 elected due to arbitrary random tiebreakers in the software after 48 rounds.
Ms. Billiou?
I have a question. I would like to know what needs to happen. What would the procedure be if we wanted to do what Mr. Phillips proposed or inquired about, as far as just adding in the 2 votes that were not counted and moving on from there? What would need to happen procedurally at this point?
I don't know, were you asking about just recalculating, or were you asking about adding in people who were not elected by a sufficient threshold?
No, I was asking about the people that, what I'm hearing is that 2 of our body, their votes were not counted.
Okay.
And so I'm asking about adding their votes in.
So that would be, we would not vote to rescind. We would then move to vote to recount with the addition of those 2 ballots that were not tallied. So it would be a recount with the addition of those 2 ballots that were not counted.
Okay. May I continue with my?
Yeah, go ahead.
That to me is there were a lot of issues with this, and I personally had a lot of issues, and I know this group had a lot of issues with it. But the procedure was there for us to understand and learn, and I will speak for myself when I say that I didn't look at the list that were calling the ballot at all. I looked at the packet of applicants that came through. That's where I came from. So I have no idea who was missing from the list or whether or not I would not have voted for them, because I didn't look at that list. And the fact is, as opposed to real life, we actually had information at hand as voters for each of these candidates. So that to me is not the issue. Moving forward, I don't want to ever use this again. I'll say that. But I think that it is a dangerous precedent that we could be setting.
Can I ask for
and
a
this has been expressed by other members as well, of this do-over. I think it does send a bad message potentially. I think there is a way to correct it at this point, and then of course correct it moving forward. That's why I asked, with him bringing up that point, what could be done to make that happen, if that's what everybody decided was the right thing to do.
Is there any objection to hearing from Mr. Nana?
Yes.
There is an objection. Ms. Harlos, then Ms. Van Horn.
I'm sorry, is there a question? If there's an objection, that does not, we get to vote on it, do we?
Yeah, well, technically someone at the table should say, I'd like to hear from Mr. Nana.
I'd like to hear from Mr. Nana. Thank you.
All in favor of hearing from Mr. Nana, please raise your hand. Opposed? Mr. Nana, go ahead.
Yeah, so we use single transferable vote in Ohio for a lot of things, and what I'm hearing is a lot of bickering over what voting method to use and not whether or not you should be recounting or redoing the vote. So I guess my question is, are we talking about what voting method to use, or are we going to use the same voting method and just re-vote? Or is that
we're just voting to rescind.
To answer your question, because it's a good one, right now we're just arguing over the motion to rescind. If we rescinded the previous vote, then it becomes open to whether or not we use the same method again or we use a different method. Ms. Harlos, then Ms. Van Horn.
Time is up, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Harlos, time has expired. I do not think there are people around the table that want to extend
You
time.
didn't hear me say that.
No, is there a motion to extend? Oh, no. No. I meant, I don't think there was a sense of wanting to keep going.
And that's why I kept my mouth shut.
Got it. All right. Man, everyone's getting really good at this LNC stuff.
What?
Maybe dumpsters.
Dumpsters.
Oh.
All right,
Like-
so, is there a desire to have this be roll call?
Yes.
Okay. So we will try this alphabetical thing.
The motion again, please.
Sorry, the motion is to, the motion that we will be voting on is to rescind the votes of the membership support committee and voting process committees?
Convention voting process.
Convention voting process committees. Ms. Harlos, you can take the roll and just be loud.
Okay. Ms. Bilyeu?
This is a motion to rescind.
Yes.
I abstain.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Aye.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Ms. Harlow says no. Mr. Hewitt?
Yes.
Dr. Lark?
Aye.
Mr. Longstreth?
No.
Ms. Mattson?
Aye.
Mr. Merced?
Nay.
I'm sorry?
Oh, nay.
Thank you very much. Mr. O'Donnell?
Aye.
Mr. Phillips?
No.
Skip Mr. Nakala.
Oh, I did. I apologize, Mr. Nakala.
I vote nay.
Okay, I need to fix my little chart here. Okay, Mr. Phillips?
No.
Mr. Redpath?
No.
Mr. Smith?
Absent.
Bad timing.
Ms. Van Horn?
Yes, aye.
Would the chair like to vote the,
Maybe.
we'll have to add him back in. So 8 yeses, 6 nos, 1 abstention.
How many people?
Because Michaela I didn't have added in there, so.
Is Mr. Smith out there?
Is it simple majority or 2/3?
No, it's 2/3.
Well, no, it's two different things.
Since there's not notice, it takes either 2/3 or majority of
Of
the
the
LNC, so
entire
a flat
committee.
9 or a 2/3, so I believe.
Yes.
You voted, or yes, you will vote?
Yes, I voted yes. Which gives us 9,
to
which
both.
is a majority of the committee, which means that the votes are rescinded and now we're in open field.
So now we go to the agenda?
No. Now we're going to start hearing from people who want.
Well, technically.
Oh, well, so,
Move it.
so technically, we are no longer in the place where we have to do this before everything else. So,
Put it on the agenda
I
to
will
make it-
suggest, but obviously the body can overrule me, that because we've spent so much time in a place that is not necessarily the normal business, and because there are more than one opinion around the table about what the next proper step should be, it might be good to take this back up at a time after people have had the opportunity to speak in the hall and over coffee or whatever beverage they choose about motions that might have enough support. Mr. O'Donnell?
Motion to amend the agenda to add this item to new business without previous notice tomorrow.
That would be immediately following scheduling the fall meeting.
Yes.
Did you say tomorrow, Justin?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, did you move scheduling the meeting till after the special counsel's report?
I did. It would be after the special counsel's report, before the regional reports, and we haven't even gotten to amending the agenda yet, technically.
That's where I'm just like,
So,
ooh.
but that's where I was penciling it in. So, voting process. 15 minutes, do you think, for both committees?
Also, it's not
We
just
can
gonna
always
be,
hope.
it's not just gonna be process theoretically, it could be actually conducting.
No, voting process is my shorthand for the committee, along with membership support.
15 could be good. We may need to
All right,
extend
so, just to get everyone up to speed, because now we are at adoption of the agenda. We've struck the items that Ms. Harlos mentioned before. We moved Historical Preservation Committee to Sunday. We have added an item to schedule the fall meeting to new business without previous notice for 10 minutes. We've added, unless there's objection, 15 minutes for repopulating the voting process and membership support committees immediately after scheduling the fall meeting tomorrow in new business with previous notice for 15 minutes. And Mr. Smith, I think. So wait.
Said staffing.
Mr. Nikela had staffing for how long? For
20 minutes.
Staffing for 20 minutes following council's report.
Council's report is
Sunday.
Okay, thank you.
And
how long?
20. And Mr. Smith had a motion to add to the agenda
15 minutes to discuss the ED.
15 minutes for ED search following secretary's report.
That's on Sunday.
That would be today. Are there any?
Starting, just to make sure I've got it right, Mr. Chairman, starting with new business with previous notice on the backside, policy manual amendment struck, okay? Then after special counsel's report, there's staffing for 20 minutes, then fall meeting consideration, then the 2 committee votes. Are those the only changes to the backside of this?
Historical committee is immediately after public comment on Sunday.
Okay, thank you.
And can we proceed to a vote on adding the 15 minutes for the ED search after the secretaries? All in favor of adding that agenda item for 15?
I want a roll call vote on this, please.
Ms. Harlos would like it to be roll call, and she's good at taking them, so.
Point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Goldstein.
We didn't vote on any of those other things that we had in discussion.
Yeah.
That is correct. And I'm sorry, I'm not saying what I'm doing explicitly. All of the other things, I did not hear anybody opposed to adding them to the agenda. That thing, there's at least one person who's opposed to adding it to the agenda, and so it's not sort of that unanimous consent adjusting of the agenda. So technically, if we want to stay in good order and have everyone clear where we're at, we should move to adopt the agenda absent Mr. Smith's item, and then immediately move to an amendment to add Mr. Smith's item. Or,
does that
well,
change
no,
the
sorry, you're right. I got it wrong. We have the proposed agenda without Mr. Smith's item, but with all of the other informal discussion we've had. Mr. Smith is moving to add the 15 minutes. That's a majority vote. All in favor, and Ms. Harlos wants that majority vote to be taken by roll call. That's where we're at. Any questions? Any concerns I'm in the wrong place? Dr. Lark.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, the informal discussion as well as the partially formal discussion, those items have been added without objection?
Yes, those have been added without objection.
So now we proceed to whether or not by majority vote we wish to add Mr. Smith's motion.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anybody have any questions? All right, Ms. Harlos, whenever you're ready to take the roll.
One moment. Ms. Bilyeu? Sorry,
No.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Pass.
I couldn't hear you.
Pass.
Thank you. Mr. Goldstein?
No.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Ms. Harlos is yes. Mr. Hewitt?
Yes.
Dr. Lark?
Abstain.
Mr. Longstreth?
Yes.
Ms. Mattson?
No.
Mr. Merced?
Yes.
Mr. Nikela?
Aye.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Redpath?
Abstain.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Van Horn?
Sure. I mean, yes.
And Mr. Bishop Henchman had passed.
Aye.
And the vote so far is 11-3. Would the chair like to vote?
No, thank you. And that will be added to the agenda immediately after the Secretary's report. Is there any objection to adopting the agenda at this time? Hearing no objection to adopting the agenda at this time, it will be adopted. Ms. Harlos, anything on conflicts of interest?
No, I discussed that earlier.
Okay. Then we will move to the chair's report. I sent it out, and it should be in your OneNote as a written report. Sorry, I'm just pulling it up myself. I'm not going to completely recapitulate it. I was very happy to swear in Mr. Hewitt as Riverside County Supervisor and appreciate that honor.
How did you get that gig? I mean, seriously, I mean, you don't live in California. How is it that, I mean, I have no objection to that, Mr. Chairman, but you get to pick who swears you in?
Yeah, I just, well, the first 10 ones said no, and I finally got
So, no, not all information is stuff I wanted public, but go ahead.
No, but here's the thing, again, being a Libertarian, being very proud of being a Libertarian, I thought it was time to get a good plug since we're pushed out of so many things. And it was a little bit in your face, I think, and that's what we need to show. I think every time we get a chance to do this, let's embrace our libertarianism and show people that we can do that.
I was the only not judge.
That's true.
Although one of the judges said not yet. So
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse. I also was invited by the Libertarian Party of Minnesota to go speak at their press conference. There's a ballot access inclusion bill. If anyone knows people in Minnesota, the two committee chairs need to schedule that for a committee hearing, otherwise it will die. But it's a very productive bill that actually improves the ballot access picture in Minnesota. It has the support of all of the parties other than DFL and the Republicans. Well, actually it has both Republican and DFL co-sponsors, as well as every party in Minnesota that's not currently one of the majors. And most of the changes are very sensible, and the one objectionable change was struck by the coalition. These kind of lobbying efforts and getting bills at least into committee, getting debated, getting onto the floor are the piece of our work that I think hasn't been as much of a focus as the petitioning and the litigation, but it's equally valuable. We need to be hitting on all of the fronts at once, and I hope that over this next 2-year cycle we do more of that. The other big thing is the selection of the executive director. Dr. Lark, Mr. Redpath, and Mr. Bishop Henchman have been very helpful in that process. Without them, we would not be as far along as we are. We received, if I am correct, and please correct me if I'm wrong, 35 applicants for the executive director position.
Technically, we received more, but there were people who came in late, as well as at least one who withdrew.
Right. So at least 35 applicants for the executive director position. After a very diligent process with the committee, the search committee, that was reduced significantly down to, I believe, 6, which have now been reduced even more significantly down to a final 4. There are 4 candidates who are being considered for selection at this time, and we are at the procedural position of me not being able to complete all of the interviews with all 4 candidates prior to this meeting, and so those will be scheduled over this next week or 2, and then I will move from there into choosing between the final 4 and entering into negotiations for a contract. My hope is to have that done by the end of March. There's a tension because not having a permanent executive director is good for our finances in the short term, but not having a permanent executive director is bad for the overall health of the party in the long term. And it is better for us to be strategic about it than try and be penny-wise in trying to eke out a savings over a couple of months. So with that, I would be happy to entertain questions. Mr. Hewitt.
Is it just coincidence that you just mentioned Final Four in March Madness?
It's my deep and abiding respect for Mr. Redpath. And Dr. Lark. A lot of people like basketball at the table that are not necessarily me. Mr. Longstreth.
Is it your intention then to announce the names to the LNC and give the LNC as a committee time to reach out to those candidates prior to a vote, or what is your intention after the contract negotiations are done and before we vote?
So, it is, I would be happy to give the names of the candidates to the LNC in executive session. My disposition is still to not make those names public. That's kind of how I've felt about this whole process due to the nature of the search. To the extent that LNC members would like to contact those individual candidates and talk to them, I have no objection to it, with the caution that the nature of this search is that there's a process with certain application materials, a search committee. I still make the final choice about who to select. So to the extent that you need to gather information, that's totally appropriate as a member of the board. To the extent that you try and make there be a parallel selection process, that will go less well. But the intention would be I would be happy to inform the LNC of my choice prior to contract negotiations through some confidential means, if that's something that you would like. But procedurally, the next step for the LNC to take action would be at the point that a contract has been negotiated that's satisfactory to me and to whoever the selected candidate is, and then the LNC would have the opportunity to review it and decide whether or not to approve it. Dr. Lark?
I would add to the chairman's comment that there are, as a matter of our policy manual, any proposed contract actually has to have the review of our council and EPCC. So that will be included as well.
Our legal counsel.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it was implied but not expressed, so thank you, Dr. Lark. Mr. Phillips, Mr. Merced, Mr. Hagan, Ms. Harlos, and then without objection, Mr. Lyons.
I just have a suggestion, which is that we add 15 minutes to the agenda to discuss this. So why don't we hold our questions and get through these reports and then discuss it during the part we put in the agenda.
Your suggestion's well taken, although I intended to use all of my time to answer questions, unless you had questions about my fundraising trips and things like that, to answer these questions. So that in essence, we'll get approximately 30 minutes to discuss it, because it is a topic that is
valid.
I get a sense that it's of some interest to the body. Maybe. Mr. Merced.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. So basically, in the executive session, the LNC may have the names of the remaining 4 candidates, and we may, there's no objection to us reaching out to them. Is there any objection to us reaching out to you to give us our feedback?
That is actually the other reason why I didn't do any of the interviews with the Final Four prior to this weekend. I understand, because members of the LNC and members of the party more broadly, some people know who's in the running, and people want to express their opinions and share things that I may not know about candidates with me. And so I am open to feedback and discussion with any LNC member, interested party member, over this weekend as we can find time, and over the next week if you want to, make time for a phone call or send me an email. I'm very happy to get the input of all the members of the LNC. This is not something where I don't want to enter into the decision without having all the information that I should have. So that's why I wanted to push off interviews until after everybody had the opportunity to talk to me while we're here in person. Mr. Hagan, Ms. Harlos, Ms. Van Horn, Mr. Bishop-Henchman.
Have you apprised those who are not the finalists what their status is?
Not yet, and I didn't want to do it until after I said that we went from big number to little number, and after you guys had the opportunity to know. But I believe, Dr. Lark, that would be something that would happen sometime this weekend.
Mr. Chairman, we actually discussed this. My preference, as I expressed to you, and there was no objection by you or any of either Mr. Bishop Henchman or Mr. Redpath, was to wait basically until someone had been selected and then to apprise those who had not been selected that they had not been selected.
Okay. So, and you're right, I didn't object to that. Mr. Hagan's making it sound like he might have a preference that we let the people who are not in the Final Four know.
If the LNC wishes us to do that, I have no problem with it.
It's kind of hard because they don't know who the 4 are. So,
well, no, for the search committee to let the other 31 people.
No, but you're asking if anybody objects to telling 31 people they're not getting the job, but they don't know who the 31 people are.
I don't think that really matters.
I think it's a matter of professional courtesy.
All right, wait, hold up. A lot of crosstalk. We're gonna go in order. Ms. Harlos, Ms. Van Horn, Mr. Bishop Henchman, and Mr. Phillips.
I'll probably bring this up more in executive session, but I did want it publicly on the record.
Pardon me, but the secretary's...
Yes, I'm sorry, I was channeling Ms. Matson again.
It is the dint of the position.
Well done.
I'll probably bring this up in more detail in executive session, but I did want to have part of it on the public record, that I just think we handled this very poorly as a body. And I'm not saying that to criticize anyone personally or to say that no one's not trusted. I think the world of Dr. Lark, Mr. Redpath, and Mr. Bishop Henchman. It's not a matter of trust. It's a matter of each of us have our own, we feel, fiduciary duties, which isn't just to blindly trust, even if I personally might be okay with that. So I hope in executive session maybe we discuss how it could have been handled a little bit better. And also, I don't know if this is true or not, and at this point I don't care. Water under the bridge. But there's word going around that some people who knew names were going around soliciting feedback from other people. How do you feel about this person or that person? And I just think that that's highly inappropriate if the whole LNC didn't know. It could be false. It could be somebody just making up rumors. But that's the sort of thing that happens. And that's all I have to say is I really, really think the way it was handled created a lot of divisions in this body, and I hated it. I hate to see that, and I hope we do better in the future.
Okay, Ms. Van Horn, then Mr. Bishop Henchman, then
That's
Mr.
the first I've heard of that rumor, amazingly so. Okay, so I think if there's a Final Four that we should all know, and it should be an executive session, and I think you getting feedback would be an excellent idea, because you're going to actually want us to vote on that final person, and us giving feedback would give you a clue as to whether that person's going to get enough votes to pass. So that would be helpful. So when we get to that point where we can have an executive session, and we can all privately know who the Final Four are, you know, it's not like we're all going to reach out to them or harangue them or something, but it would help the body as a whole to help you with your final vote.
Thank you. Mr. Bishop Henchman and Mr. Phillips.
Just a comment or 2 comments. One, certainly I certainly have no objection to people talking to people. Be aware that if you frame it as I am an LNC member and you are applying for a job and I would like to ask you questions, that creates legal liability issues for us. And there are certain things you cannot ask a job interviewee. I can write up a thing and send it out. It's obvious stuff, but it's stuff that's constantly litigated all the time, so maybe not too obvious. So FYI on that. Secondly, I want to, I guess I don't need to do this part in the executive session. I want to thank especially Ms. Van Horn, Ms. Billieu, Mr. Longstreth. They sent over thoughts on the next executive director, which I had solicited at least twice on the email list. And I welcome comments, questions to ask candidates and so forth, so I appreciate, and I did incorporate some of your suggestions in the questions that were asked of the candidates.
Mr. Phillips, then Mr. Goldstein.
Back to Mr. Bishop Henchman's point earlier. I would object to sending out emails at this time because we don't know who the Final Four are, because just one or more of us may look at you and go, we don't want any of those 4. Why isn't this person on your list? And have a discussion that may or may not change your mind. So at this point, I would say sending out those emails is premature.
Okay. Mr. Goldstein?
My assumption is that the EPCC put together a job description and a list of parameters of what they considered good for the new ED. I think it would be benefit the LNC to have copies of those documents to review if we are going to call some people to see what these Final Four applicants are based on, how they fit into those parameters.
They should. Everything that was required of applicants should be still available in the job posting, which I think didn't go dark. So as far as what was requested of them, resume, I believe there's a strategic
on the
document.
Link
Yes, on the website link. So those would be good to review, probably prior to, maybe not prior to providing feedback, because you might have feedback that's tangential, but probably prior to discussing, basically reviewing what are the legal landmines in employment law that you really shouldn't talk to a candidate about, and reviewing what were the requirements of the candidates and what metrics were they sort of subject to in the application process. Those would be productive before you reach out and talk to any of the candidates, because then your discussion with them will be focused on where they thought they were being measured on.
Sam's idea is good. Can we compile that information and distribute it to all of us on the email list?
Yes, probably.
I'm not volunteering to do that.
Thank you for volunteering.
I knew that was coming.
Mr. Bishop Henchman, when you, since you did volunteer to help us avoid legal liability, when you send that out, can you also include in that email a link to the job description with the criteria?
If I can find it, I may just paste it in there.
If you can paste it, that's fine too. Other questions during the chair's report? Other questions of me as the chair? Mr. Longstreet.
Last question I have for you is, do you intend this body to vote and reach that 2/3 by email vote, or do you intend there to be a special meeting of some type?
I'm comfortable either way. We can do it as an electronic meeting. If we do it as an electronic meeting or a teleconference meeting, either one's fine with me. That would allow the opportunity to discuss the contractual provisions and whether or not those are, because the body has to ratify both the candidate and the contract. It's of a piece. Dr. Lark is looking quizzically, but
Go ahead.
My understanding is, while the provision that was voted on at the last meeting, the last in-person meeting, requires that 2/3 of the LNC approve of the candidate, there will be a proposed contract that's been reviewed by EPCC legal counsel and is acceptable to myself and to whoever the candidate is. But the LNC has the prerogative of both reviewing the contract and of basically saying, not to put it too bluntly, but I'm not voting for this candidate under these terms. If you can negotiate better terms or different terms or whatever, I would vote for the candidate. And then that creates that sort of political give and take of, do I have enough noses without that person or not? And, do we actually have to go back to the table? That kind of stuff. If we look like we're in that kind of position, then it's better for us to have some kind of electronic meeting where we can have a discussion rather than just have an email vote where there's a million little email threads going. If it looks like it's relatively unobjectionable, email votes are faster. So I'm at the will of the body. Yeah. Mr. Redpath.
The chairman's report is enchanting, but we're out of time.
I'm enchanted by your enchantment. Mr. Merced for 15 minutes.
For the sake of time, I'll refer everyone to the document or the report in the notes. And does anyone have any questions?
Ms. Harlos?
I'm just pulling it up quickly here. 1 second. Just curious. Do you routinely contact the regionalists?
I haven't this last period, but I have in the previous 2 periods.
Okay, yeah, because I hope that they get warm fuzzies and then want to be in a region next time. And I noticed that you talked about the blockchain things and the items put on Ellopedia. I would ask you to please complete those, because I got everyone saying they're just skeletons and it
Yeah.
makes us look bad. So I appreciate that though.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions?
What are the Dutch and Spanish up to?
Well, I did do an interview with Robert Valentine where he does discuss what's going on with the Dutch Libertarian Party, and right now I'm drawing a blank on the contents of that interview, but it is on the party podcast, Meet the Libertarians, which is on iTunes, Google Play, and Spotify, and we will be interviewing some North Carolina candidates soon that will be on the podcast, and we did interview some of our special election candidates over the last quarter as well, so I recommend everyone listen to those episodes and subscribe to the podcast.
Thank you for interviewing Dutch.
Was it
I didn't
Mr.
follow
Mr.
their stuff.
Was it Mr. Pena who visited?
From the Spanish Libertarian Party?
Yeah.
Yes. And then
How's
the
he
secretary.
doing?
They were good. It was actually there was a very pleasant breakfast. There was in the previous periods report, but yes, they're good. Other questions?
Point of information for the
Go ahead.
Secretary. Madam Secretary, according to the OneNote, you have the wrong Vice Chair report. Liz,
No, I replaced that.
would you be faster and not let me see these things first?
I saw it too quick. Yep. So.
Okay, withdraw.
Mr.
Dr. Lark?
Oh, Dr. Lark.
Just supplement, since the question was asked about what's going on in Spain. I will be in Madrid and Barcelona to talk to I will be meeting with Libertarians. The party there's an Austrian Economics Congress that will take place in Madrid. I've been asked to address that, and then I just received a message from a think tank in Barcelona that I'll be working with some candidates. I'll be giving an address there. So they've got Spanish politics is very interesting. In terms of
Do they have a government yet?
Let's hope not.
No, I meant Spain.
Depends upon how you want to interpret the phrase government.
Well, they went what at least 9 solid months with no government. They couldn't put together. As somebody once told me, there's no government like no government.
With no further questions, I'll conclude my report.
All right, Mr. Hagan.
Point of inquiry, are there current financial statements? I didn't see any current financial statements unless I missed something.
Last one was end of January, or January end of month. I emailed that out.
You don't have February month then?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Not to the point of being a statement.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
But we'll give you an update since then. Our accounts payable have gone down to 30,000, and we just received a large donation this week, so we should be able to pay those down to zero on the accounts payable.
Where's our cash?
Do you have the current cash? I don't have that real.
As of this morning, we have 52,000 in unrestricted cash.
Okay.
So we'll have about 15,000 after we pay off all the bills.
Pardon me, would the gentleman repeat his comment?
We have about 50,000 in unrestricted cash as of this morning, since the big check cleared, and after we pay off the bills, we'll have about 15,000 in unrestricted.
Thank you.
Yeah, Lauren.
I wanted to add that this is down from the height of our debt several weeks ago was $150,000. So you see the progress from $150,000 down to cash positive as of right now. So big accomplishment there.
And that includes all of our liabilities, not including the mortgage, right?
Not including the mortgage.
And
all
the
of our
hotels,
bills.
the previous convention, et cetera.
All paid up as of about Monday or Tuesday next week.
Yay.
Good.
Like Dr. Lark?
Mr. Treasurer, is there, given the delay in paying off the convention hotel, is there any sign that we damaged our relationship with them?
No, actually, apart from Robert, they're still interested in us doing another convention.
Thank you.
There. Any other questions on that issue?
Let's get to your motions.
Okay. Well, that's what I mentioned. I did get asked about us accepting donations or transfers from state affiliates that do not file with the FEC, and Ms. Edwards, who's our FEC consultant, is looking into it. She hasn't found any advisory opinions from the FEC, but she's going to write up some language for us to send out to the state affiliates. We have to make sure that any money we accept is in compliance with the Federal Election Act. In this be states that have not reached the $1,000 threshold in a year of donations or expenditures related to federal election activities. So hopefully we get some writing that be like agreement between us and state affiliates for them to be able to transfer money to us. And I have two motions. First, I'll move to increase on the budget, move to increase capital expenses by $7,500 for the purpose of purchasing a replacement copier, and decrease 40 administrative cost line by $5,000.
Any second?
Second.
Seconded. Any objection to the motion? No, without objection, it passes.
Okay. And I'll move to increase the 75 litigation line by $4,000. This is to pay off for the, wait for a second.
Second.
And this to pay off, we lost the lawsuit in Kentucky. Concerned there were, it's just like PBS station keeping our candidate out of the debates, sued over the debate criteria, which is you had to raise at least $100,000 and be polling at least 10% in the polls. We appealed it and we lost in the appeal, so I believe this $4,000 is the cost that we have to pay to the other side's cost.
So we have a second from Mr. Redpath. Is there any objection to this motion?
I object.
Objection? Okay. Do you want to speak further to the motion?
I don't know if is Mr. Molman in? I don't know if he had more information on that. Oh. Yeah. But pretty much what I just kind of covered.
If I could move an amendment. I have no objection to the main, to whatever he would say on that. I have an amendment.
Okay. Go for it, Mr. Andrew.
Move to amend, requesting the staff to prepare for the LNC and offsetting $4,000 reduction in expenses.
Okay. So you move to amend and repeat the amendment?
Request the staff to provide the LNC with a recommended offsetting $4,000 reduction in expenses.
Is there a second to the amendment?
I second that.
Second. Is there any objection to the amendment?
Objection.
Objection? Okay. Do you want to speak further to the amendment?
We started I'm going to let Mr. Long. I think he's been.
Well, so we started off, review at our last meeting in December, we were able to pass a balanced budget, and that was important to several of us on the committee, and I recognize that was not everybody's objection. However, we are currently operating off of a balanced budget. Unlike the first motion, which is relatively neutral as far as monthly expenditures going down and that sort of thing, and balances itself out on the copier, this one actually increases one line item while not decreasing another.
Can you speak up just a little bit? I'm sorry.
Sure. It increases one line item while not decreasing another, thus throwing us off of our balanced budget that we worked so hard for last time. Now, I know that's not everybody's objective. However, that was kind of the message that we put out, and we celebrated it online and in social media about the balanced budget. I got a lot of positive feedback from that. I think a lot of people did. And I think that it is important that if we decide that we do want to increase this line, that we also look at a place where we can decrease an expenditure. I did ask an email to Lauren and Tim whether things had changed financially, and the response I got from Lauren said that we've made great progress financially, as she informed us at the start of this. But there's no substantial change in the forecast for fundraising, which means if we do this, we would be creating a deficit budget, and that is something that I'm not into.
I agree.
Ms. Darty?
We are saving money in other places, however. It's still a little early in the year to know exactly where we're going to have a lot of this flexibility, but staff has done an exceptional job, and I'm going to brag on staff more soon, but an exceptional job of finding places to save money. So I think a lot of costs are going to be going down. Robert negotiated a really good contract for improved phone services at a greatly reduced cost, things like that. So personally, I'm not worried about this at all, if that helps.
Dr. Long?
I'm sorry, with the acting executive, would you have an objection to the proposed amendment by Mr. Bishop Henchman? In other words, would it take a great deal of your time to find something so that we could indeed achieve the balanced budget that, or to keep the budget in balance, as Mr. Longford has suggested?
Mr. Cross?
Yeah, if you give me a couple of minutes.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Let her answer the question, please.
I don't object. I mean, we find tons of places to save money all the time, depending on what we need to do. But a lot of these categories in the budget are so broad, where in some, I find it a little bit meaningless just because it's shifting a lot of things around. But I wouldn't object. I'd be happy to do it.
Robert?
I'm looking up right now, we've been raising some money for our legal action fund, as we're calling it now. Instead of legal offense, same difference, same fund, same number. And if we fund this via legal action, we may have actually already raised the money to pay for this, if we decide to keep that money in the project account. If Lauren feels that might work, I'm going to look it up right now, however, to see what we raised.
May I comment? The problem there is the email solicitation that went out specific to that legal action fund was about ballot access in Maine and Arkansas, and our intentions to do things, very specific things there with that money.
Ms. Matson?
Okay, I think she addressed it, but before her comments, I was going to ask if we've raised the money, it doesn't matter unless it's an increase over what we budgeted. So if the point is to keep the budget in balance, that only matters if the budget gets the increase as a result of that donation. But since it was for something else, then that becomes irrelevant. So.
Any further, Mr. Ross?
I think, as Lauren pointed out, I think we do have some savings in admin, general admin line item, and can probably reduce that to compensate for increasing litigation.
Mr. Redpath?
I don't know if this, I'll withdraw my objection. I do think this is meaningless, but I'll withdraw my objection.
Okay. Cool.
I don't.
Okay, is there any further comments on the amendment?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Okay, got it. Oh, so that was the objection to the amendment?
Yeah,
so in that case,
I'll withdraw my objection.
So was there any objection to the amendment then? In that case, then the amendment passes with no objection. So now the motion should be reading that there's a request for a recommendation from staff for an offsetting item for the $4,000 increase. Is that correct? Okay. Any further discussion on the mention? Do you still want Mr. Moman to speak?
I don't think it's necessary unless.
Okay.
I'll go find him.
No.
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay. So.
Unless you want to find me anyway.
Got it. Okay. So
I
then.
didn't get him.
Everyone good with that handbook?
Ask for a roll call.
Roll call.
And I want to make sure I have the wording right here. So the motion would be to increase line item 75 litigation by $4,000, making it $18,500. This is to pay for this. Does that
That's
commentary should?
No.
No. Okay.
That's part of the debate.
Got it. Okay. So that's why. So move to increase line item 75 litigation by $4,000, making it $18,500, with a corresponding change by the. So with the staff to find a corresponding reduction of $4,000.
The staff to come forward and share recommendations as to where we can save that $4,000 on other line items. That may be admin, or it may be a combination of different areas.
Forward. Oh, got it. Let me just type this out before we start.
And then if you could reread it just to make sure we're all clear.
Okay.
Is there a timeline by which that I mean, it's kind of an open-ended thing, and as the person responsible for making sure staff follows through, if you approve this.
Richard, can you email? Yeah, I mean, I think there's not an explicit timeline in the motion, but I guess I'm assuming that sooner is better, but there's no.
My suggested timeline would be a month. I think that'd be sufficient, but it's not in the language.
Okay, so it is the move to increase line item 75 litigation by $4,000, making it $18,500, with staff to come forward with a recommendation and other line items to save that $4,000. Is that, Richard is still pondering whether that correctly.
does, I just don't like the language. I would say to offset the budget line increase.
To, okay,
Offset the budget line
with a
increase.
recommendation to offset that budget line increase.
Correct. Because that could come from donations
Okay.
as well, if we do find we've had extra
With a
donations.
recommendation to offset, got it, that budget line increase. That's much better, thank you. So, let me know. Okay. Miss Bill, you. Will you?
Bill you.
It's Bill you. I don't
like
know
you're
what's.
sending out someone a bill.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna bill you. Okay. I have.
I repeat that in my head every time I talk to her.
Okay.
And now everyone else will.
Yes. Ms. Bill you. Would I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Bishop Henchman. Mr. Goldstein.
I abstain.
Mr. Hagan.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Mr. Hewitt.
Yes.
Dr. Lark.
Aye.
Mr. Longstreth.
Aye.
Ms. Mattson.
Aye.
Mr. Merced.
I'll say.
Mr. Nikela.
Aye.
Mr. O'Donnell.
Aye.
Mr. Phillips.
Aye.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Van Horn.
Yes.
Vote is so far 14-0 with 2 abstentions. Would the chair like to vote?
No, thank you. Did we already get to the copier? Wait a second.
Yeah, that was passed without
Copier's fine.
objection.
Okay. Mr. Hagan?
That's it.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Hagan? Would anyone like to hear from Mr. Molman? I found him.
We spoke for that 4,000 for the lawsuit.
It's
You got it.
It's
You just
technically
want-
just like
you
$10
just want
a
14 to
inch
0
under
if you
that,
wanna
but.
change
Yeah, do you want to change your 14-0 vote?
No.
Okay.
If anybody has questions, find me after.
Thank you, Mr. Molman.
Also, things count.
Any other questions for the treasurer? I'm just gonna double check, Mr. Hagan, those 2 motions, are those the only adjustments that you know of that we need to make to the budget?
Yeah.
Are we okay on the media line item vis-a-vis the State of the Union?
Let me pull that back up, the budget.
And I'm just asking because I remember at the time there was a question of whether or not we had enough in the line item to handle the expense, and I would like, if we don't, I'd like to have us make a conforming change at this meeting rather than let it slide. Ms. Harlos?
Question for Mr. Hagan. Will you be providing a copy of the revised budget to the entire LNC? I like to keep a record.
Oh, yeah, I could do that.
Thank you.
And you don't have to answer that question right now, and we can take it up out of order. I think the body would be fine with that. I remembered.
And I have to consult with Ms. Daughtry about how much staff they need to spend on media in addition to that.
Time, Mr. Chairman.
Time has expired on the treasurer's report. Is there any motion to extend? Hearing no motion to extend, we'll move to the secretary's report. Ms. Harlos?
Okay, I uploaded version 2 of the secretary's report. It's up in the OneDrive. And one of the things that I added to that is also my thoughts on what happened with the OPA vote and a little bit of my own analysis running it through various other voting methods, in which I learned a great deal and would recommend a different one next time, and conversations that I had with OPA vote on that. One thing also on here, I would like to, and this is sincerely, I'd like to sincerely thank Ms. Mattson for pointing out certain things that need to be corrected. She's making me much better at what I'm doing, and I sincerely appreciate it. And that is from my heart, because the things that she pointed out, I'm like, and that won't happen again. I solicit feedback on the OneNote notebook, as I always do, as this is a work in progress that I hope becomes our policy. Another item for the other officers or LNC members, LPedia is becoming more and more a source of institutional knowledge. I would love for everyone to start uploading their reports or any other documentation to LPedia to preserve it for historical purposes. My minutes will go up there with your reports, but regional things could go up there. If you need any help or instruction or ideas on how it could help you in your region, for instance for regionals or anyone, please get with me, because this will be a boon to members. Members are starting to really love it now. When they ask me about membership numbers, and I go, look, there's an LPedia page with all of it right there. And members are starting to get really excited about making their own profiles too. And I have a feeling coming into 2020, media is going to start to reference this resource. So I highly encourage that. And let's see here. I hope everyone else loves this, but the contact the whole LNC thing, I think has worked out really well. We have not gotten bombarded, and the feedback we have gotten, I think, has been really helpful, and I love the responses that LNC members have been given. In this policy, next, I'm going really fast. In this policy manual style review that I want to do, it's just to make sure our grammar is okay, and because it's been changed by so many different people over the years that it's a bit inconsistent. If anyone would like to work with me on that, I welcome you to. Dr. Moulton is assisting me with that, and so is Joe Dean. So get with me if you're nuts like me and think that sounds like a jolly good time. I really, really would appreciate that. And lastly, I have something to add more on a personal note is on. And the chair had said this at the beginning, and I will acknowledge my own part in it, that I hope and I will do my best that we build even a more collegiate relationship on the list. And it really struck me when Ms. Matson pointed out something snarky I said to her, and I apologize publicly to Ms. Matson for that, and I haven't since. And I hope we all look at our behavior and maybe get better with that. And I know sometimes Ms. Van Horn and I get into it with each other, and if I owe Ms. Van Horn any apologies, I also give that publicly. And I hope we would all start to do that. And I would ask also, as we're coming into convention season, I will get in touch outside this meeting, but I solicit Ms. Matson's help on things that I need to get ready for this convention, because I know what she, that's incredible. I watched her as what she does, and I'm going to need your help. And I will get with you outside of this meeting. But I commit outside of here to do better. And, if you think I'm getting it too, call me, email me, whip me with a wet noodle. But this is for the good of the party. It's not about us or our egos. And I think sometimes it turns into that. It certainly has with me. So change begins at home, right? So that's what I'm encouraging for everyone.
Questions for Ms. Matson? Or Ms. Harlos?
That's a compliment.
What does Freud say about that?
that the name Matson has been said about 5 times in the last 5 minutes, and so it was top.
See, I got into that. I'm sorry, I have 2 motions. Oh, man.
You said you were done. Too bad.
I know, I said I was done.
Yeah, let's move on.
Go ahead, Ms. Harlos.
I have 2 motions, and I have the Easter egg hunt gifts to give out. But first, the 2 motions. I would move to approve the draft minutes, version 8, for the December 1st through 2nd, 2018 LNC meeting.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Bishop Henchman. Is there any discussion?
One, I believe I made changes to Mr. Bishop Henchman's satisfaction. That was the last issue to be resolved.
Okay. Is there any objection to that approval? They are approved without objection.
My next motion would be to move to approve the draft minutes version 1 for the February 19th, 2019 Executive Committee meeting.
Second.
Point of order, since these are XCOM minutes, it should be the XCOM rather than the LLC that approves it, so the 7 members of the XCOM should
Okay,
vote on
thank
approving
you.
their
Right.
minutes, but I don't have an objection to having them do it within the context of an LNC meeting.
Okay, is there a second from a member of the executive committee?
Second.
Okay. Is there any objection from any member of the executive committee? Are there any questions regarding or concerns from any member of the body about the content of those minutes? Hearing neither concerns nor objections, those are also approved without objection.
Okay, and the Easter egg hunt, if I can find where I put that stuff. So, first off, Dr. Lark had found it the first time, and because he is always so thorough with my minutes, I've got Dr. Lark something very special. It's a Chia Pet Statue of Liberty.
Oh.
I did not even know that they ever made that, so I'll get this
We'll
to
pass it
you.
down.
On
Pass it down.
break.
Pass it down.
We'll pass
Oh,
it down.
pass that down?
We
That way
want
we
to
can
look
all
at
see
it
it.
first.
Oh, that's cool.
Is there an expiration date on it?
And
It's a special edition.
next is Mr. Bishop Henchman, also on those same minutes, but Dr. Lark did it privately, and Mr. Henchman did it, he asked publicly, so I passed this along.
That may not make it all the way down.
We're gonna make sure those aren't poisoned for you.
And
It's because we care.
in the January minutes, this was Mr. Lyons, but I left the thing at home, but I'll tell you what it is and I'll bring it later. It's a Liberty Mad Libs, which just seems like that could be quite interesting at a party. So I thank you all for your careful proofreading, and I actually get a big kick out of getting these gifts, so I get something out of it too. Thank you.
Ms. Mattson and Mr. Goldstein.
I just wanted to ask if anybody has ever found a county supervisor Chia.
It might defeat the purpose of the Chia Pet, as Mr. Hewitt's pointing out. Mr. Goldstein and Mr. Longstreth.
I continue my objection to this terminology of Easter egg hunt. I think it
Finding
violates
the Apicalman?
Yep.
And we need your objections noted.
Rename it something more generic.
Does Mr. Goldstein have a suggestion?
Apicalman.
What?
It's during the Passover Seder, the dessert is hidden. The dessert happens to be half a chunk of matzah, which
is not really dessert.
It's not, but it's integral to the ceremony, and usually all the children go and try and find it, and then whoever finds it gets a prize. It is very similar to an Easter egg hunt for those of the
That's
Jewish
probably where they got it
persuasion.
from.
It's been noted. You're noted. Mr. Longstreth, then Dr. Lark, then Mr. Merced. Dr. Lark.
Well, given that we're moving into the silly discussion, during Chinese New Year, it's not unusual for a dumpling to have a gold coin. And I would be perfectly happy from Ms. Pat or from anyone else.
Dr. Lark's ordering dumplings. Mr. Merced.
Oh, and just so you guys know, you can order custom-made Chia Pets at chia.com. So if you would
should have told me that.
All right.
Really?
Is there anything else for the Secretary's report? If Mr. O'Donnell and Mr. Redpath.
Comment, you'd mentioned that you're looking forward to LPDA being excited by news and regular media. I can tell you that at least one circumstance that's happened already. In New Hampshire during last year's election, the Keene Sentinel decided they wanted to write a hit piece on me and tell everyone in New Hampshire how dangerous and evil libertarians were, and they used LPDA for all their citing sources.
But it was accurate information, they just didn't like
Yes.
the things we stood for. I mean, that's going to happen.
Call me clairvoyant, but I bet we'll all be happy if we recess before the next agenda item.
Second.
You are probably, so the reason, you're probably correct, but there's a countervailing interest, which is the next agenda item is likely to result in us moving into executive session. And so the question is, do we want to move into executive session allowing the gallery to recess? I want to try and make this as functionally seamless.
Point of personal privilege.
So there's a privilege is privileged.
The live stream is now.
It is?
Down now?
Again? Okay.
Maybe on.
It's been crashing off and on all morning. Reports I'm getting.
Mr. Goldstein, do you have a?
I have a motion.
Okay.
I move that we move into executive session following a 10-minute recess to consider the executive director search.
Dr. Lark's going to point out. Dr. Lark's pointing out that I shouldn't have recognized you because Mr. Redpath was still.
I'm sorry.
Still had the floor, and thank you.
I simply was going to say I think it's inevitable we're going to go into executive session over this.
It is. So what I would. Just want to make it logistically work. I would propose that we move to the next agenda item. We open the next agenda item, and then we rise into executive session. And at the beginning of executive session, the committee will be at ease to take a recess, and the gallery will take a longer recess. Does that work for everyone? Does that keep us all right? Huh? Right, so we've now moved to the agenda item that you requested, Mr. Smith. Do you have a motion?
I would like to make a motion to move to
Pardon me.
talk about the names of the
The gentleman has to cite justification.
Yeah, you have to give a reason.
He did.
You did. Confidential
discuss,
staff matters.
Yeah, staff matters.
Personnel matters.
Personnel matters. All right. So with that, we will turn off the recording. We will rise into executive session. Everyone who is not an LNC member or alternate needs to leave the room. All recording devices need to be off. And sorry, all recording devices are off. In place, no one else is going to walk in front of your screen. And so, Mr. O'Shea, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Well, first of all, I want to say I don't usually do like any kind of group thing, so I'm just a shaken with this one. So please bear with me as I do this. Usually, most of the stuff I do is kind of behind the scenes. I do the graphics, I coordinate and stuff like that. And this is not my thing, so just keep that in mind. Some of y'all know me. My name's Ken O'Shea, or O'Shea, or Kieran. I kind of get everything and respond to everything. So anyway. First, I want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to do this. I really, I look at this as an opportunity. It's not just for the work that I do, but for the work of spreading liberty. Like, I don't know how many of y'all know this, but we started Mad Status about a little over a year ago. I started it with no clients, no money, no customers, no market, no emails. Basically, just like I'm gonna stop what I've been doing, the graphics and the work that I've been doing before, and really commit to where my principles are, which is expanding liberty. It's kind of like all I think about, to be honest with you. So I looked at it like as a mission. I'm only telling you this so you understand where I'm going with this partnership. Is there are a lot of sites like there are a lot of sites out there that start off with memes or opinions or things like that. But for me, I'm like not independently wealthy. I don't have a sugar mom and daddy cousin or anything like that. And my relatives in Nigeria weren't relatives, that. Anyway, so the point where I was looking at this is what do I want to do? I want to expand liberty. What does it take generally to expand liberty? It takes money. And so the swag did two things for me. It gave me a chance to spread a message. And not just a logo on a shirt or something that people wear when they're around a bunch of other people who agree with them, but something that caused people to say, what does that mean? Or whatever, start a conversation. Because that's how you expand liberty to people that's outside your circle. You start conversations. So, let's see, so who we are. Matt said this, we started a year and a half ago. We worked on about 40 campaigns with libertarians around the country with 8 affiliates. I gave away about $15,000 last year in graphics pro bono work. For, where am I going with that next slide? Okay. So kind of what we do. When I started this in the beginning, I looked around at the different sites, like Liberty Maniacs, Libertarian Countries, and other big sites. Some of the Etsy sites, and there was one thing that I noticed through most of them. It's a lack of variety, choice, and quality. And I don't know about y'all, I love cool shirts, right? So you don't want to wear something that you only, again, wear to maybe wash your car or something like that. You want to like it, and you want to wear it, and you want other people to see it. And so our designs are, they are a mix of very just traditional libertarian themes and ideas, and then some that are more, I want to say edgy, but kind of edgy. But the point is giving quality, giving good service, giving variety, because everything's about choice now. Whether you talk about your iPhone cover or the leggings that you wear, or the dress, or something like that, and everybody wants to customize. This past year we did $46,000 in sales for a site that I started with nothing on it. And again, I don't have where I'm going with this. Y'all have much further reach than I do, and I did that out with no budget and no help. So anyway, 500 customers, repeat customers last year was our cycle. The next one.
Okay.
Okay. And these next few are just to kind of give you an illustration of probably libertarians that you know that have bought from the site or whatever. And there's some in that, but I also have like 150 more if you want a copy, people that you know in the community. So there's Kenya's, which she was really awesome. I met her at NOLA. It was a lot of fun. And then Big Tom, Liberty Claus, who's actually probably been one of the biggest supporters I've had since I started this. One of the most ardent. And then I don't know if y'all know Sherry in Tennessee, yeah, she's again another person I met early on when I started this, and who stayed along for the ride.
I don't know if you know this asshole.
Oh my gosh.
That guy.
We worked on, we did the graphics for the Arvron campaign, and we changed it up based on what they wanted to where it wasn't like a traditional T-shirt. It was a
Yay, my shirt. Yeah, here.
Yeah.
That's as far as we go here.
Thanks. Thanks for stopping.
If you want to make it to chair.
Wrong caucus.
But most of that's what we did that. There's some in that packet that have some of the samples, but again, we did so many, I only could pick a few because I didn't want to overload you.
Caryn, if I may say something real quick on this shirt.
Sure.
This shirt got washed no less than 30 times. Like, I washed the hell out of this shirt because, we were usually eating in the car, driving around, and of course I would spill something on it every time.
I'm pretty sure it's got a stain there still somewhere.
But the point is that, I'm really happy with this shirt. Like, it's not low quality at all.
So you're both clean and not at the same time. But the shirt's awesome either way.
The shirt is awesome either way, yes. But the point is that it is high quality, and I was very satisfied in the idea that we didn't have to on the campaign fool with any order fulfillment at all was awesome, because I had a big enough headache with yard signs getting those out that I did not need to be also worried about mailing shirts all over the damn state. So.
And speaking on quality, like the difference, obviously, let's say that we did partner somehow, you would have a lot of selection in which shirts you wanted, like the quality and stuff like that. The ones that I use for mine are all like Belling Canvas and Next Level, and again, my thing was quality. I wanted to build a brand, something that people came back to, and again, they wore wherever they went. So, so most of the shirts I pick are higher quality shirts. They cost a little more than, say, like your basic Gildan that you buy in bulk. But the quality is better, the way it feels, and the way it holds the ink is better too. So, so anyway, so yeah, there's Big Ken. David Johnson, I don't know if y'all know him, in Washington, but we actually they were the first affiliate that we started working with, and we were actually in the process, a side note to this, starting next week or the week after, we're starting like an LP affiliate page. So it's for county and state and other local LP affiliates to have their own, sell their own swag. And so it's the fulfillment and everything. It's like a separate store that's kind of broken off of my main site. So yeah, there's big thing. And then the proposal, and y'all can read that when you want to. It's a basic proposal. Terms can be changed. We can move it around. I didn't include numbers because I really wanted this whole thing to be more start of a two-part conversation. One, you like the idea, you want to do some changes, and if you come to that conclusion, then we can start. You can pick somebody, whether it's a group or one person or whoever, then we can start working out the numbers because you have lots of choices. You can pick, again, styles, colors. Like on my site, for example, I have 8 variations of men's and women's shirts, and that's not including hoodies and other things. And you can literally turn that into like almost 45 different colors. To give you another example, there's this one shirt I have that says Libertarian since 1971, and I have literally sold 60 of those shirts, and I have never once sold the exact same shirt, same color, same style. And my point where I'm going with that is if I had only sold black and white, say a black shirt with white lettering, I might sell 1, I might sell 5. But what am I really trying to do besides just sales? Is to get a message out there, because you want people talking about whatever it is. I do want to say that there's a couple things about this proposal that's different than what other people might bring to you. I'm not asking you for money. I'm not coming saying stick, $15,000, $100,000 in my pocket, and this is what we're going to do. The way it generally works right now, let's say that you go onto the site and you buy a shirt. That shirt's not printed until you pay for it. So you're not sitting on $30,000 in t-shirts you can't sell. No expenditures. The only thing you do in this is you save your own man hours from people having to do fulfillment, but you make money at the same time. So there's savings on the labor side of it, but you also actually make money, and you actually have nothing. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to focus. Now, I will say one other thing before we do the Q&A is I understand the idea of that you want to preserve a logo or the color scheme or like that, but this really gives you a lot of choices because you're not stuck again with one design that you're hoping sells. You can literally do almost any variation that you want, and you're not out money if it doesn't sell. You just add variety to your store, and that gets more people buying it because they get more choices, more exposure. So anyway, I'm sorry. So if y'all have any questions, feel free to ask.
Mr. Nana's been very patient.
It's more just a comment.
Louder.
Sure, I'll stand up. It's more just a comment, having worked with Caryn several times. He has the quickest turnaround of any graphic designer I've ever worked with. So if there's a popular design that we want to put on a t-shirt, we want it to be in the store within a week, we can probably make that happen. And it's always professional quality work, and like you said, he can do pretty much anything. And he also allows you to customize the stuff. So.
Alex, Richard.
Yep, one logistic thing, because I remember when I was doing my 2016 campaign, we had to use a similar service, but always one of the issues was they had to collect certain information to comply with FTC laws. Okay, cool.
And I'll also say too, I do my own printing, so I don't vendor it out anymore. There's only 1 or 2 cases where I have to do that. Let's say it's like sublimation print or something like that. I don't do sublimation, but so yeah, I do my own. So I do my own. So.
That was wrong. You haven't broken a presentation yet today.
Do you want
me losing your touch. Ms. Billiou?
Is it may be in here, I haven't read through it yet. Is it just t-shirts?
No, t-shirts, well, the reason I put those in there is because that's probably the bulk of what I do is. Okay. But like I said, if you follow this conversation through and y'all are interested in it, we can break it down into, obviously there's some things that I can't do. Like I would have to vendor out, say a print, like a pen or something like that. I would have to do that, but I could. And the only case, I'll also say, that you would ever have any money out front is if you wanted something like that. Like if you wanted me to order 5,000 pens. I'm not independently wealthy, so, but if that makes sense. But literally, yeah, I can print just about anything, and then if y'all want to do it either as, I don't know, just plain fulfillment, or having it hosted, say, on like a sub-site or whatever, and basically forwarding to my I can still do that way.
Richard, round
So,
two.
so this is your proposal's based on a profit sharing model.
Yes.
So what do you find is profitable as far as a price point for the products, compared to what we have, say, on the store right now, where we have to buy everything in front and try and get rid of it? How much would our prices increase or change on the websites?
Well, I think part of it is going to depend on variety. I mean, I don't want to say it like that. I think when you stick with one design and only give people one choice for two, you limit your sales opportunities. But let's say you did it like that. You did it as a fulfillment thing, print on demand. Depending on the shirt style you pick, like I'll give you an example. Like my base shirt it's like a soft style shirt, and that means it's like that soft, right? But I think production costs on that are around $11, something like that, and that's just the time to do it, the ink and stuff like that. But everything over so for example, my base shirt is $22 on my site, so it costs me $11 to print. So that gap is all profit. So it depends as far as the numbers would be what y'all want to do.
22 shipped or 22 plus shipping?
I do different specials sometimes. So sometimes I get free shipping or whatever. But
you've got a 50% gross.
Yeah. And usually higher than that. There's I just about said something I shouldn't, so I'm gonna walk that one back. There is it would the final numbers again, like if y'all like this idea, then we could sit and negotiate profit on the different shirts, because a lot of it depends. I mean, you can either set it as a percentage, that this is how much you want, or a dollar amount, this is how much you want to make on each one. But I'll tell you, like my base shirt, like most of them, again, I make about, depending on, make about $10, almost $10 a shirt after shipping, and the bulk of my sales last year came from that. And I'll say this too, this is what I'm so excited about with this, is because it's like I did all of my sales off of my Facebook page, not my business page, my personal page. They were all generated from there. And y'all have a much further reach with your mailing list. I mean, like, if you get people who like your, like if you, I'm trying not to say anything nasty about the LP store, but there is room for improvement. And the point is, again, getting people to wear your stuff. So, sorry.
I'm going to go to Justin, then Lauren, then John.
I had a question for Lauren. What's our profit point per piece in the LP store?
You're going to hear a lot about this in the staff report.
Okay.
We have very profitable items right now.
There's a range. Lauren, did you want to say something other than that? Okay.
I was going to say in the staff report, I'll talk more about it.
And just, neither here nor there on that. The direction that we've chosen to take the store and what we've chosen to optimize, be it the financial aspect of it or getting the message out, the room for improvement may be from choices that are made rather than lack of execution. Was that cryptic enough?
May I elaborate?
Go ahead.
So,
speak in English, since I can't.
I have a different philosophy for LP store than what has been
What was the word
happening
again?
over the past few years, and we're in the process of enacting a lot of that. I'll give a lot more specifics here in the next presentation, but I do think we can make more profit off of LP store, and I've been proving that over the last few months. We have things right now with an ROI of 900%. So I'm taking that direction. We're increasing variety. So I very much share the desire to do that. But we need to talk more about what is going on and what the current thinking is. But I don't feel like that really fits taking up Caryn's precious time during his proposal.
Well, so.
And Mr. Phillips is actually next, and then I'll come to you.
You answered my question already.
Okay, go ahead.
So this is a follow-up then for you, Lauren.
Mm-hmm.
If we decided as a LNC to say we want to do a partnership like this, would we still be able to supplement our own things that we're having good profitability off and supplement it with our cloth market, basically, our soft good market?
I think, yes, it depends on the agreement, but I think it could get very complicated in a hurry, and I think you need to have a better understanding of what we are currently moving towards before you start thinking about some of this too much. You need to know what we're working on first.
Can I redirect your question?
Yes, please.
Okay. I believe what I heard was you were asking Caryn whether or not
Yeah.
the general proposal was for some sort of exclusive or displacement of LP Store, or if it was more of a supplement in which, like Ricardo posited, everyone does the thing that they're best at doing.
That was going to be my fault.
I figured that was probably what you were saying.
I'm still lost in translation on that one.
Yeah, see. So
basically,
if we were to sign an agreement
Fair
with
enough.
you, would that be you replacing us in the store, or could this be some sort of a shared project?
It could be. I mean, it could honestly be whatever you want it to be. It's customizable. So it's really kind of this really is an idea.
Let me. Can I put a fine point on it, please? Just.
I feel like
we're
thinking the same.
Real concrete example. If you're good at shirts, but you don't carry inventory and you'd have to be farming out pins anyway, could we keep doing pins and you did shirts?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
No, you can do. Yeah, you can do
I think that's what he's asking.
No, that's
in
yeah,
English.
absolutely. Yeah, you can do absolutely what you want on that. Also, too, I'll say this on the shirt prices. The shirt prices are based on a print on demand. That is, you don't have inventory. You're not investing the for example, generally like when you do bulk orders, say on screen printing or something like that, you're still going to pay, depending on the quality of your shirt. If you get a crappy shirt like a Gildan, you're going to pay. The blanks cost about $1.50. You have about $2 in printing costs, but beyond that, you pay your printer. So you're still looking at $7, $8 a shirt, depending on how many you order. Well, I mean, if you still wanted to do, like, for example, if you wanted to hire profit on a shirt, then that's going. There's a trade-off. There's a trade-off in having a shirt printed that you paid nothing for, that the customer paid for, and you get the revenue. And there's another thing to say, okay, you know what? But this style of shirt is what we want. We know this is going to sell. We know it's going to do good. Then we can do a screen printing and drop your cost, which is going to increase your profit. But that would require something that I'm not trying to make you do in this. And that is, I'm not trying to say I want money to do this, you know. But that's something that you could do. We could work out an agreement on that. So.
Mr. Phillips, are you? You were in and you were out. You were in and you were out.
Keep answering my questions as they come up. So.
Okay. Mr. Nicola.
Question for Lauren. Do you know what our current labor cost is on handling, shipping and handling of shirts?
It varies so substantially, I can't put a number on it. We are getting some very good profit off of shirts. And this, if we started farming out all of our shirts, it would really change our staffing situation in ways that would have other ramifications. That would be better to talk about in a closed session.
Other questions for Mr. O'Shea? There's a lot of people at the end of the table that sort of like their arms are either sluggish from pizza or something. Ms. Mattson, was it?
No, I was stretching.
Mr. Smith? Ms. Harlos has a real hand all the way up.
All the way up. So what I think of when I'm hearing what you're saying is perhaps to have a larger variety, because sometimes in order for us to make profit, can't have a million different things. We'll find one design that works really well. And perhaps there's a smaller market share for something that says, taxes are revolting, why aren't you? An old slogan we used to.
Race.
Yeah. And that would make sense because it's a print on demand type thing. Because we used to hear all the time when Star Child was on the LNC with a lot of various ideas that I thought were really good ideas, but they weren't practical because it wasn't going to sell them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I do just want to add to that too. This is what's nice about this too, is because a lot of us are do the Facebook thing, we do the politics because that's what we do, but not everybody else is like that. Not everybody in the world's like that. They don't read politics every day. They don't do that. But this, for example, this would give you a chance to take a meme that went, let's say, well on Facebook or something like that you really like, get it made into a shirt, and there's no risk, because if it doesn't sell, you take it down, and you put no money out for it. But if it does work, and you've got however many people that buy that shirt, and share it, and you share the again, it's about spreading the message. So.
And it can be short term.
Oh, it can be however long you want. You can take it up, take it down, because again, you're not out anything. You haven't bought 1,000 shirts or something.
And you're not seeking any profits on anything if it doesn't sell. So if we haven't thrown out there.
Well, again, the only thing that'll cost you money in this is if you say, you know what, we want this shirt bulk printed because we believe it's going to sell. And that would be the only upfront money. Otherwise, basically what happens, and we can even restructure that. Basically what happens, customer pays for shirt, I do fulfillment, I print the shirt. I mean, I print and do fulfillment, ship it. So.
Ms. Doherty?
I'm going to respond to what Caryn Ann said. We actually have a campaign going on right now with pretty much exactly what you're saying.
Right.
And it's going exceptionally well. So I'll comment more about that shortly, but I wanted to let you know we are.
Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking because I was paying attention to that. Yeah.
Good idea.
It's working.
Other questions?
Well, I'm yeah.
Yes.
So this isn't to break the presentation or anything like that. I'm curious. You said you wanted to do this in two parts. One, a general agreement, and two, maybe a sit down at a table type thing.
I think there's so many variables because there's so many ways you can do this. Like this was to get the idea across. Again, because to me it's not. Y'all can obviously do what you want, but this is not just about money. It's not just about making money. It's about spreading a message that resonates with people outside of our own circles. We can go to conventions together, and we can do things together, and we can see our own shirts together. But that's not going to convince somebody out there that I never thought of that. I never saw that. And again, you can still do. I'm not trying to get off the thing. It's like you can still do a basic, your basic logo with your basic colors, and that's it. But this gives you the options to do whatever you want to. And you don't there's no risk. The only risk is it doesn't sell. Doesn't sell, take it down.
So then the actual question that I have is how quickly would you be looking for an answer from this body to go to the next step if we decide to?
So the two things is this step, which is a conversation whether you like the idea or not, or even want to explore it. And if you do, I mean, it's up to you. A couple weeks, a month, whatever. I mean, the idea is just to start this journey. And then once you decide on it, we can sit down, however y'all want to do it, and start going through options. Yeah.
Mr. Hewitt?
I sure hope he doesn't want to push a Santa one because he's basically somebody who gives away stuff for free. has a bunch of
But it's voluntary.
And he's got a good market that isn't old enough to vote. So I see absolutely just because he looks like Tom Arnold.
Well, I've got my suspicions.
It's only if you're on the good list.
You might want to look at I have my little cheat sheet too.
That's nice. Other questions for Mr. O'Shea? I will indulge Mr. Longstreth one more time.
I know. I'm sorry, guys. So my other question then is if we were to come to some sort of an agreement, would you be asking us to only put our designs that are partnered with you, or would you be asking us to also share some of your designs?
No, I mean, I hate to make this sound like so open, but it really is. So it's almost like going to a buffet or something, and when you're like, oh, I want the apple, and I want this, or probably a hospital thing is a better example, right? When you go through their food list, it's kind of like you pick what you like, you leave off what you don't, you frame it how you want to, and then whatever we come to is what we come to. Because that really.
So you really want this as open as possible, as comfortable.
And I mean that for y'all. For me, I'm like, I don't mind getting locked into something because I'm doing the same thing regardless of whether y'all are on.
You're going to continue to do what you're doing, regardless of whether or not we do what you're doing with you.
Yes. Yes.
Fair enough.
So yes. But I'll say this too. I had a couple other things. I had a couple of real quick points I was going to make.
Where are we on time? You have a soft 5 minutes.
Soft. I won't even take 5.
Okay.
Side point. You know what? I really appreciate y'all's patience with this and for tolerating my poor presentation skills. But thank you for listening. I really do appreciate y'all giving me the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Karen?
Is anybody missing an iPad?
Actually,
is anyone missing an iPad? It could be Robert's. Where'd you find it?
Outside on one of the tables.
I think it's Robert Kraus. I think I did see him with one of the probably is.
Oh yeah, if that's the iPad, I think it is. Wait, who's that?
It's got a pen on the side, on the case.
Does it have any name that you can see inside or anything?
Members with David Boaz, Steve Horowitz.
That's probably Andy Craig.
Yeah.
Andy's probably the biggest David Bose fan locally. All right, we are at 2:10, and we will now move into staff reports.
I was gonna move this projector because unless you want me to not.
You want to give him his notepad back or something, or what? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, it's cool. I'll stand by.
We're gonna.
Yeah. Is this okay here generally?
Generally, yes. I'll try not to move it. I'll turn it back.
Yeah, don't turn it off. Lauren, do you need anything set up other than,
I'm ready.
obviously?
Don't knock it off.
Yeah,
That's the important part.
Which one? Go to the north or the south?
And just so everybody is aware, we are somewhat behind in our schedule.
No.
We will catch up quite a bit during the afternoon, assuming everybody cooperates.
Pretty optimistic.
What a hell of an assumption.
I'll limit my questions to one topic.
I find my assumptions do better when I work on them.
Well, we could make Richard the same deal we made with Caryn with emails.
Well,
charge him for every question over so many.
Oh yeah.
Oh, but I'm willing to pay. See, that's the thing. It's worth it to me.
It's gonna be like that.
I'm not.
It's gonna be like that ad-free app.
Oh, I don't know. Richard might be too, but I'm just saying that doesn't work with me. I consider
All right,
that
Lauren,
like a
you
challenge.
have the floor when you want it.
Alrighty.
Mr. Merced has the gavel from.
Hello, everybody.
Guten Tag.
This is the staff report section. My name is Lauren Doherty. I'm the interim executive director. We have a few other staffers here today. Eric Dixon, would you stand up? Eric Dixon, he does so many things for us, including editing LP News and various technology things. Eric, would you like to say anything?
Sure. For those of you who don't know me, I was originally hired on staff by Carl Howell in 2012. It was actually my second stint on staff. I left for about 2.5 years to work as the editor for Atlas Network, but ultimately decided, I did a lot of great work there, but ultimately decided the mix of the range of things I get to do here more suited my skill set. So I do writing, editing, publication design, website design, coding, management, video editing, audio editing.
Theme contest updates.
What's that?
Theme contest updates.
Yes, theme contest updates, also for website management. Blast emails, list management. I help out with other things as needed, like computer software troubleshooting, graphic design, social media.
Posting my minutes.
Presentations for award ceremonies. So
Eric's a Renaissance man, and we are thankful to have him on the team. We have Tyler Harris, who does a variety of things, including lots of membership services, customer service. He recently finished updating, how many addresses was it?
Approximately 2,000.
Yes. So we sent out an email saying, hey, this is the address we have on file for you. Is it correct? If not, let us know. 2,000 people responded, which is huge for us. And Tyler had the duty of going in and making all of those changes. It was a labor of love, and we are grateful for his good spirit through it all. But 2,000 email or address changes. And so Tyler does a variety of things like that. And Tyler, I'll bring you back up in a minute to do membership report. Great. And then I believe everybody knows Robert Kraus. Robert is our operations director. Robert, do you want to say anything?
I'll do it,
But you do it well.
But you do it really well. Thank you.
So I have to give Robert a lot of credit. When I inherited this job as interim ED, I also inherited $150,000 worth of bills. And that has been our #1 goal over the last few months, is paying all of those off. And the whole team has been very helpful on this. Every single person on the team has looked for ways to save money and economize. And additionally, I haven't heard one single whiny comment from any of them throughout all of that time. And that is exceptional. And they all deserve a lot of credit for that. But Robert in particular deserves a lot of credit, because without him, we could not have managed all of this so seamlessly. So Robert,
So as I mentioned, we've made great progress on paying off all those bills. As of Monday or Tuesday, we will have paid off all of them.
Well, we'll see what we do at the meeting.
Yeah, true. True. And on that note, I will be a constant squeaky wheel for the foreseeable future until we have a healthy financial reserve. Because if we do not have that, we risk sliding back into all of this again. And I'm the person who has to be with Robert and tell people, hey, look, we can't pay you right now. And no one wants to be in that position, and we don't want the organization to be in that position. So that financial reserve is very important. I'd like to give the floor to Tyler for a moment to talk about membership. He is going to present the content for Jess Mears and himself. So Tyler, go for it.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you to the LNC members. I'm just going to touch on some bullet points. I'm sensitive to the issues of time, but I would refer you for more detail to both Jess's written report and my own. Lauren already mentioned the 2,000 responses that we generated. We sent out an email in January under the subject line, "Have you moved?" and asked our constituents to get back to us and let us know if the contact information we had for them was out of date or needed to be changed. We got 2,000 replies, either through our web form or directly replying to that email. Each of those replies over the next several months received a personal response back as we updated the information in our systems. So that created about 2,000 very positive touch points with our constituents where we got to have an interaction, and the responses were generally good. Generated a few renewals and donations directly as a result of those interactions, but also just built up a lot of goodwill, I think. So it was a very successful email. Membership team has also been testing different methods for acquiring new memberships. One of the things that we tried is incremental gifts with the different membership levels. We found that moving an apparel item as a promotional to the bronze level membership as opposed to the basic incentivized a lot of upgrades when we attempted it. Another thing that we experimented with was what we called our vintage promo, where we offered a drawstring bag with the vintage LP logo on it, along with 5 of our new button designs. It's a very inexpensive thing for us to offer in terms of our cost as a promotional item. And in Jess's report, you'll read that it had 94 transactions that generated $3,600 in just the first 2 weeks. That was at the time of the writing of the report. As we stand here today, it's over 200 transactions as a result of that promotion that have generated over $9,300 in new memberships and renewals. Again, a reasonably low cost by comparison to some other promos we've done in the past approach. One of the other things the membership team worked on is the comment box at lp.org/join. There's always been a box at the end of our membership form that just said comments, optional. That was changed to say, let us know why you're joining or provide feedback to our team. And it's generated a large number of very positive testimonials that Jess in particular has spearheaded going through and reaching out to folks that have written us and asking, can we use this testimonial, and starting a dialogue and a conversation right there at the point where somebody's joined. I know most of you are probably aware of the park cleanups events that happened around the government shutdown. Of course, one occurred on the National Mall, but there were over 20 cleanups around the country, generated dozens of media hits. And the map that we put together displaying all those nationwide so that our members could connect up with things that were happening in their local areas. That map was viewed by over 20,000 people. Finally, we have a student intern, HQ intern, named Nikola Damjanovic. I'll get it, I promise. Sorry, Nick, if you're watching the stream. But he's been coming on and helping Jess under Jess's supervision with a number of research projects, learning about what we do at HQ, working on social media items, working on some items for some of our publications, and you'll be able to read all about him in an upcoming Pledge News, I'm told. So more information forthcoming there.
Thank you, Tyler.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Doherty. I know some people are getting cold, but I know I'm not the only one who feels
It's hot now.
right now. I assure you of that.
Okay.
Robert,
It's,
can you?
it's
Oh, yeah.
warm in here.
Robert will go take care of it. Thank you, Robert.
I was sweating a little bit earlier, but
So-
I knew others were
Mr.
cold.
Molman.
I would just note that the temperature in the room is 76 degrees.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
Okay, there you go.
I usually keep
A lot of hot air being generated.
All right.
I'm about to die.
It will be taken care of. We'll move. We'll get back to. Dr. Lark, did you have something before she continues?
Oh, I guess a point of personal privilege. I had the honor of addressing the LibertyCon 2019 event in Washington, D.C. This is the annual International Conference of Libertarian Students. And I'd like to compliment the staff members, particularly Ms. Mears and Mr. Harris, for the outstanding job that they did. They really did us proud, and so I think we owe them.
Thank you, Dr. Lark. Next topic, fundraising events. In January, we hosted a high-dollar fundraising dinner in Salt Lake City featuring Patrick Byrne. We have not done very many events of this nature. The only other high-dollar per plate fundraising event that we really do is the dinner at the National Convention, which is priced at $100-ish. We priced these tickets at $500, and we sold out very, very rapidly. The dinner went very well. Mr. Byrne was happy, we were happy, the donors were happy, great success. So this has inspired us to go forward and try more similar events. So along those lines, we have a boat cruise in Sacramento. I don't have enough for everybody to have one, but if you want one, take one. And Whitney's also going to pass around this bag of buttons. We'll talk more about the buttons in a minute, but feel free to take a couple buttons if you want them. So this boat cruise will be in May. Again, $500 a ticket, and it's a great way to build more relationships with donors at these higher levels, which our organization very much needs to do if we want to grow financially. Next topic, State of the Union address.
Go ahead.
There are a few things that people expect national political parties to do. One of which is put a presidential candidate on a ton of ballots. One of which is have a headquarters in the D.C. area. And one of which is have a State of the Union address or response, depending on how you want to frame it. Staff is constantly looking for ways to continue to polish what we do on behalf of the party, continue to polish the party's presentation to the world. And so for this year, we wanted to have a really, really good State of the Union. And of course, this was the wacky year where the State of the Union address, the official one, done by our illustrious leader, was moved, so this further complicated things. But we put together a very nice address. Andy Craig wrote it. Thank you, Andy. You did a great job. And our very own Jeff Hewitt delivered it. Thank you, Jeff. And Boomer Shannon. Boomer is not in the room, I don't believe, but he produced it. And our media team marketed it to the media. This was a great success with our members and donors. We didn't receive really a single complaint about it. And with Libertarians, that is a great, great success. Yes. So part of the intention behind doing a bigger push on State of the Union this year was we wanted to be able to learn some lessons in 2019 so we could do it even better in 2020. Naturally, the stakes are higher in 2020. Let's learn our lessons in 2019 and then prepare for 2020. So we hired a professional TV studio. They filmed it. We learned lessons throughout the process, which again will be useful for next year. So job well done on that one. We have a new website called 22trillion.org. That number is rather magical because it is the scariest number in America. It's our national debt. The other parties have not been speaking out much about this topic, and so we are going to be more visible and more vocal on it, and I think it's a great way for us to pull some new people in, so we'll be launching that very soon. You can see the new branding on 22trillion.org.
That's an LP site?
It is an LP site. Eric Dixon built it himself. And we also own 23 trillion, 24 trillion. We're Yes, Jeff.
How would you spell that website?
22trillion.org. And then later, when it hits 23, we've also got 23 trillion and me, which is clever. Nick came up with that one.
Oh, that is great.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
So
I wish I'd known about that 22 trillion. I had a radio interview recently, and I think I told you about that. And I talked about the national debt and the 22 and broke it down and everything. And if I'd known, I would have plugged that website.
Good.
But that's still good to know for future opportunities. Yeah.
Well, we've been working to get it activated, so it's only just this week ready for use. Next topic is LP Store. So my philosophy on LP Store is that we need to turn a profit on some things. There are things like yard signs that we should probably market at cost, but we should turn some profits on certain things. So for example, you may have seen these little guys. I've only got 4 because we sold out so fast. So take that for what it's worth, but we can pass those around.
Now $500 a piece, right?
Yeah, for the right donation. We have more ordered. They'll be here in a few days. But these pens have been phenomenally successful. We sold out within 24 hours.
They look really good on a lapel.
Hedgehogs.
And they have the highest ROI of anything that we've had on LP Store that I am ever aware of. We get 900% return on this. Costs us between $1 to $2 to produce them, depending on volume, and we can market them and get $10 a piece for them. So I think that is a great, great success and a testament to what we can do when we use creative thinking on these items. Other items, Whitney had the bag going around of the buttons. Those again have an ROI of about 400%, 3 to 400% depending. And they're also just really nice, cheap items for people. And that's when we're marketing them for about $1. So we can make those super cost effective, and they're great for promos, for membership, as Tyler mentioned. On shirts, if you look in my report on the online system, you'll see a little photo on the 4th page of these pastel shirts. Okay, so I schemed these up because I wanted a limited edition experiment. Okay, we're probably not going to stock LP Store with tons of porcupine shirts that are pink, right? Probably not going to happen. But we can I didn't see that. No offense. But seriously, like we can't stock 500 shirts willy-nilly, right? I mean, but we can do these limited edition runs, and then that way we get more variety out there that people like. They're more motivated to buy them because they know they're not going to be around forever. And a lot of our members who want shirts, they already have all the stuff we have on LP Store. So we need more variety. Doing it in limited editions, I think, is a great way to minimize our risk. We have not bought these yet. We will take orders for a couple weeks, then we will buy them. So no risk, no money out. And within 24 hours, we sold $3,000. The ROI on these is over $10 a shirt. So that is the direction that I am actively working on with our staff. I think over the coming months, you'll see more and more of these types of items. And obviously some will do better than others, and that's fine. We need to experiment. We need to try new things. But that is what we're actively doing. And we could talk more about that in a minute if you wish. The state CRM now has 20 states on it. Candidate recruitment for 2019, we have 285 prospects, 127 declared, and 67 already scheduled to be on the ballot. For 2020...
Could you repeat that number?
Yes. So for 2019, we have 285 prospective candidates. 127 of them have declared that they're running, and 67 are currently scheduled to be on the ballot. For 2020, we have over 300 prospects. And the last point is on Facebook. Jess reviewed applications from quite an extensive number of people who wanted to help in a major leadership role on our Facebook page. And she and Nick and I agreed that Keith Thompson would be a very good person to trust with leading our Facebook presence. And so he's been very actively at work on that, and I see great movement on it, and we're excited to see what he does. With that, I am happy to take questions on anything you wish.
Given the push with the LP Store to find more limited short-term things, do you think there is merit in Caryn's proposal of something that could run concurrent to LP Store where the LP store does its thing, but he's gonna keep doing his own thing, why don't we jump on it anyways?
He should do his own thing. He should. Like, I'm glad he's out there doing it. He can do things with his own thing that we can't do with LP Store. So there are some messages that we could not necessarily put out on shirts through LP Store that he can. So power to him on that stuff, okay? I do not think it is wise for us to divide up our official thing on 2 different sites. I think that's going to confuse people. lbstore.org is a great URL. It's a great brand, and everybody here knows your URL matters a great deal on your branding. We have various systems in place, including staffing, that would be greatly affected if we were to shift some of this. And again, those kind of things would be very important to discuss ahead of time and should be done in closed session. My recommendation to the LNC would be wait 6 months, let staff show you what we can do. We've got great things coming. And that porcupine pen is a great testament to that. 900% ROI. It's awesome.
Excuse me, when you say ROI, you mean gross profit? I mean.
So we sell it for $10, costs us $1 to produce it, so we
Gross.
9 times.
No, that doesn't, you aren't amortizing fulfillment cost.
I am
Because
not.
there was a previous question
I am
about,
not.
okay.
Yeah.
That's what she's trying to say. She's not here, so I hope you pass it along to Jess. People have been like congratulating me on the national park cleanup. I've tried to communicate with people, so I'm going to communicate with everybody here. We put, DC Libertarian Party put our name on it, but it would not have happened but for Adam Theo at LP Nova and Jess Mears. I mean, we brought people, they organized the whole thing and made sure media was there and made sure supplies were there and everything. So certainly please pass along to Jess. Amazing job.
I will. And we saw that as a great opportunity to try some more grassroots outreach and try to get earned media, and it was fabulously successful on earned media. We have received more media attention from that than any press release we've put out in a very, very long time. So it was very successful, and we're looking for other ways to try to spark similar results in the future.
And actually, that's what I was going to piggyback on, was just that Jess approached me a month or so ago, and we've been kind of working on it. If you guys would help spread the word, we'd like to get a similar thing for a tax day protest. We've got one in my county chapter's doing one. We're trying to spread the word on that. Get a similar thing going. We're going to burn the tax code.
All of it?
That's like a huge bonfire, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, we're going to do it a little bit at a time.
That's the printing cost.
Yeah, that was expensive.
How many states are paying for the maintenance thing for the CRM?
I don't know the current number. It's several-ish. Tim, do you know the number?
I don't know.
It's not a huge number.
No. And
Robert, do you know the number?
There are some states that actually want to and can't. My own, for example.
I know that there are a number of states that are trying to figure out the FEC thing, that want to pay. I know that there are a few states that are paying. I know of at least, I know one for darn sure, and I know
one for darn
one
sure
state
too.
it's 3 or 4.
I confirmed that during my treasurer's report that I was working on
no
it.
issues, no concerns, because it has to come out of FEC funds and that whole thing. So it's, I know one has actually paid, and I know that.
So a handful is the answer.
We're below 10, and we're definitely below 10% of the states. Well, no, we're roughly 10% of the states in the system.
Follow up though, the ones that are paying, there were tiers. Is it mostly the lowest tier or the high or mixture?
The initial interest seems to be in the higher tier because it gets you more support hours. That's how that's built. And I do know that there's at least one state that's just looking to get the next bump up. So I think having the 2 tiers is beneficial. That a smaller state that wants that extra support but can't afford the higher amount, has that option.
One follow-up, is there an a la carte? Like if they just needed support, pay by the hour type thing?
There is, and that applies to everyone. So even if you get the packages, you need even more time.
Okay.
$180 a month doesn't mean you get to call Andy Burns 40 hours a week. That's not going to work out mathematically. So
if you need extra hours beyond that, that's still an option as well.
Because I know Colorado's doing the highest, and they're very happy with the work that's been done.
I've been talking to David.
Yeah,
quite
he's
bit
a
lately,
doll.
and,
Yeah.
You know, a lot of these states the projects go pretty good. It's just that everybody wants everything and they want it now, and it's like, okay, it takes time. We'll get there.
They're keeping Andy very busy. And he's very happy to be very busy helping them. It's good stuff. Anybody else?
Side note on that, I approached him on a concern that North Dakota was having, and he was very helpful immediately, very quickly.
I know membership was touched on, the number of new members we're gaining. Are we tracking what percentage of our members are giving on a monthly basis as opposed to just renewing at new levels? And what percentage is that?
I forget the percentage. We get about $30,000 a month in recurring monthly donations, and that's a delightful number, and we're always working to increase it. I am seeing an increase in how many people come and choose that option. I don't have enough data to tell you exactly what kind of increase that is, but there seems to be an upward trend there, and that may just be excitement in the election cycle moving closer to 2020, but it's very positive, and Jess is doing a great job trying to encourage that. To Robert?
Yeah, in terms of membership, about 15% of our active donors are monthly.
Okay. And then I did see in the written report that lifetime members make up 17% of our total membership. Is there a rough idea of what percentage of lifetime memberships have just kind of gone by the wayside and aren't active anymore versus how many are still active donors?
Well, we count it differently, right? Like when like I'm a lifetime member, but when I give, it's not going to count as a renewal, it just counts as a donation.
Correct.
So some of this gets a little, Robert, do you have a better response for that?
Yeah, first of all, I would say, gosh, almost, not quite half, but a third of our monthly pledgers are lifetime members.
Okay.
So let's start there. So that's a good number of our total lifetime members, or a good percentage of our lifetime members give monthly, and another good percentage give at least several times a year, and I would say maybe about 25% are dead weight, or just people that just aren't giving that much. But then again, they gave us a lot to start with, so.
Right, so I bring that up because there's another organization I work with, we're considering getting rid of lifetime membership because it's led to huge membership numbers, but not much actual revenue because people bought their lifetime membership once and then disappeared.
Right, our lifetime members are some of our best givers. So the opposite is true with us. In fact, more lifetime members would be great, because they do give more than our average regular members.
There are some lifetime members who become a lifetime member with the philosophy that once I do this, I'm done. Like I've done my part, kind of thing. So there's a limit to what you can do about that. But
it is 60 basic years.
We do have post-life membership.
No, it's only an April Fool's joke.
Caryn
How many life members do we have?
Does somebody have the spreadsheet, Robert?
Roughly.
I don't remember.
Hold on, I'll go to OneNote real quick where I'm.
Oh yeah, it's in there.
I
could have looked that up.
No, right around. Lifetime members.
Lifetime,
like
yeah.
1,600 or something, right?
I'm gonna email
get
you
that
with
to you
some
in 1
ideas
second.
on that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Robert?
Okay, so we have a total as of the end of the month of 2658 lifetime members.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Nick?
What do you think that the LNC needs to do over the next 9 months?
I think the LNC needs to prepare for 2020. I think we need to prepare for 2020 in multiple different ways. We don't know how big 2020 is going to be for us. It may be kind of normal-ish compared to some of our election cycles in the past, or it may be a big
Libertarian moment.
Big libertarian moment like 2016 was.
I like that. Let's do that.
Exactly. Or it may be even bigger than 2016 was. was.
We really like that.
Yeah, but we got to be prepared. And I think 2016 caught us by surprise. And so we didn't have things lined up enough to really take as much advantage of those opportunities as we could. So I think this needs to factor into all of our decisions. And we need to have things in mind for these different possibilities. So for example, if someone said to you, hey, a year from now you're going to have $2 million in the bank, what would you do with it? You're going to make very different choices. You're going to make very different choices if you have $2 million in the bank compared to if you have $2,000 in the bank. 2016, we were flush in cash because all of a sudden all these people are coming out of the woodwork. We weren't having to ask them for money; they were just sending it. Tons and tons of new people sending it, and it was glorious. But then we didn't have the infrastructure or the right way to turn around quickly and say, here's the great thing we're going to invest it in that makes a difference. So one of the things I've been working on is thinking through some of those things. So for example, there's an ad agency that made a very successful, like hugely successful ad in 2016. This was the quote dead Lincoln ad for Gary Johnson. It was done by a PAC. And we discovered, Jess Mears was doing some research, and we discovered the name of the ad agency. I was like, that's interesting. I wonder if they're libertarians. Turns out they are. So I've been talking with various people who were involved with that ad, gathering information. I don't have enough information to be prepared to say, hey guys, here's what could happen for us. But I'm getting some of that information so I can give that to you in the not too distant future, in the next several weeks. So I'm looking for opportunities like that. I'm thinking about staff. One of the things that happened in 2016 was that we suddenly had this huge flood of interest for things on LB Store, and part of it, much of it, was because we could ship Gary Johnson signs much faster and much cheaper than the campaign could. One of the absolute best things we did for Gary Johnson was getting those signs out in yards as fast as possible all over the country. And it was great for us too, because we got contact data for all of these people that we wouldn't have gotten contact data for otherwise. So during that time, Wes had to bring on part-time temporary staffers to help ship stuff out the door because we had more orders than we could ship with our existing infrastructure. So we need to be prepared for that kind of thing. We need to have staff prepared. We need to have these various systems prepared so that we're as seamless as possible, so that we're as efficient as possible. You know, Tyler's been working on the info box. I know most people here are probably thinking, oh my gosh, the info box, yeah, that's boring. But no, this is the kind of stuff staff has to deal with every day and make sure we do it right and make sure we have the processes in place to do it well where it doesn't cause various different breakdowns in communication. So we do a whole lot of that stuff that's behind the scenes and not very glamorous, but that matters a great deal and that other people don't care about until something goes wrong. Those are the kind of things we need to be focusing on over the next 9 months to prepare for hopefully very big things in 2020.
Mr. Sheets, without objection.
Would it make sense for us to start thinking about raising money for legal defense and ballot access cases in 2020, like now?
Right now we are trying to raise money for lawsuits in Arkansas and Maine focused on ballot access. The thing is, I don't want to be focusing donors too much on stuff that's hyper-specific that's a long time in the future, unless that is the only thing that's going to get them off the fence. If that's the only thing that's going to get them off the fence, sure. But right now, we need to be raising money on things that build up that reserve and that pay our current bills and that help get us in a much better financial situation. There is a motion that you guys are going to be looking at soon about segregating funds. I see both sides of that argument. I'm not going to speak on that topic right now, but if you make some of those decisions, that will greatly influence what we can and should be fundraising on at any given time. And we can talk more about that when that motion is being discussed.
Mr. Molman, if there's not objection from the body.
I was just going to note, Mr. Smith noted that the live stream is down again. Would you like me to kick it?
Sure.
Okay, Tyler can kick it.
Okay. By the way, for whatever it's worth, staff has been talking about ways to help improve this greatly in Austin. So we do have plans in place for much better things next time.
Okay.
Other questions?
Other questions for Ms. Doherty? Hearing none, thank you, Ms. Doherty.
Thank you.
If you're not going to, she said you're welcome to keep some of the buttons, but the ones you're not going to keep, if you could put back in the bag, that would be awesome.
All right, the next item on the agenda. I left the item of population of the awards committee on the agenda, although Dr. Lark helpfully reminded me that we have not put out an actual call, nor does the awards committee typically operate at this time. So I left it as a placeholder to see what the sense of the body is as far as, do we want to just defer that and push it into the future? Do we want to solicit applicants for that? Mr. Goldstein?
I think if we populate that committee at the Austin meeting, that would be perfectly adequate for the purposes of that committee, and that gives us time to send out a call for applications in the meantime.
Is there any objection to that procedure?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Putting out a call for awards committee applicants in advance of the Austin meeting with the intent to populate it in Austin. Dr. Lark, does that work? For
not by instant runoff voting either.
As an alumnus of the awards committee, I can express my opinion, but it's actually an LNC decision.
Ms. Harlos?
Oh, I thought that was going to be a decision. Whenever we're ready, would you help write down what questions you want, and that way I can get with Andy and getting the application out?
Well, we have the application from last time.
Okay,
yeah, let's just do that.
Perfect, thank you.
Mostly. We'll change the year.
Yeah.
And the location.
Maybe.
That is my intention, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Audit committee?
I'm sorry I interrupted. Julie sent an email and I stuck it in OneNote.
Okay.
Because I asked her for a report.
Do we have an audit committee member? Or would we hear from Mr. Kraus?
Or Mr. Redpath?
Wait, Mr. Redpath. Yep, correct. Is there anything you'd like to regale us with regarding where the audit committee, what they're doing, the ongoing?
Julie will be at the meeting in Austin. That I know.
Okay. Mr. Kraus?
Yeah, the audit is due to take place, I think, second week May. They have all the books and they're reviewing them and coming up with their questions or whatever for the auditor to look at. And I think based on what happened last year, there's no reason why the report wouldn't be ready in draft format for the August meeting.
Okay.
Or end of July meeting.
The next item on the agenda is the affiliate support committee. That is still not chaired. And I went back through my notes and I could not find it if I had volunteers to be the LNC member of the affiliate support committee. Now I do. So anyone who wants to be that person on the affiliate support committee so that we can finish the population of it, please send me an email with that as the subject line with, whatever. Ms. Bilyeu.
I just want to say that people in my region are very eager to see that start up again, so
We got
affiliates want support.
as they should. We're just helping them grow their own wings. Convention oversight, is Mr. Hayes around? Okay. Is there any objection to moving to candidate support while we wait for Mr. Hayes? Candidate support.
I submitted a written report before the deadline, so it's in the package. The one thing that the candidate support committee wanted to get done this year, physically we may not be able to do it, is to schedule 3 candidate recruitment and training workshops around the country. And that would be localized probably here in DC, because we had a very successful one several years ago here, one in the Midwest somewhere, and one on the West Coast. And we would bring in either people from Leadership Institute or our own in-house people and specify nothing but candidate training, how to run a campaign, how to manage a campaign, how to be a candidate, how to speak to the press, everything that you would need to know to be a candidate looking forward to the 2020 election cycle. In our current financial situation, we may not have the seed money to get the 3 of those going this year. Hopefully we'll shoot for at least 1 later on this fall. And I'm willing to entertain questions from anybody else on the LNC that wants to ask. Dr. Clark?
A related question. Mr. Mr. Lyons had talked about something in Massachusetts, New England, that bore some resemblance to what Mr. Goldstein was talking about. What is your perspective on that? What's going on with that?
Yeah, a couple weeks ago, we hosted Leadership Institute training. We had Nathan Fatal, who is, I believe, the department head of the grassroots leadership division of the Leadership Institute. They were in town doing training anyways at Liberty Forum up in New Hampshire, and then they came down on Sunday, and we did an afternoon training. They asked for $30 per attendee. The Libertarian Party of Massachusetts subsidized our members. We had some non-members show up. It does have to be open to anyone who wishes to attend. We can't necessarily say Libertarians only, because Leadership Institute is a nonpartisan organization. But they did mention, and we're planning our convention for July, we'd like to have them come back, and they did mention that if they have larger groups like that, and we can guarantee that there will be X amount of 30 people for 3 hours, that they would not charge or reduce prices and stuff like that. So, but I'm going to be speaking with them to get more details on that, and I can
reach out to me. Maybe we could do something in conjunction.
Connect you with Nathan Paul.
Right.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Ms. Harlos?
I believe I'd asked this before, but I'm getting older. Just because I'm paranoid about it, the convention committee has the whole idea that we are the whole judicial committee thing on your agenda.
Candidate
That
support.
has nothing to do with candidate support.
Oh, I thought this was
No,
convention.
we
Oh,
flipped
duh.
because Daniel wasn't in the room yet.
See, I'm getting old.
Never mind.
I'm
Never
getting
mind.
old.
Other questions for Mr. Goldstein? Hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Convention Oversight Committee.
Sure.
How was
I realize I'm
just a little early.
I got this USB-C stuff and I can't get to that.
Once you hit 50.
Yeah.
Getting fancy. Oh well. See if we can get this on. Yeah, turn it on. So, by the way, the IT department I think is working on it, but like we sent it days or maybe it's more. The report to the secretary and it bounced, which apparently has happened for me with a few emails. So there's like a whole curse thing going on there. But we'll see.
Yeah, that's.
It's on the OneNote.
Yeah, it's in there.
It's in there.
No, he meant the computer.
Wasn't me this time.
Oh, here we are. Now it's awake.
Okay. Okay.
Now it's awake.
Yeah. I'll knock the sign down. Thank you for adjusting the screen vision. Appreciate that. So where is it in there? Yeah, just operate this. Yeah, go ahead and operate this. Okay.
You looking for the report?
Sure. Hold it for it up.
The COC report?
Yes.
You want the edited or the unedited?
You mean the director's cut?
Yes.
Yeah, give me the director's cut.
Okay. You asked for it. Just know that I asked, and I said, we want that.
What are you doing? Strength behind you?
Sit down with the belong in the mail.
I feel better now that the IT guy is like.
Well, Internet
It's really
Explorer.
pretty.
Is that his new title, the IT guy?
The official title, yes.
Everything's still.
We're going to vote on that.
You're not connected.
Oh, that would be why I'm not getting anywhere.
Remember, we heard something earlier in the day about sometimes you think you're on Wi-Fi, but you're not on Wi-Fi?
It's an angry child at the moment. What is going on here? Wi-Fi turned off. Well, that would definitely cause a problem. That would definitely do it.
Have you tried turning it off?
I skipped that first part because somebody else did that. I just tried turning it back on again. Where's the, is it Hilton Honors?
That one.
Yep.
It's, so yeah.
Then you click promotion code.
Yeah.
Old Town 7.
Window page. Promo code. Your promo code is Old Town 7.
Hang on 1 second. That'll be in just a moment.
There you go.
Oh, good. So it's up. Excellent. Level one of my
Put in your American Express card, Ken.
What?
Put your American Express card number
Don't have
up.
an Amex. It's a dangerous, dangerous thing.
It can be.
What's going on here?
They really want you to have an Amex.
Not a room. Am I already on the internet? Is that what's going on now?
Yes.
Yep.
You set that to the other address. Whatever your Gmail is. I know. That's why.
Wait, he has a Gmail too?
Or no, his regular. Well,
Oh,
his
his
Gmail.
mobile.
My domain is Gmail now. It may actually decide to go there too.
Because you didn't sign out again.
Good Lord. So this is exactly the scenario we're going to try to prevent in like the convention and stuff too. Because slow internet makes me sad and angry. It makes many people sad and angry.
You have a problem with AOL dial-up?
No problem with it. Goldstein still has the email.
That's my favorite.
It's been working fine since 1978.
Don't mind my old weird emails in here.
Stop what?
AOL.
AOL.
So I've had that since before they invented the
Buried
internet.
somewhere. Can't you just go up to your
I was an early
drive?
adopter.
Wow.
This is easier. See what you've done.
Still have Yahoo, but I think I get
Finally.
that.
All the unread
Hang on,
emails.
one more. We've got to bounce one more. We're almost there.
You know, that movie would have been a lot worse if Will Smith took this long to beat the aliens.
All right, so yeah, scroll up, Ken. Scroll up.
I don't have one with your picture on it.
So I'm hiding the part that scrolls to floor. I'm working on making it full screen, sir. So anyway, I
You're
just
like
put
right in
this
the
here
way.
to show.
Daniel, you're in the way. Go
No,
on
I'm
the other
intentionally
side.
standing. I'm standing there on purpose. So I'm blocking the thing that you don't need to see. So as you can see, the beautiful one
Well, we
on here,
can't
and
see.
Bishop's there as well. But so anyway, all after that joke. Boy, that was big. So anyway,
You heard about
go
the
on.
racing
We don't need all that
snail?
stuff. We know all this stuff. Okay, go on now. Come on. All right. Hey, look, we attended meetings. We went to meetings. Where's the pig? Wait, go back to pre-planning. There we go. All right. So, boy, the internet is slow. Can we get like non-hotel internet? So anyway, that's just like a little space. That's the model at the convention space at the JW Austin. Next meeting's gonna be the 27th, 28th. Rooms are available 25th through the 29th. I believe the COC is talking about coming in like a day-ish early or whatever, and we're gonna get a good look at the hotel, check it out, you know. So those are the times available. Scroll up a little more.
No, we're talking for the meeting, the upcoming meeting.
July 27, 28.
So reservations, you can make it at that link, so that's actually in the report.
Make your reservations.
So obviously, I think you guys, hey, by the way, what y'all think about the convention app?
I'm sorry?
It's great. It's fantastic. I love this.
It's got one bug.
I thought this was going to be before. Usually every time I do these things before the lunch. But so anyway, one of the things with the app, we're looking at potentially being able to save money if all that stuff's online. We don't have to do a lot of printing. It's a big topic of conversation. That kind of leads into the convention book. Convention book has typically been done, it's what we've used to provide most of the information to people about who's speaking, what's going on, all this kind of stuff like that for previous conventions before we had something like the app. So that brings up the question, do we still want to have an app? We still have members.
You mean a book?
Yes, sorry. Thanks for correcting. Do we still want to have a book because we have members
we do still have some members that don't have smartphones. So the COC's kind of kicked it back, talked about it a bunch. We still have not necessarily fully decided. There are certain things that we need to provide, bylaws report, credentials committee report, and things like that. So, but that's something that's supposed to be available to delegates. So it's a question, has the book outlived its usefulness? And that's something that, you know, especially like the reps, put feelers out there, let us know. That may influence our decisions.
So have you considered pay to play?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we have.
I mean, that's an option if it can be uploaded in the app. And
I already know what's coming. Yes.
I have lots of opinions on this topic as the person who has been responsible for producing that book for the last two conventions. It is an absolute beast to put that thing together. So many details, so many of them change many times leading up to the last minute. My opinion, and I've been in favor of the book for years, my opinion currently is that given that we have the app, we should ditch the convention book and lower the prices for all of the people who are buying tickets. We will save more manpower hours than any of us wants to think about if we don't have to do that book. I really don't think it is worth the extreme number of manpower hours that have to go into it.
And where we're at this point is the book's going to definitely be much reduced and worked on early.
I might point out that one thing that wasn't in the app demonstration that we learned about just in reviewing the different apps is that we will upload all the documents like the platform committee report, bylaws committee report, whatever to the app, and there's a print function on that app. And if somebody really wants to bring like binders of pink bylaws and platform stuff to the convention,
so like,
they can print it at their own expense and bring it.
But like one thing we're going to do that's taking up a lot of space and layout and time, staff time, or not going to do it in the book, is have bios for every speaker. We're going to put that stuff on the app, so it'll definitely be shorter in that respect. That's if we still have a book.
And we can still have some paper stuff. You know, my suggestion is have a stack of bylaw committee reports. Have a stack of platform committee reports. People who want them can go get them. We don't have to print, 1,000 of them. We print 100. Once we go through those, we go reprint them. For perspective, last time we ordered, I think it was 700 books, and I checked with all the key people. Alicia, I'm sure, remembers. I checked over and over. I said, are we sure this is the best number?
And it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and we were flooded with people, which is a great problem to have, but it meant that on site we had to pay an absolute absurd amount of money to buy more books because we had promised all these people we would have them for them, and we had to do this rush overnight order, and there was no way around it, and so it ended up being very costly because of that. So what I'm proposing is we have the reports, we print them on demand, and we can still have printed agendas and schedules, which I think is what people care the most about, having a printed thing in their pocket.
So Don, oh, you're done.
That's it.
Could you have the book as like an extra $20 add-on to the ticket?
The layout is the big problem. So there's a point to where doing less doesn't really save you much money.
Just for informational purposes, Alicia, can you remind us what we paid for printing convention books last term or last time? And there's going to be more for
She doesn't have it fully broken out, but
Orlando,
kind of spitball a little bit.
It was roughly $18,000 or something.
I can pull up the data. I want to say we printed, I think for the ones we printed in advance, they cost us a little over $10 a piece. I want to say it was like $8,000 to print the 700.
And it was like $25 a piece for the ones on site.
The last minute ones, we spent like, for a few extra add-ons, we paid 50% of what we spent to print the original batch.
So it was somewhere like 12 to 15 grand for the convention books.
Most of which never got used.
And a certain part of that was offset by ads, but not the whole amount.
Very little. Very little.
Now we didn't do as good a job as we could have of keeping it trim. There's a whole lot of details in that. So we can certainly make it shorter, which will save some money, but it's not cheap.
We also have been discussing, and just bring it up because it would affect other committees, is the only reason I bring it up. The idea of what does get printed is just black and white, no color. And what that would mean is that when you do amendments, you need to make sure you're using strike-through, not red font, that you're using bold, italics, and underline for ads, not green. that would save an immense amount of money. The difference between color and black and white printing is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous.
Especially last month.
Yeah,
And especially-
it's the
yes.
on-demand difference is very high.
Well, even ahead, it's still 3 to 4x more for color,
Yes.
and then you obviously you multiply with that last minute. It's so the committee is still working on it, as everybody said. I've been in favor of kind of a split model. It's still going around. I guess, Dana, you brought it in here, and everybody seems to be putting input. Do you want to get a sense of the?
Well, I mean, I think, we can get a sense from them now if they have a sense. If not,
Because it's going to affect our budget.
we're not doing this tomorrow, so, but, yeah, I mean, what do y'all feel about it? Should we keep the book? Should we not keep the book?
I'm gonna start doing a little traffic control
Yes,
because
please.
it's gotten a little bit out
Yes.
of hands.
Yeah.
Mr. Hewitt, then Mr. Phillips.
Yeah, I'm all about getting rid of the book. That's because most everybody has a smartphone stuff. But for me, like when I go to the airport or in the mall or anything else, I always go to the middle of the place because it's a big hotel. I mean, it was really complicated in New Orleans. But if we get like a big monitor and somebody like a geek like Ken or something up there, he could have it going so it's real-time ETAs on what seminars and here and you are here, and you know what I'm saying? Something like that. Is that because the hotel might have something they'll let us use, and then that could be up, done real time.
This particular hotel actually does have monitors, I think on every corner, on every floor.
I think that helps quite a bit.
All of that stuff.
It is a cost, and so this would be an alternative between one cost and a different cost, but it apparently is at least an option. Mr. O'Donnell.
The only thing that I want to make sure is printed and available is the bylaws and platform committee reports, because even though they are all available online ahead of time, and they're all published and sent to the delegates, and most of them don't read them ahead of time. And I know even in my own delegation last year, I had people confused about what they were voting on because they didn't buy a package and get a book and didn't get the reports and didn't know where to get them.
Is our delegates reading? Mr. Phillips?
To answer your question, my feel on it is, I was about to ask when Mr. O'Donnell asked his question, I was going to ask the same question, is that if we've got a rough cost of $10 in advance, $25 at the door, whatever because we do have some members that do not use smartphones, that might have trouble reading a small screen, things like that. So it would be nice to have them available if somebody wanted to pre-order them for for $20, $25, $30, whatever. Especially like, when we were in NOLA, I was walking around the room, there were several older people there that, might have had a little trouble with the functionality of using an app.
Mr. Longstreth and Mr. Redpath, unless Mr. Redpath is telling me about time.
Actually, time is up if you include the technical difficulties at the beginning of this, and we've got 4 minutes to go if we don't.
I move to extend for at least 15 minutes.
I've got a motion coming up.
All right, there's a motion to extend for 15. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there objection? 15 minutes from now.
Okay, so
You
let's
lost before.
talk to me about that other program. Okay, anybody that's
That-
interested in a welcoming committee package?
I was going to recognize a couple more people. Mr. Longstreth, then Mr. Redpath.
So to build off of what Mr. O'Donnell stated, my thought would be is if we had the ability to print on site and said, okay, we'll print the bylaws packet or platform packet for you, $5. We just basically are refilling our coffers for the paper every time it comes in, and let them request, not fill out a whole book, let them request, do a donation of $5, print it off for them. There you go. That would be my thought, and then we kind of get the best of both worlds there.
Costs more than that though. Put it on site.
Okay.
Mr.
$10, well, whatever.
Mr. Redpath?
I was just going to say that, I think that the book form, there are certain things that I could read on my Kindle or could read on my phone that I just prefer reading on paper. Now, this may not be technical stuff, maybe mathematical stuff, something that is not light reading. You're going to get people, I gotta believe you're going to get a certain percentage of people who are going to want a book. I'm not opposed to charging them for it if it's otherwise available. And by the way, I assume all this would be available on a laptop to participate through a laptop. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Van Horn?
Just based on what he said, when people go to register, couldn't they have the option, do you want a book? Extra add-on money for that right
We're
there.
adding more money.
So that way you'd know how many books in advance, they get their extra money out up front for that, and you could have those books, but you'd still have to have all the headache of making the books, I understand that, but, yeah.
Ms. Doherty?
Also, we have a lot of people who don't register until right beforehand, which is what caused the change in the numbers last time. There's so many people who wait till the last minute, but it really is the startup costs that are the biggest cost, and which are not factored into the printing cost, which is
right.
Ms. Bilyeu? Oh, Mr. Merced, I didn't see your
I was gonna say real quick, is it possible to just set a cutoff date for people who want to buy books? They need to order at a certain point, and after that, that's not an option.
Ms. Doherty?
I think there'd be people who are angry at us. So part of what we need to do is set things up in a way where it decreases the probability of people being mad at us for things that we can't control. And with a setup like that, there'd be people mad at us.
They'll still be mad.
Ms. Bilyeu? And then Mr. Bishop
One
Henchman?
of the states in my region, whenever they do their convention registration, one of the add-ons for them is to contribute, just making a donation of a certain dollar amount toward printing costs, sponsoring another attendee, and I don't remember what the third thing is, but printing costs is actually one of the things that when I buy my package for that convention, I always pay that $10 is what they have the line item as. That just helps offset the general printing cost. So that's also...
That's an excellent suggestion to the COC, and
yes.
Thank you for that. We're glad you shared that.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Another suggestion is, a lot of the conventions I've been going to and conferences have been moving away from books more towards like just cards with what's in what room when kind of thing.
And that's what
really
Laura was
slimming it
talking
down to that. There's even one I went to that put it on the back of the name badge so that people could just, that only worked for the lanyard ones, which I think we used, but like held it up and there it was, so another idea.
Dr. Lark?
I suspect this is already
Maybe a long
consideration, but for delegates, people who are delegates, when you start charging for certain things that people believe are actually part and parcel of the participation in convention, people might start saying, wait a minute, are you in a sense engaging in some sort of backdoor fee? So I think one has to, at the very least, one has to make sure that anyone who seeks to attend as a delegate will understand up front what cost would be applied if indeed there is a printing cost for the book. So that would have to be something that would be very clear to them.
I'm sure that the Convention Oversight Committee is sensitive to the repeated and perpetual discussions about the F words, and will endeavor to make sure that that is as uncontentious as it possibly can be.
Okay, so...
Yeah, Mr. Hayes,
yes,
you're running out of time.
So that's why welcoming committee packages are already available, or welcoming committee sponsorships, whatever the biggest package we have available, that's going to be included with that. But we're looking to launch sales hopefully by April 15th. There's a few things we've got to get a little better sight of before we actually do that relative to costs. We're largely there. We've selected our AV provider, which is one of our biggest costs, but we've got to do some things with the meals. So hopefully we're going to be launching that on tax day. So, but if not, it'll be soon after that. Okay, come on, let's roll on. Okay. Anybody wants a welcoming committee sponsorship, there's a link in the report. Convention tables, those pretty much after Monday night, when we really have talked about it and decided, we'll have the prices and stuff laid out, and convention tables, vendor tables will be available for people. We're going to have a media row again this time. We're going to do a better effort of reaching out to various providers to show up and have a table and take a little better care of them. Okay, room block, 1,595 room nights. But it's only 1,197 rooms. We should have no problem hitting that and potentially doing some addendums to add more rooms. Obviously, the pay-to-play theme contest. So we got the little, thanks to Mr. O'Donnell for that image. There were 63 themes were submitted. $20 paywall on it, 58 of them were left. One was disqualified because it was somebody for president, and we weren't allowing that. As of right now, $13,164 has been raised. The next phase, this phase will end on the 15th of March. The next phase will start on the 19th. That's the current top 16. The next phase will shrink things down to 16, then it'll be 8, 4, 2, 1. Much shorter time frame, so we're hopefully going to have some people competing and fighting. Because, you know, there ain't no such thing as a free lunch on wherever you get off on the road to Ancapistan. You need to be building bridges, not walls, and, you know, anyway. So, let's scroll on because we got to get to that whole motion thing. All right. Already starting to work on site selection for 2022. I did a site visit at a hotel that had given us a bid already. We haven't put an RFP out yet. It's a bid already back in 2016. So we just went and looked at them again. We're going to have an RFP going on soon. Jumping on to the next thing. For whatever reason, some people think the convention lost money. The convention did not lose money. So, and that kind of leads into the final thing where the motion's going to come through, and Alicia's, I believe, going to take over there, but that's basically a policy manual amendment to name conventions as special events. And Ms. Matson would take over, and I'll go sit down.
Ms. Matson.
So on behalf of the COC, I will move the motion, which is, I believe it's in the OneNote now. I sent it out by email earlier to the list. This would amend Policy Manual Section 2.03.12, which is existing language defining what special events are. So that language is already there. So all this motion would change in the text is, there's a sentence that says all revenues for special events must be directly deposited into special event accounts. I would change the word directly to promptly, and that's just because it sounds to me like it's direct deposit, which is a particular banking term, and I don't necessarily want to require that we revamp the website for those funds to get put somewhere else. As long as they're promptly put there, I think that's sufficient. But the main change is, of course, it adds a sentence at the end. It says national conventions or special events. And since this came from a committee with multiple COC members, I don't think I need a second. I'll just go ahead and speak to the motion. I sent a detailed email to the list with a spreadsheet, and obviously we don't have time to go through all that. I know full well that some of you will dig into that, and some of you will look at it and your eyes glaze over. So I'll just summarize the content of it. Basically, what I walked through was that the 2018 convention funds, instead of being used to pay the convention bills, were instead used to facilitate, you know, a big chunk of deficit spending for the non-convention operations last year. And not only did that happen with the 2018 funds, but the funds we're already bringing in for the 2020 convention are just, you know, kind of being handled the same way just because of our financial condition, right? But in reality, you know, if we say on Monday or Tuesday we're going to have our bills caught up, okay, but that doesn't set aside the 15, 20,000, whatever we have so far for the convention funds. Those are not set aside, so we haven't caught that up. And COC is ready to make some advanced expenditures. We need to know that the cash is gonna be there whenever we need to pull the trigger on various spending decisions. And you know, when this money comes in, we haven't earned it yet. We haven't earned the right to keep that money until we actually put on the event. That's why it's handled differently in accounting. If something happened, we had to issue refunds. Where's the cash to do that? You know, we really need to set this money aside for just fiscal responsibility reasons. You know, it's a responsible way to handle our assets and not dip into it for other operations. The convention, the goal of the COC is to have a self-funding convention, and the party operations need to self-fund as well. And if we don't kind of draw this line, I think we could find ourselves in the same boat in 2020. And you know, the fact that we were running deficits last year kind of got punted way down the road instead of being solved earlier on. It continued and got larger and larger and larger because convention funds were available to kind of supplement that. And so we kind of, I think the board as a whole did not realize where we were until we were pretty far in the hole. So drawing this line of segregation so the convention funds are protected, will prevent that from happening in the future and basically kind of cut up our credit cards that we used last year.
Mr. I'm gonna ask.
Point of order.
Yes.
Did that get a second?
Ms. Mattson believes doesn't need a second because it was reported out of the committee, correct? Yeah. Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Mr. Bishop Henchman.
I'm sympathetic to the proposal, and I do understand why it's before us. From the perspective of the convention committee, they raised all this money. It was a profitable convention, so whoever's saying it's not, you're wrong, it was. But then they embarrassingly couldn't pay any of the bills and expenses because that money was spent on other things. And they think that should be fixed, and I do agree with it. However, this proposal as it stands would not fix that problem. That's because the problem was not bad cash management, it was us, it was the LNC. The LNC approved a budget that spent $300,000 more than it raised. And the deficit wasn't apparent if you managed by cash flow, as we did, because we had money from the 2016 windfall, and in January we did the bequests, and then in the spring we got all the convention money throughout the rest of the year. And those things masked what was really going on, that we were spending more than we were taking in month after month after month. The convention bill had the unlucky fortune of being large enough and late enough to be last in line, and that's what happened. This proposal does not create more revenue. If we spend more than we take in, something will suffer. This proposal just insulates the convention from that suffering. Pretend this proposal had been in the policy manual last year in June when the convention bill arrives and we have no cash because we've been deficit spending. Unable to use the convention revenues to cover operations, one of a couple things would have happened. One, the LNC could have done what we ended up doing in December, a couple months ago, surgically wringing expenses out of the budget in a way that keeps core programs going while we climb our way out of the hole. Or we could have immediately pared back part or all of our biggest ongoing expense, staff and ballot access, right when they were needed the most in the run-up to the midterm elections. Or we could have done nothing and had paychecks start bouncing. If we continue to be prudent with our spending, following the path that we set out in this year's budget, this proposal would be unnecessary. By next year, our reserve will be replenished, and there will be plenty of cash without the need to divert convention revenue or insulate it to cover paychecks. So maybe this proposal is just a hedge, just in case we stray from that path, or in case some other calamity hits us. And I can get that, those are not out of the realm possibilities. But in that case, this proposal is forcing us to choose today and now between whether we pay the Marriott bill or we pay staff salaries. And I cannot believe that if we were actually confronted with that choice, we would choose the Marriott bill over staff salaries. So why should we pre-commit today to picking? I do have some suggestions. I've had a number of conversations with Ms. Mattson. We were not able to find an area of agreement. I will throw these out in case any of them are of interest. I, at least personally, would like to commit to the Convention Oversight Committee and all of the sponsors of this proposal that I want to solve this problem, and I know many of you do too. And the solution I see is that we need to set up budget processes, systems, and alarm bells that will make sure that we are not suddenly in the position that we got put in last year. And whether that's mandating a quarterly cash flow analysis as part of the budget process, that would have caught the problem a lot sooner, setting up a budget committee to scrutinize requests and balance cash needs with budget goals in advance, making sure that we as a group can do as much as possible without getting to that point. Another suggestion as I have is that
Joe,
we could...
time has expired, so...
Another suggestion I have is we could amend this proposal so that it only takes effect after we've replenished our required reserve, and that makes sure that it's not setting up this paychecks versus convention bill problem.
All right, time has expired on the item. At this point, I have on deck Mr. Phillips, Mr. Redpath, Ms. Harlos, Ms. Adams, and Mr. Sheets. Ms. Adams and Mr. Sheets with the indulgence of the body as they are not at the table. Is there a motion to extend?
Extend for 15.
I'll second that.
All right, there's a motion to extend for 15. Is there objection to extending for 15? I don't hear an objection to extending for 15. I'm going to inquire for and against in order to keep the alternation.
Yeah, that's.
Can I ask my inquiry first?
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Phillips, for or against?
A little bit of both. I had a couple questions and then a suggestion.
Okay. Mr. Redpath, for or against?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean,
I don't know is okay.
I mean, that doesn't have to do with my questions.
Okay. Okay. But did you want to speak for or against the motion as well?
I'll decide after I hear answers to my questions.
All right. Got it. Ms. Harlos, for or against?
For.
Okay. Ms. Adams, for or against?
For.
Mr. Sheets, for or against?
For.
Okay. Mr. Phillips, what's your question? And
do we know what the profit margin was on the last convention?
About 3,000 on the books.
Percentage would be better.
3,000 out of 280,000?
Oh, so not high.
No. There.
It's a little more complicated than that. We have lots of additional fundraising that doesn't count in that number. So and the additional fundraising was well over $100,000.
Right. On an expense to direct convention revenue basis, it's approximately 1% margin. If you bring fundraising in, it's roughly, we made about $100,000 on spending about $3.
That answers that question, yes.
Okay.
Can I make my suggestion now?
You may.
My suggestion is, hey, we've got people for and against. Let's look at a compromise. $100,000 fundraising, a couple $1,000s in profit margin, 50 or 60% of 70%, whatever the number of convention revenue gets reserved for convention revenue, and the rest we can use to maintain daily expenses or whatever.
Mr. Redpath?
My question, I'd like to hear staff commentary on this, please.
Ms. Doherty or Mr. Kraus? Ms.
Okay.
What you sent me.
Okay, I'll do the main point first, and then I can answer or wait for other people to speak to get to other points. My main issue with this proposal is towards the bottom of the proposal where it says, nor shall special event funds be used for other purposes until all obligations relating to the event has been discharged. Often it takes anywhere from 4 weeks to 8 weeks before we even see the final hotel bill. We have vendors and contractors that often take 2 to 3 months before we see all the bills. So essentially, what we're saying is we can't use these convention funds to pay for other things that we normally have used for convention funds, such as ballot access, until we pay for all the bills, which essentially means for 2020, you will not have presidential ballot access in how many states? Do we normally do between May and September?
Well, it's
that's suspicious.
a handful. There are a number of states, a single-digit number of states where there's no substitution, so we won't be able to start petitioning until after Memorial Day.
Okay, so there's a handful of states this will affect. Before the convention, 2014, 2016, 2018, really, what did we use those convention funds for is ballot access. Okay, so what you're saying essentially, if you pass this motion, is it may affect ballot access after the convention. That's almost guaranteed based on the wording. But it could also affect our ability to do ballot access before the convention, unless you all come up with another method to raise a couple $100,000 to do the pre-convention ballot access. And maybe Bill could speak more about how this could affect what we did in 2014, 2016, 2018, but how it might affect 2020. The other thing is the overall cost. What was our cost to the Hyatt? Our cost from the Hyatt was $280.
$1,000.
No, $280 was the cost of the delayed payment to the Hyatt.
What does it cost to not pay on time?
Right. What
Got
does
it.
it cost to not pay a venue on time? The Hyatt in 2014, we paid late, didn't cost us anything. Hyatt last year cost us $280 in interest. to me, that's a small price, a very minor price to pay for ballot access, and I think as the chair pointed out previously at the last meeting, it was contractually, it's in the agreement. We pay a price when we don't pay our bill on time. That was the price. So we had an agreement with the Hyatt. They worked with us. They've come to us again. They very much want to bid on even the 2022 convention, the New Orleans Hyatt, and they want to help us find another Hyatt if we don't want to do New Orleans. They're going to help us find another Hyatt to put our convention in for 2022. So they so hate us so much for paying them late in 2014 and 2018 that they want us back.
Okay, Ms. Doherty, because it is still in response to the previous question, I'm going to inquire of Dr. Lark, for, against, or informational?
Information.
Okay. And Mr. Molman, informational, for, or against?
Informational / 4-ish.
Wow. Mr. Merced?
I'm thinking against.
Okay. And Mr. Nikela, for, or against?
Against.
Okay. And now we will go back to Ms. Doherty.
So Robert and I have lived this more than any other people in this room over these last few months, the ramifications of this. That being said, I'm very sympathetic to what Joe says, because we do have cash flow constraints. I can't go out there and realistically tell you, oh yeah, in the next 6 months I'm going to raise $200,000 on ballot access. I would love that, but I know our donor base, I know our systems, it's not likely to happen. We do need to have flexibility to move money around where it's needed. Personally, I would feel a lot better about a motion like this passing if we had a cash reserve that was substantial, and right now we don't have one at all. A cash reserve gives you that flexibility to make sure you're not having to choose between paying the Hyatt bill and staff, or paying the Hyatt bill and ballot access. We need a much more substantial cash reserve, in my opinion, before we proceed with things that would be very limiting for being able to move our money around.
All right. So I'm going to inquire. We've had 1 for, 1 against. I believe I would next go to 4, although I'm going to ask Dr. Lark or Mr. Molman if they think that their request for information would be illuminating to the argument.
I don't know that anyone would deem anything I ask about to be illuminating. I guess, should I just go?
Go ahead.
What the heck? Unless I am missing something, which is always a possibility, we can amend the policy manual by majority vote. And thus, if we designate something as a special event, we can remove the designation by majority vote. We could also remove the stricture that certain things have to happen. For example, all obligations relating to that event have been discharged. So there's a certain extent to which we, by virtue of majority vote, can make changes in the situation where there is some sort of pressing need, unless I'm missing something, either in the bylaws or in the policy manual.
The policy manual changes after adopted. It's majority, they just have to be advance notice?
Notice.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks before the meeting. Okay.
Or email ballot.
Or email ballot. Mr. Molman, is your information request or offer?
I think so.
If there's no objection to hearing from Mr. Molman.
As long as we're not going to run out of time, that's...
I don't want to.
Hey, what's a special event?
6 minutes left.
Exactly. What's a special event? I've never heard of a special event being called by this group.
According to that,
What the hell's a special event?
anything else designates according to that?
Dr. Lark has an answer.
That which we
says special
deem as
event
a
right now.
special event.
Okay, so
It's like an impeachable. It's like an impeachable.
special event. So this means that the money that comes in for this fundraiser is put into a lockbox until it occurs. Is that correct?
It isn't currently.
But does
Well, this
policy
says
manual-
special event. A special event is very similar. to something known in constitutional law as an impeachable offense.
But that
So the reason I bring this up, right, is that
It is what we say is a special event.
here's my point.
But
I don't
that's
think we're
debate.
enforcing this piece of the policy manual anyway, along with a lot of the other 8,000 pages of the policy
this
manual.
isn't informational.
No, it's debate.
No,
And
I'm sorry.
so I'm going to put you back in line.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Smith, are you for or against?
I was gonna call a question.
Well, you're in line. So Ms. Harlos is who I have next for. No. I inquired of what the nature of his thing was going to be. I didn't recognize him yet. Go ahead, Ms. Harlos. Smarter than that.
Well, I wanted to wait till everyone stopped chattering, but because I can't. Okay, I am very, very strongly for this, and even though I sympathize with a lot of points that Mr. Bishop Henchman said, this reminds me of the Wiener Rule. Okay, so when he said, we don't need this if we just acted better. Well, I will never forget the Wiener Rule that was put in there, and then not this LNC, but the LNC said, well, just because we had a budget for it doesn't mean we have to actually do it. We have to live in the world we're in of imperfect people, and we're not the LNC forever. We can have the best intention, but our responsibility to party is to put policies in place that are going to deal with the real type of people who are going to be on the LNC, and they're not angels. So that would, address that. Also, I somewhat disagree with Mr. Bishop Henchman that I will not absolve the budget from 2017, that it was all hidden and they didn't know this big deficit budget. I didn't vote for that budget because everyone there knew darn well what they were doing. There was nothing hidden. And, it was a gamble. Now in retrospect, I think it was an irresponsible one, but at the time, they thought it was a good idea. But there was no hidden oops, they didn't know that is what was going on, which is exactly why we need to put these hedges, is a good point. But more fundamentally, on our principles, Alicia nailed it just with the fact we have not earned this money. This is other people's money. We do not have a right to spend it until it is actually earned, and we have to live our principles. It does not matter because in this economy or whatever that the hotel wasn't too mad at us. That's just the fact of reality. If they get mad, they're not getting business right now. But if they really wanted it not to be due, they would say, well, it's not due for a year. It's not put in the contract as a finance charge. It's put in the contract as liquidated damages for a breach, which means you screwed up the contract. Libertarians should be about contracts. If we sign the contract, we should keep the contract. Otherwise, why in the world should anyone trust us with anything? We're asking people to elect us to office, and we don't even keep our own contracts. I think that is just principally abhorrent. Yes, I understand situations can come up. Do you realize almost every bad law came into existence that way? Well, we kind of got to do it now. And I think this is the time when, if y'all, Nozikian side constraints come in. There are just certain lines you can't cross. And planning to breach contracts is one of those things that you can't cross, because good intentions pave the way to hell. When I was hearing this, with all these things, what if, the only thing came to mind is, but who will pay for the ballot access instead of, but who will build the road? We will plan for it if we have to. If we take stealing money that isn't ours, we haven't earned it yet, off the table, we will find another way. I care about ballot access just as much as anyone else, but I care more about not taking other people's money. So I think I've said what I need to say, but absolutely for.
Okay.
We're 10 seconds left in this item, so we're essentially out.
We are essentially out of time. At this point, there are a number of people who are still on deck. I'm going to ask, is there anyone who wishes to extend?
I'll move to extend for 5 minutes.
Mr. Merced would move to extend for 5 minutes.
Second.
There's a second for that. Is there objection? There's objection. All in favor of extending for 5 minutes, raise your hand. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Opposed? 1. Will be extended for 5 minutes. Mr. Merced was the next person I had who wanted to speak against. Mr. Redpath, I did see your hand. Are you for or against?
Against.
Against, okay. I'll add you in. Mr. Merced.
Okay, so I'm sympathetic to both sides of this argument. I'm sympathetic to the idea that we want to have controls in place to make sure that that money is used for what it's intended. But I'm also sympathetic to the idea that the timing is a problem. So I don't know if right now is the best time, especially now. I'm sympathetic to what Ms. Doherty said about building up our reserves first, so that way we're in a safe place where we can have this constraint but still operate the business. So what I would like to do is move to table this to the December budget meeting.
It is a motion to postpone definitely to the fall budget meeting.
Got it. Okay.
Second.
And there's a second for Mr. Bishop Henchman. I believe the motion to table, you get to speak to it briefly would be good.
Got it. Bottom line is, I think come the December budget meeting, we'll have a better idea of where our reserve's at to know how absolutely necessary it is to put that constraint in place. Because if things aren't recovered, then we do need to put that constraint in place to make sure that convention and that money is used for that. But if we're back in a healthy place, we can have this discussion then.
Would anyone like to speak against the motion to postpone? I'll give it to Ms. Mattson since she was the maker of the original motion to be first. Go ahead.
I speak against postponing. In the meantime, we want to start selling convention packages, which means a big chunk of cash is going to be coming in. And I think what's going to happen is we're going to rebuild our reserve at the expense of that convention cash, and then we're going to be 50,000 in the hole on the convention funding. So we're going to rebuild it with the very cash that we're trying to protect, and then we'll say, yay, we're done, without having repaid back the convention revenues. So postponing just kind of lets the problem continue while a big chunk of cash comes in and gets taken up. So I don't think we're in the same situation in December, and I think we need to do this now rather than later.
Ms. Bilyeu, I see. So I have Bishop Henchman, Bilyeu, Harlos, and Van Horn wanting to speak on the motion to postpone. Ms. Bilyeu, not on the motion to postpone. You just wanted to be back in the. Okay. Mr. Bishop Henchman, I assume you are in favor, and so I'll go to you next.
I think we should postpone. If we pass this today, we will open up a budget deficit. I don't know the exact number, but probably something around $100,000, $100,000. So that's the revenue that we'll get this year. You were all here in December when we wrung $300,000 out of the budget deficit. The secretary spoke about how we need to take responsibility. It is not taking responsibility to just pass this proposal and then walk away from the problem. If you think we are overspending by $100,000, make a motion to cut $100,000. I will take a look at it and I'll probably second it. Let's not do this through this back doorway where we dump it on staff. Solve this problem or else your paychecks will bounce. So please vote to postpone. We're close to finding a solution. Hold my phone.
Ms. Bilyeu, you are against postponement?
No, it's a question.
Okay.
It's a question, I guess. I would like to hear from whoever feels, I guess, qualified to answer. What is the immediate, if this were to pass right now, what would be the immediate effect?
Mr. Kraus is probably the best person to answer because he would be the one who would be implementing it.
The most immediate effect would be that we would be in the hole, by 7,500 or whatever the difference is currently between what was raised in welcome committee funds and the expenses we've already expenditured. So about 8,500 that we would have to repay in the deficit.
Okay. Ms. Harlos, were you for or against postponing?
Against.
Okay. Ms. Van Horn, were you for? Oh, wait. Sorry, Ms.
She also has an answer to my question.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Doherty. Sorry.
So fundraising dollars, as much as we'd like to think that they predictably come in, and we work to have systems to make sure they come in as predictably as possible, they're really not that predictable. So we can predict those pledges that come in every month at the beginning of the month, right? All this other stuff goes up and it goes down. And I work very hard to strategize to keep us above certain levels. But I don't have a magic wand, and I don't have a crystal ball. The convention committee is doing the theme contest. It's delightful. It's bringing in great money. I am pleased about that. It's brought in more than I thought it might. But when we send out fundraising solicitations on, say, the convention theme contest, or when we start selling tickets, we have to space out our asks, right? I can't send out 5 fundraising emails a week. I can send out maybe 1 fundraising email a week, but once we start putting in convention emails that are also asking people to give money, if you send out 2 fundraising emails a week and people count the convention ones as fundraising emails, they start getting ticked off, and then that hurts us.
Time is run out.
Okay.
So you can
My
finish.
point is there are some trade-offs on this, and with this if this goes through, there's going to be times when I may have to tell the convention committee, hey, look, we got to stop the convention fundraising. I can't be spending our limited number of emails that we send out to people fundraising for this because I've got to worry about making payroll. That's got to be something we prioritize at all times, is making sure we can make payroll. And until we have a healthy reserve, payroll is always going to be very much on Robert's in my mind. Thank you.
Time has elapsed. We are out of time. Is there a motion to extend time? Hearing no motion to extend time, we'll resolve the motions that we have on the floor in order, starting with the motion to postpone this motion to the fall budget meeting, the meeting after Austin. Well, the fall budget meeting, I believe, is sufficient certainty to know where it lies. I'm going to consider this to be a roll call vote. We will do that alphabetically. Do you want to do it backwards or just in?
I can go backwards.
Let's try it backwards just for Ms. Van Horn.
Okay.
So a motion, a yes motion would be to postpone consideration of this item to the fall budget meeting. A no motion would continue us on consideration of it now and move us to a vote on the motion itself.
Okay. Ms. Van Horn?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Redpath?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Yes.
Mr. Nikela?
Aye.
Mr. Merced?
Aye.
Ms. Matson?
No.
Mr. Longstreth?
Pass.
Dr. Lark?
Aye.
Mr. Hewitt?
No.
I will vote no. Mr. Hagan?
No.
Mr. Goldstein?
No.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Aye.
Ms. Bilyeu?
No.
Longstreth.
No.
Count.
It is a tie at this point. Would the chair like to vote?
You're welcome.
Didn't break a presentation, but you broke the chair.
Gotta break some.
Sorry, it's a poker habit of mine. Give me a second.
Do, do, do.
Preferably quiet. I will vote yes. The item has been postponed to the fall budget meeting. We will now move on, orders of the day, to the next item. We are to the EPCC report. Dr. Lark, would you like a recess?
No, sir.
Okay. Would you like people to stop the crosstalk so I can recognize you?
Actually, no, I was going to ask a question. Let us say that the brilliant minds around this table come up with something that we like as of the Austin meeting. What would be required to bring it up at that point? Would it be simple majority?
we'd have to have a motion on
But-
the table.
Mr. Chairman, I can actually answer that from a parliamentary standpoint.
If Mr. Hayes knows the parliamentary procedure,
So,
it's
the
to
motion was
take.
actually technically illegal. Really, what y'all did was postpone indefinitely.
No,
Members
what-
can
no.
raise anything, at which point you can only postpone definitely up to a quarter. So, but in essence.
What?
So,
Yes.
yes.
No, you
oh, really?
You can.
Can't put it beyond the reach of the next meeting. It didn't occur to me, Daniel
But-
whispered in my ear and I was thinking.
No,
we were
he's
going to
right.
pay Austin.
Well, he may be right. Is that point of order timely?
Point of order, it's pointing out the rules.
So you're saying that's a violation of the rules where it doesn't even have to be raised as a point of order, it becomes a
Mr.
nullity?
Chairman, I believe someone would have the right to bring it up at the
So-
next meeting.
Yeah.
Nobody raised that point of order, it's on the board.
So,
I didn't catch it was going to December. In my brain, I was thinking Austin, and
Okay.
that's my fault.
So-
If I'd noticed that, I would have raised it, because he whispered in my ear,
So-
and I was like, no, it's one meeting.
so, yeah, but help me resolve the parliamentary inquiry.
Okay.
Because we did a thing that we shouldn't have done, and nobody raised an issue saying whether or not we should have done it, is it one of the things where now it is in fact postponed definitely because the objection was not raised, or is it one of the things that is in the nature of like a bylaw in which it is an illegal act that cannot be done and thus becomes a nullity? Because my read of the postponement rules, even though they do specify not past the next meeting, is that if we did it and it was not raised as a point of order, that is in fact where we are postponed to, that we did a thing that is technically not allowed, but we have done it, and it is done now. In which case, the parliamentary inquiry is what would be required to take up an item that was postponed to a time certain in advance of when it was postponed until. And
So it's not a continuing breach of the bylaws, because it's not a bylaw issue.
Right.
Okay, so it doesn't fall into that category for timeliness. But I think we could rescind the postponement and then take it up.
So it would be a motion to rescind 2/3, or?
If with notice majority.
Oh, with notice majority.
And we know how to do it after.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Lark, for inquiring. Does anyone desire a recess before we take up the next?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Can we do a short recess?
Yes.
Could we do a short EPCC report?
We could do a short EPCC report and then a recess immediately following.
Absolutely.
Dr. Lark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I submitted my report and will be happy to take any questions. Before I do that, I would like to once again offer my heartfelt congratulations and thanks to my distinguished colleagues, Mr. Bishop Hedman and Mr. Redpath, for the work that they invested in our assistance to the chair with respect to the ED search. They put in a great deal of time and effort. They represent, in my opinion, the highest standards of professionalism, and I very much appreciate the work that they did.
Thank you.
as well, Dr. Lark. I want to say thank you for leading the effort.
Are there questions for Dr. Lark?
I think we asked enough.
Hearing no questions, thank you, Dr. Lark. That will retire that agenda item. I would propose that we have a recess until 4 p.m. local time. That is a 7-minute recess. I'm just saying, like, can you bring the point of order after the vote has been resolved? I think that is untimely.
The complete answer to your question is that not only did that guy stepped up, it was the bill was proposed by Democrats, and that guy was
I don't worry about fix-it-making.
But I don't think it's fundamental because of the fact that you can reconsider. Because you can reconsider to unpostpone it, you still have the right, you have the ability to get to the vote.
Can you
Suspended the rule of order of how you conduct a meeting, i.e., and that would take
It is, and that's why I've been trying to move us a little faster. Yes.
I needed to update you about the event tonight to make sure you're clear on the details. So they have a cocktail hour that's starting at 6. Special guests will start to speak at 7:30.
I got an email from Jess that was to me, and the other guest given an internal breakdown. Did you get that? Were you
I told
CC'd
her
on
to
that?
send you bios, and I told her to print it out.
I don't know if she sent bios. The last communication I got was this one.
I don't think it's probably the best.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so she's gonna bring
She's
you
working
a
on bios.
printout of bios. I looked at it, I edited it, I told her
Got
to
it.
print it out and bring it.
That's the problem. I mean, really, that's.
So we need to have you there by, like, before 7:30 is my point.
Well, no, I mean, my intention is that we don't go much past maybe 5 or 5:15, that we try and make up the time tomorrow.
Okay.
But I'm trying, they're,
Yeah.
the things that I think are fast are not fast. And then the things that I sometimes think are long are fast, so.
And then staff report was short.
I've been trying to ride the wave, as it were.
Good, okay.
Trying to help you out.
Thank you.
Also, that whole table thing, I think we jacked up every bit of it.
The motion without majority consent to rescind.
It's cold in here.
Although it does prevent two people from making a motion to
It was a
rescind.
timely recess because we blustered it all together there at the end. I've kept the stream up for most of it. I'm not sure how much Ustream is salvaging in terms of recordings. So when it dies, Ustream has a bad habit of just leaving
Well, next week, why don't you kind of look at that?
Then it
Get an
takes a
idea.
majority to bring it up instead of just two people making a motion to second. Because you have to first rescind to postpone, right? So it's raised the threshold on a fundamental right.
We've been using it a long
We
time.
invented a motion there.
We've been using it a long time, and we've got this other service
Yeah, it's a little,
that has
little messy. I
been
wish I
considered, but it just hasn't been tested yet.
Alicia, am I
Closer to
incorrect?
Daniel whispered in my ear.
Am I incorrect? We invented that because there's a motion to table which can be used to stop a vote. It should only be used for a meeting.
Right.
And then there's a motion to postpone.
I've been thinking about that, raising it again, just
But
at
he
the time.
tabled to a certain time, which isn't a thing. It's just
Well,
not a thing.
originally he said table, and then there were other corrections to postpone. Yeah.
Operating that it's a postpone, it makes sense, but if we operate it as a table, it's different.
Yeah,
rules
table
apply.
would have been out of order when it became, postponed to
I don't know, I don't remember
I mean, you can't table to a specific time.
Right.
So we should go ahead and intending, punt it to a certain date, which is.
So that's how you're operating too, is
Yeah.
that's postponement,
Did
not
he
a
just pick
table.
the wrong vocabulary word, but
Yeah.
because there was this time frame put on it.
You can see how we
It's gotta be-
that's not recording
Okay.
now, right?
That's the only way that I can make it work in my mind, is if I just replace the verbiage in my head.
You can see how we have a number of things we have to work on before.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm nowhere near your level, but I'm casual enough that I can have the conversations and
Daniel
understand.
tried to help me there, I just, it didn't
I think
click
it's the
with
first
me
time
that
I've done
he
a
said.
staff report where it hasn't been the whole time.
Yeah.
Normally there's lots of questions.
Yeah.
It was a good report, you didn't have
Need more Mountain Dew, clearly.
I hope it's a good thing.
I need something.
I have a question. On that,
That, Red Eyes Red Chief, it was the first time I
was it you I talked to change the name on it? I remember somebody telling me.
I can't sleep well on planes right now.
You tell me, I.
If I just could always make it Kim Roth and John Phillips.
I don't know what our we need to talk to Daniel, because I don't know what rule is on people, like, being put in there.
Well, I mean, it's, yeah, I mean, cause it's, I mean, but yeah, the ticket's mine. But,
It affects, it affects the ticket, it's like,
Right.
and personally, I'm happy with it, whatever.
I like being
But
coherent
it sounds like
in a meeting,
it's
more
just
than I
a
like
decision
variance.
on, can two people share, see how
So
some people
coherent.
manipulate that.
Not in
It's
your
more fun
position.
as a participant.
Yeah, not so fun in
Honestly,
your
that's what
I used to.
I do, I'm not gonna lie.
So you just
just
think
try to
it
hide
hides
it,
good
but
luck.
it's-
I used to go to the national
Clever man.
conventions
Well,
and just
talk to the convention
with
committee
an
and once
endlessly
they
flowing glass of bourbon.
Not a big deal either way.
Oh, yeah.
Worst case
Count
scenario,
on
I'm
that,
sure
20
that
that,
I
especially if I gotta drive into Texas.
backdoor around that too and just make it like a,
I would appreciate any suggestions.
the campaign name.
Mhm.
And, yeah, and,
Quite possibly, start to Diego.
yeah, so, I'm sure there's a way around it.
Yeah.
I want to buy one of those porcupine things.
Great, they're $10.
How about 20?
Awesome, even better. You want two?
Man, that's how you negotiate right there.
Yeah.
Just one's fine.
Awesome. What's your name again? Preston. Preston. Yeah. Thank you, Preston.
Why you got them out?
Well, she didn't get the approval.
associate owns all that candy himself?
And there are only certain exceptions to that rule. I think that would whether it falls.
I think we're sitting right under it now.
Yes, and I know it definitely does not.
What's that thing say now? 71, 72?
70.
I'm telling you, that feels
Violating members' fundamental rights, or we could say later that this was out of order.
Gosh, now we already want to take that off the table though too.
Yeah, we can get there.
Well, so Alicia, we're gonna run into another issue though too, unless we consider it 100% a postponement. Because a postponement, you can take off, I believe, 50%.
I was gonna say, are you rescinding the ticket on
Yeah, but then we decided we could do the rescind vote instead.
So,
Where's Bellhaven?
That's only
here's the
majority.
other
Show me
factor
on
I was
the
thinking about.
Bellhaven,
Does
Virginia.
this meet the continuing
said
breach
Alexandria.
It's probably one of those tiny
situation?
ones.
Having a breach of the bylaws, so we don't have that, okay.
Because we hadn't
But
decided
there may be a good argument to be made for,
We stopped answering.
basically, it deprives a member of making, deprives two people, a mover and a seconder, of making a motion at the next meeting, part of it. And so it's violating a fundamental right. What does that mean? And therefore,
It's doable.
because other, you can't require a majority of your people.
I think they are.
We just need a secretary.
Send it for this motion first, then you raise the threshold and introduce a motion.
If someone sees the secretary,
What's that? Did you say, can someone seize the secretary?
along with the means of
I
production.
could go with
Yes.
Eric now and help Justin here, or he can stay here at the time when the week is coming up. Yeah, and I'll ask him to block the room, I don't care about those two computers, because there's nothing on them.
Hey Joshua, did you see Caryn Ann out there?
Yeah.
Because it's 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Oh, and I talked to management, they have 2 drivers tonight, they know about our event. I'm not supposed to give anybody shit about taking them over 201 Union or whatever it is, Cameron, whatever it is, but they know.
No, I'm saying if I do this, we're not all.
So the problem yesterday was they had 1 driver, so they couldn't always, priority is the metro. So tonight they have 2 drivers, not a problem, supposedly.
You two are against
Oh,
kind
just
of
the-
that
yeah.
going back and forth.
Supposedly.
But we need to do it the right way procedurally.
Those cords, those cords, over here too, they're everywhere.
How's your daughter doing the race, Whitney?
Can we do it all in one go?
I don't know yet.
Sorry,
Just
broke my phone.
I broke your phone.
Cool.
Send us
Yeah,
the
sorry,
bill.
I'll
We
send
agree
you
to
a bill.
reconsider and then.
Yeah, he dumped them out.
Fortunately, we've segregated all the funds we'd use to pay it.
I've only talked to her once and she was telling me that she's gonna come here tomorrow and meet me. But we haven't had, I just stepped out of the room and talked to her, so I didn't get a chance to ask about that.
But she's still alive.
I'm not aware of anybody.
She sent me a picture this morning. of her.
Van Horn is your chair,
She was like, she got a number.
Who is it? IT.
Oh, I did, yes.
Yeah, IT.
Ms. Van Horn, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right.
I'm just lurking.
We're back. All right, the next item on the agenda is the IT committee. Ms. Van Horn.
Just charge something up for the rest of this afternoon.
We're-
Meet up one.
Mr. Dixon, do you have a concern? Okay. Okay.
Okay, the IT committee. As you might have seen on the email list, we now have an IT committee fully populated. Alex Merced and I were, yay, I know. And Alex Merced and I were the LNC sacrificial IT committee folks. So we were already on there, but we need other people, IT people. So we had 43 applicants. That's a large pool of people. We went through them all. These people are amazing. We had the best applicants for the IT committee. I just really can't say enough good about every single one that applied. It was super hard for us to narrow it down, which we did. We went through and narrowed it down to our top selection. I narrowed mine down to like 19 good people, and the others weren't bad either. I mean, and then I narrowed it down further. Alex Merced did the same, and we now have a committee that's fully populated. I have sent emails to all those people. got replies back from everyone almost immediately except for one person. This person actually had multiple emails in their application process, so now I've sent a second email to their other email because they had a resume and different contacts. Haven't gotten a reply back yet, but then I'll follow up on social media or however I can get a message to that person that they're now on the committee. I will also send emails to all the people that did not make the committee. I have not done yet because I was waiting for the replies from the people that did make the committee. But I'm going to customize some of those replies to the people that didn't make the committee because there were still a lot of really good people that didn't make it, and I really want to address them individually to, you know, just say how impressed how impressed we were with them. And, you know, it was super stiff competition. These people are amazing. We have some really good people that want to bring some things on the table, and enterprise architecture and just all kinds of things. Ken Molden, is he in here? He actually is on our committee, and he's someone that I recommended for a lot of reasons. Continuity, and he knows currently all of our current systems that we're working with, which, as you can see, is handy for someone to know. So, you know, I don't want Ken to have to do everything. I think he's pulled a lot of weight on these kind of committees in the past. He's pulled more than his share of all the duties. I really want, with our new people on there, to be able to disperse amount of duties and people doing different things, that he'll be able to have really invaluable. And I also want to reach out to Andy Burns, so he's also another really key element. So Alex is also on the committee. Did you need to say anything, or
not
do you
yet.
want to? Yeah.
Nope, it's we got a committee. I'm excited. So I really like the people that are selected. So I'm really excited for what the potential is.
We have a great group, isn't it?
So
It's super cool. We're gonna have a meeting after this meeting. I've let them all know that, you know, this week's been really super busy. That we'll have a meeting soon online, and we'll kind of feel out everything. And people are already jumping in and saying, you know, can I see the resumes of the other people? And I said, no, you can't. But you can feel free to ask them yourself. But you know, they want to know where they're going to fit in the lineup. So we're off to a good start. Hopefully the next meeting we'll have a really good report, and a lot of the issues that we talked about with website, email, CRM, just all these kind of things, IT committee will be, you know, those will all be part of it. So that's it.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Van Horn? All right, thank you. Next item will be the Ballot Access Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I submitted a report. The budget for ballot access expense in 2019 is $22,000. I do believe we've spent exactly $0 of that so far. Mr. Krause isn't here, but I don't recollect any ballot access expenditures year to date. We talked about doing voter registrations in Alaska. I have been in contact with Scott Kohlhaas of the Alaska LP, and we agreed that got to get out of winter. This is going to be punted into the future later this year due to weather conditions in Alaska. What we do have right now is a situation in Arkansas, and I want to talk about this in terms of what we want to do. I think this is a great fundraising opportunity for the LNC. The fact that let's just be forthright here, the Republican Party in Arkansas is behind a bill that jacked up the signature requirement in Arkansas from 10,000 to 27,000, roughly. It's 3% of the last total vote right now. It's about 27,000 signatures. There's going to be litigation. The LPAR fought back on this. They contacted the media. There was lobbying. It failed. A person in the LPAR was sort of told confidentially by someone in the know that this was a Republican Party initiative kind of started by Tom Cotton, the U.S. Senator from Arkansas. Indeed, Trent Garner, the Arkansas Senator who sponsored the bill, is a former staffer for Cotton. And but there's going to be litigation filed on this, and without going into details, both Jim Linger, who will be the attorney handling this, they're lining up local counsel in Arkansas. Both Jim Linger and Richard Winger think that there is a very high chance that this litigation will succeed in getting this law knocked out. But there is but I think this is a great fundraising opportunity for the LNC. People give to ballot access. I would think that our members would be enraged by what has happened in Arkansas. And then there are also, I just got off the phone with Michael Packo, the Libertarian Party of Arkansas chair, who says that that the LPAR is committed to going forward with a petition drive. Now, they don't know exactly, the timing is flexible here. One of the issues is that we could wait until the end of the litigation to do the petition drive. However, the Arkansas summers can be very hot. The ideal time, frankly, would be there's a 90-day window. You have 90 days to complete the petition drive. And it's, by the way, with the jacked up signature requirement, it's still a 90-day window to get it done. And really, it's best to get a petition drive done in Arkansas before it gets hot there. And really, April, May, June would be the best time to do the petition drive. Also, there is a chance this year, I have mixed feelings about asking petitioners to do it for $2 a sig, but it worked before, it might work this time. Who knows where petition signature rates are going to go in 2020? Really, who knows? So I don't know what to do. It would be nice if the LNC could help out here in some way. I think it's a great fundraising opportunity for the LNC that we should take advantage of immediately. I just put this out there because they do have a plan. It's tight, but they have a plan to try to do this themselves. And I'll be the first to say that really a 10,000 signature petition drive, hey, 100 squared is 10,000. They had 100 members who, and that's assuming the legislation succeed, the litigation succeeds. But I mean, you had 100 members do 100 ballot sigs each. I know it just doesn't work that way, even though it should. That'd be 10,000. So I don't know. It's up to the LNC. Of course, we know what the financial situation is here, but I think it's a great fundraising opportunity. And if we raise some funds for the LNC on this, I do think it would be appropriate if we would help out the LP of Arkansas in this petition drive in some way. With that, there's the rest of the report. There's nothing. It's readable, but I don't think there are really any action items at this time, except for what we're going to do in Arkansas. But that's my report, and I'm certainly welcome to take questions.
Dr. Lark, Ms. Doherty, Mr. Longstreth, Mr. Phillips. Huh?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Redpath, as always.
Wow.
And your colleagues for the tremendous work that they're doing. Excuse my ignorance, in what court would the legal action?
I think it'd be federal court. I'm pretty sure about that. Okay. I'm 100% sure.
Ms. Doherty.
Since you brought up fundraising multiple times, I very much agree. I think the circumstances in Arkansas are very jazzy for fundraising. And similarly, as I mentioned earlier, we sent out materials about the lawsuits, one which is in Maine and one is in Arkansas, that references a lot of this, just in a different framework. And the email that we sent out brought in over $2,000, which is pretty good for one of our emails. And we have a snail mail letter going out on that same topic to top donors literally over the weekend. So we're getting that started, and I think we can build on that really nicely because there's two parts to this. So I do think it's a very good fundraising opportunity.
Mr. Phillips.
Just a quick update to his report as I'm on the committee with him. Since our last meeting, a couple things have happened. The Iowa bill has made it through subcommittee and gone to committee. And the bill in Illinois that actually uses ballot access for us, we've done some lobbying already, and we've got it was proposed by a Democrat. We've got a Republican co-sponsoring it now, and we're making some strides in that, which were not known, but when he submitted his report.
Dr. Lark.
Mr.
Nicola, then Dr. Lark.
Georgia has reached out to me several times over the past few months seeking support for ballot access. Have you made any strides there?
I talked with was it Nathan Wilson? I talked with somebody in Georgia. Who was it was going to be on the call but wasn't?
Was it
Ryan Graham.
Yes.
And I did talk to him about about lobbying and notifying the base and I guess I would ask what can we do in these circumstances? I mean, I just said you've got to get your people, you got to communicate with your members and get them to call your state reps and state senators, and then I also talked about with him about trying to go to the news, trying to set up editorial board meetings, go to the media as well to make their case.
Yes. And then he mentioned something about regarding a lawsuit, help with a lawsuit.
There's lawsuits going on in Georgia right now, and is it in council's report? There's litigation. There's an ongoing lawsuit. Alan Buckley is one of the plaintiffs, and on the ballot access law. And off the top of my head,
it is in the council's report. It's a challenge against the requirement for 5% for nomination for House, which has never been complied with since 1943. It is in discovery, so it's moving along. I don't know exactly what we can do lawsuit-wise. I mean, if it's proceeding apace.
Right. So I don't know. I don't recall the arrangements with the attorney on. I'm not.
Because I wasn't involved in all this, but they were just reaching out, asking me a couple of these questions just to clarify.
Are they asking for help in lobbying?
He's claiming. Well, yes, they've asked for help a couple different ways. The bill that would reduce the threshold is currently stuck in committee, and the chair of that committee does not want to hear the piece of legislation show, which is shocking. So we're trying to see what we can do to push that through and ring the bell. But otherwise, he's mentioning some stuff. I'll if I can get us connected, just to get us all on the same page.
Just call me.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Just bottom line, just pick up, call me, and just a question, Ms. Doherty. What could we do in terms of emails from national on, targeting states, that sort of thing?
Like Georgia and Minnesota.
Big pardon?
Like
Yes.
Georgia and Minnesota and Illinois.
We can do a lot of that.
Yeah,
Steve and I have talked about it, and we've done some for Arkansas before all of that got finished up. So I would love to do more of that. The only limitation is staff time. So the more heads up time frame you can give me, the better. But we can target stuff really precisely. It really helps with other things too, because it increases the engagement, which then does a whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes in the internet world that actually makes our emails more likely to actually hit people's inboxes. I mean, it has multiple good effects, is my point, that don't meet the eye. So.
Mr. O'Donnell and Dr. Lark.
Just an update there was legislation proposed in New Hampshire that would have just changed the date of the primary on the surface, but had implications where third-party ballot access is tied to the date of the primary. That would have dramatically shortened our window for petitions by several months without reducing the number. Myself and Chip Spangler spent a day in Concord, and we convinced the chair of the election law committee and the sponsor of the bill to retain it and not move it to the floor for a vote until they could work out the kinks and make sure that they had an amendment to protect our ballot access with regards to that. With regards to the two potential methods to getting on the ballot in 2020 in New Hampshire, the state party is expressing a lot of interest in trying to pull off the party petition.
Which is going to be, what, about 12,000 net?
15,000 ballot.
Right.
About. Which would certainly require LNC help because the vast majority of the time would be during the winter. Very hard to petition in New Hampshire in the winter. The 3,000 signatures to petition a slate of independent candidates in the summer, I'm confident we can do on our own. New Hampshire couldn't do it on their own in 2016, but there was a lot of mitigating circumstances. The people in charge then are no longer involved in the party. It's a completely new group of people, much more active. We've almost tripled membership in the state party since then. So a lot more active volunteers to be able to help pull that off. We've already been fundraising for that eventuality to try if we have to pull that off on our own. But Chip Spangler and others do want to try and push the party petition. I've been telling them it might not be the best use of funds since the last time we did it. Last time New Hampshire did pull off the party petition, the Secretary of State gave all Libertarian candidates ballot access by filing rather than petition, but still listed our candidates as independents on the ballot. in a third column of Libertarians and other candidates with no differentiation between Libertarian candidates and independent candidates because it's a party column ballot. And we lost the lawsuit over it. So LPNH v. Gardner in 2011, we lost, and the First Circuit held that Secretary of State had the right to condense the ballot and mash us up with the independents if we didn't have a full slate of candidates. So I'm not sure it's totally worth the expense of 15,000 signatures when we'd still be listed as independents anyways, or we could save a ton of money just going after the 3,000 signatures.
Well, that would be great if you could do the 1,500 plus 1,500,
right.
You know, each of the 2 congressional districts, which is actually what it is. But that would be great, I mean, because we had to send Nick Dunbar up there.
I was part of Nick Dunbar's team in 2016, and I ended up staying.
So, Dr. Lark?
Well, just very briefly, as many of the members of this committee may know, over the last certainly 2 or 3 years, there's been a lot of discussion about efforts, usually pointing toward the Republican Party, and in some cases quite accurately, in terms of essentially disenfranchising voters. The idea about removing people, say, from voting rolls. Of course, we took a position on that. Gerrymandering issues, photo ID issues. I'm not saying that I necessarily agree with the criticism. I'll point out that I have tried to broaden the discussion by pointing out the extent to which state legislatures pass discriminatory ballot access laws. And it's interesting that many of the people who bitch and moan about the various types of disenfranchisement don't seem to feel that discriminatory ballot access laws are essentially within the same ballpark. I actually had the honor of being at the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe Parliamentary Assembly meeting in D.C. They actually monitor American elections. I brought up exactly that point. I was on the panel with the Executive Director of the Election Assistance Commission and several other organizations. I brought this point up, and it was surprising the extent to which people did not seem to feel that discriminatory ballot access laws were really all that bad. And I just thought the members would be interested in this. I actually think that we should do more to try to link these issues. If it's bad for the quote disenfranchisement efforts, why should state legislatures be able to essentially engage in this very nasty degree of discrimination with respect to third-party and independent candidates?
I have a couple of questions. Mr. O'Donnell, have you looked into or talked to counsel that handled the lawsuit against Secretary Gardner to look into whether or not they think that if the reasoning is related to the lack of a full slate, that tees up a circuit split with the Illinois decision that the Sixth Circuit eventually came down on, saying that we couldn't be required to have a full slate in order to get ballot access for our candidates, because
it wasn't ballot access, it's the fact that we have a party column.
I know it's the ballot condensation, but I mean, have you talked to the counsel that handled that case about whether or not he sees, or he or she sees that as creating enough of attention that it's worth?
I haven't talked to him about that. I had approached a lawyer to discuss the possibility of a state suit, state court instead, because there's precedent in the state Supreme Court about discriminatory ballot placement that disenfranchises a candidate. That had to do with alphabetical listing as opposed to party listing, but I think we might have a better chance at state court based on discriminatory placement when the Greens will also be petitioning, and they'll list the Greens and Libertarians in the same party column.
That creates some issues. Mr. Redpath, am I incorrect in remembering that the last time there was a special election in Arkansas and they did not want to change the number of petition signatures required for ballot access, but there was a constrained time period, that the relief we got was injunctive, saying that they can't require us to get the same amount of signatures in a shorter period of time? Was that Arkansas, or was that somewhere else in the South? Do you remember this?
I think it is Arkansas. That vaguely rings a bell with me.
So, and I'm just... So if they've said that you can't make them get the same amount of signatures in a shorter period of time because that is unfair, do they realize that by making the amount of signatures larger but keeping the time the same, that it looks really, really, really similar to a case we already won?
I'll bring that up with Jim later.
It's worth probably discussing that with him. The other question, and this is more logistical, when we're talking about putting money into Arkansas for a petition drive, is it the goal or the intention of the state party to run a drive on a 10,000 signature target, knowing that the emergency provision on its face has us having a 27,000 signature target? Are they trying to succeed under the emergency law, or are they trying to make an attempt to succeed under the old law to put us in a solid standing position for the suit against the...
They don't need to petition to file the suit.
Right, no, I meant not standing in the technical sense, so that we don't run into the Alabama problem that we had with the Bodenhausen lawsuit, where the court got mad because we didn't even try.
Well, that's a good point. My sense is that they're going to move forward. I'm not sure about this. My sense is that they plan to move forward thinking that this litigation is going to succeed.
Okay.
And I think it certainly doesn't hurt to say, hey, look, we're out there trying to comply with the old law. We have a plan in place to succeed there, and we intend to succeed. But obviously,
do you have a motion to allocate or encumber funds?
I don't know what to ask for right now. I mean, I guess I'm just not. I might in an email about. What I would like to. I think the most prudent thing to do is just alert you to the situation that I think they've worked hard. They've run a lot of candidates there. They fell only 681, 861. It was a 3-digit number of votes they fell short of getting the 3% for governor. They've worked really hard. That party's come along a long ways. What I would like to say, I don't have a specific ask right now, so I'd rather not ask at all.
Okay.
And maybe come back to the body with an email ballot or something.
All right.
When I think it's appropriate.
If you develop any insight before we leave tomorrow, there's always the option to amend an agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the Ballot Access Committee report? We're out of time on it. Delightful. We're going to skip the recess that was otherwise on the agenda, since we had one really short time ago. We are at 4:30. It is my intent that we finish up today at 5 to maybe 5:15, because the event at Blackwall Hitch starts at 6. People may want some time to prepare, and I don't want to impact that. So the next item is going to be the policy manual amendment regarding voting in alternates for Mr. O'Donnell. For 10 minutes.
Real simple. We created a parliamentary boondoggle and a bunch of nonsense and arguments ensued because I made a mistake and it wasn't an immediate clarification of how to handle it in the policy manual. This would be the new language. I proposed language. Ms. Harlos provided alternative language to
Yes, it is. Under new business and previous notes.
That would just clarify that in the policy manual to avoid that same problem ever coming up in the future.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second from Mr. Phillips. Do you need to speak to the motion? Do you need to speak to the motion, Mr. O'Donnell, or was that enough speaking?
My bad.
Would anyone like to speak against the motion?
I want to amend it.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
But Joe said it first.
I'm gonna go Joe, Sam, Alicia, assuming that we don't go too far down the rabbit hole.
Right,
But Mr. Bishop Henchman.
Unless Ms. Matson's or Mr. Goldstein's amendments are better, and they might be, I guess. I would want to change where it says cast an explicit abstention and change that to votes abstain. Explicit abstention appears nowhere in Robert's rules. I've Googled it. It apparently means lots of different things in lots of different countries. In Britain, explicit abstention is walking out of the chamber and not voting.
Don't try that.
Anything short of that does not count as an explicit.
But we had a revolution
so,
about that.
You know, my worry is if we pass this, it doesn't actually solve the problem, because then we're just debating about whether that was an explicit abstention or not, whereas votes abstain, we know what that means, and we know when that triggers that the alternate cannot cast a vote. So, that would be my amendment.
So it's a motion to amend the proposal to strike explicit.
Strike cast
An explicit extension
and replace that
with votes abstain.
With abstain in
quotation. Okay. There is a second. Do you need to speak to it anymore?
No.
Okay, would anyone like to speak against Mr. Bishop Henchman's amendment? I'm gonna go to Mr. Goldstein and then Ms. Mattson.
Well, I'm not gonna speak against it. I'm gonna add to his amendment, or amend his amendment. And see
There's a motion to amend Mr. Bishop Henchman's amendment. In what way?
I'm going to, let me see if I can think this out. In the event that a regional representative votes abstain, strike everything else after that, and replace it with, this would preclude a alternate from voting, or something to that effect.
Goes beyond.
This would preclude a alternate's vote from being counted.
Can you tell me how that amendment changes what is currently there?
It's just too many words. I don't like words.
Okay.
It makes it a lot simpler.
I'm just.
It simplifies it.
So the final phrase after votes abstain.
After votes abstain. In the event that a regional representative votes abstain, no alternate vote shall be counted.
Alternate for that member.
No regional alternate vote shall be counted.
For that region.
For that
region. Yeah, that's not even in the original.
That's not even there anyway.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of understood.
Okay, Ms. Harlos, do you understand that amendment?
This is what I have. In the event that a regional representative casts an,
Votes abstain.
In the event that a regional representative votes abstain, no alternate vote shall be counted.
From that region.
Or that regional alternate vote shall not be counted, something like that.
That regional alternate vote shall not be counted.
Okay.
Takes a lot of words out.
There's a motion and a second for the amendment to the amendment. Okay. Is there discussion on the amendment to the amendment?
Point of order. Is the amendment to the amendment germane to the original amendment?
That was my question.
I do not think that it is.
I think it goes beyond.
The amendment. So.
We could do it easier. We
So.
could do it harder.
I think this is a valid point of order. I do not think that that's germane to the amendment, because the amendment modified the first clause, and the amendment, the purported amendment to the amendment would modify the second clause. So I think that is out of order at this time. Everybody knows what it is you want to do. So now we'll go to Ms. Mattson.
Okay, so what I have substitute wording, and I think what I want to do is let's get to the vote on his amendment so that I can offer a substitute for the main motion as amended, because I'm going to take a different approach to accomplish the same thing. So I'll call the question on Mr. Henchman's amendment.
All right, but then I'm going to come back to Sam before you, because you would be, so that you don't get yourself out of order.
But could she maybe tell us what it would be?
What might happen?
If you want me to describe what I intend to do later for your information, I can do that.
Sure.
So where I intend to go, instead of trying to come up with language about when votes shall be counted and whether abstain is a vote or not a vote, and because that steps all over, Robert's already addressed this, when votes are counted, and our bylaws say when votes are counted from alternates. So I think I would rather approach this by defining what an absence is, because that's the question in the bylaws, what is an absence? So I would instead use language to define when they will be considered absent if they don't vote, if they
don't say they are abstaining, and if they request to be considered absent.
Okay, so.
That's my approach.
So there's a motion to end debate on Mr. Bishop Henchman's amendment. Is there objection to ending debate on Mr. Bishop Henchman's amendment? Hearing no objection, can we move to a show of hands on Mr. Bishop Henchman's amendment?
Mm-hmm.
All in favor of Mr. Bishop Henchman's amendment, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Opposed? 2, 3. 13 to 3, the amendment passes. Mr. Goldstein?
I would move to amend as previously stated, whatever I said before.
Mr. Goldstein moves to amend to
add
to strike everything after
votes abstain.
The word abstain, and add words that a regional alternate vote shall not be counted.
For that reason.
For that reason.
You had that regional alternate vote shall not be counted.
Okay. Would anyone like to speak against Mr. Goldstein's amendment? Ms. Harlos?
I like the wording better than mine, but I like Alicia's idea better, so I want to vote it down in order to go that route.
Mr. Longstreth?
I would say that this wording is exactly what we need. I think that to introduce something to define what an absence is would be new business without previous notice. This is business with previous notice, and so for that reason, I think that we should pass this and move on.
Are you calling a point? Oh, well, until she...
No, he's arguing in favor of Mr. Goldstein's amendment. Mr. Smith?
I will if it gets
Is there objection to ending debate on Mr. Goldstein's amendment? Hearing no objection on ending debate on Mr. Goldstein's amendment, we'll do this one by show of hands as well. All in favor of Mr. Goldstein's amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Opposed? 2, 3. Pattern.
There's a California corner over there. Watch them.
Ms. Mattson?
Okay, so I'm going to move a substitute for the main motion as amended. And as I said, I would rather approach it from the standpoint of defining what an absence is, rather than redefining things that are already covered in
Language before argument.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so the motion is to replace it with the language as follows. As the LNC's interpretation of the bylaw provision regarding conduct of electronic
Oh, Lord, you going to send this to me?
Yes, I will. Type it right now.
Go ahead and say it.
And turn off the audio. No. All right. So as the LNC's interpretation of the bylaw provision regarding conduct of electronic mail ballots, regional representatives will be considered as absent if they fail to cast a vote, if they do not say they are abstaining, or if they request to be considered absent for that ballot. I'll wait for a second before I speak.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Mattson.
Point of order.
Point of order. Go ahead, Mr. Longstreth.
I believe that is would be considered new business without previous notice, because it fundamentally changes what this amendment set out to do, from defining the abstention vote to changing the entire context of just defining what an absence is.
Okay, so the point of order is that this would go beyond the scope of the motion that was submitted ahead of time as new business with previous notice, because it would go beyond the scope because it defines an absence as opposed to setting a vote counting procedure. I'm going to rule that it is in order because the effect of the provision, while it talks about absence versus how a vote will be counted, is similar enough to the original proposal that it would be appropriate and in order as an amendment to the amended motion, that we're still in amendment land. Dr. Lark?
Point of information, Mr. Chairman. Could either Ms. Mattson or the Secretary again, specify, I'd like to hear that again, because I may be able to bring up a situation that's not covered by what you're suggesting.
Well, you're not going to,
Well,
because we're out of time.
Okay, so is there any objection to us extending for 5 minutes to finish? Hearing no objection to that, I want to, your inquiry, is it necessary to the resolution of the point of order that allows us to continue?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Is there any objection or appeal from my ruling that the amendment that Ms. Mattson has proposed is in order?
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
There's an appeal from the ruling of the chair. Is there a second? They do require seconds, I believe. Is there a second to the appeal from the ruling of the chair?
Second.
There is a second to the, okay. I think I explained my side. You explained your side. Who else would like to weigh in on whether or not we're in order? I'm going to go, I assume, so I went first, you went second. Ms. Bilyeu, for the ruling of the chair or against it?
For.
Ms. Mattson, for or against?
For.
Okay. I was just checking to make sure that I got sides, so I'm going to go Ms. Bilyeu, then Ms. Mattson.
I would say that it is in order because if this particular item, what we're doing is amending the policy under electronic mail ballot procedures. And both of these versions are related to electronic ballot procedures, not specifically to absences versus alternate votes.
Okay. Ms. Mattson? Ms. Mattson?
Yeah. Okay, so I'll be brief. I support the chair's ruling. The question here, is this a different solution to the same issue? And I believe that it is, where yes, it's different language, but the real issue here is how do we interpret when someone is absent? Because the bylaws say when someone is absent, that the votes can be counted. So we're trying to sort out this question of when are they absent, which impacts when the alternates votes are counted. And I think this is just an alternate solution to the exact same issue, so I believe it's in order.
Ms. Mattson, are you discussing the appeal? Or sorry, not Ms. Mattson, Ms. Harlos. I'm trying to read at the same time.
I was, but Ms. Mattson said what and I'm not going to repeat.
Okay. Mr. Smith, on the appeal from the ruling of the chair? I'm not sure that's actually in order because I think that by dint of the rules I get to go last.
You always, even if it's called.
And to be fair, there's been nobody who's spoken in favor of the opposition.
There is also
or against the favor.
well, you got to speak against.
No, I did not.
Mr. Chairman, you get to go first and last.
Well, wait a second. I thought you did.
Negative, sir.
I apologize. I in my head I had
appealed and then you went to 2 in favor of you.
I apologize. So I'm going to rule that moving the previous question would be out of order at this time. Mr. Longstreth, go ahead.
Okay. The debate here is there is a significant thing, and while it may solve both problems with regardless of the language, the fact of the matter is that we received one version of this with previous notice, and that is what we are in right now. That is what we're discussing, and that is how the vote is counted, what abstain vote actually means on an email ballot. What's being proposed now is alternate language that defines what an absence is. We received no prior notice to this. There was no opportunity for prior discussion on this. So it changes essentially the notion of the debate. While the effect may be the same, the debate is completely different. And I was not prepared to debate what an absence is or was not. I was prepared to debate how a vote is counted.
Okay.
There's a concept called scope of notice, which says it can be amended within a certain range when you've given previous notice.
Okay.
You can amend it basically anywhere from where you are now to where the amendment would propose to take you in the context of no greater change and no lesser change. Lesser change within the range.
Mr. Phillips.
Can we call the question now?
Is there need for further debate? Ms. Bilyeu, is there need for further debate? Well, I
This is gonna be a
said
that.
An amendment to what?
That could resolve this, maybe.
No,
it's
no,
appeal
no, we're in
right
the middle of the appeal, so we're stuck there right now. I did not hear objection to moving the previous question. Time, of course, has expired again. I think it's in the scope because of the fundamental nature of the thing. I understand the objection from Mr. Longstreth. I think it's right to just resolve it rather than ruling it out of order. So I would urge you to vote yes. We will now move to a vote on the appeal from the ruling of the chair. Do you want to do hands or roll call?
Roll call.
What is the ruling of the chair?
Yeah, so the ruling of the chair is that Ms. Matson's amendment to substitute her language for the language as amended by Mr. Bishop Henchman and Mr. Goldstein from the original O'Donnell language is in order and not outside of the scope of what we were previously noticed. So a yes vote would allow us to proceed to a vote on the Matson amendment as a substitute. A no vote would overturn the ruling of the chair and rule the Matson amendment out of order, which would then move us by orders of the day to a vote on the proposal as amended by the Bishop Henchman and Goldstein amendments. Any other questions? All right. Is there a need for this to be a roll call, or do you want to do hands?
Roll call, it's substantive. It is. I got in trouble for people.
Okay. Roll call has been requested. It is substantive.
Can you remind me which vote sustains?
Yes. So yes sustains the ruling of the chair and would proceed us to a vote on the Matson substitute. No would overturn the ruling of the chair and proceed us to a vote on the Bishop Henchman Goldstein amended motion of the O'Donnell motion. Any other questions? Prepared to move to a vote. Would you like to go in reverse or forward alphabetical order?
Well.
She's going to go forward. Sorry, Ms. Billieu.
Yes. Ms. Billieu?
She said yes.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Aye.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
I will vote yes. Mr. Hewitt?
Yes.
Dr. Lark?
Aye.
Mr. Longstreth?
No.
Ms. Matson?
Yes.
Mr. Merced?
Yes.
Mr. Nikela?
Aye.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Aye.
Mr. Phillips?
Means nothing at this point, but no.
Mr. Redpath?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Van Horn?
I'm gonna abstain.
Okay.
We have a 13 yes,
13 yes, 2 no.
and 1 abstention. Would the chair like to vote?
No, thank you. And for the record, for Mr. Phillips, before we proceed to our next vote, an honest vote is never wasted. We will now move to a vote on Ms. Matson's motion to substitute her language for the language as amended by the Bishop Henchman and Goldstein amendments. The language that would be the substitute
She hasn't emailed it to me
hasn't
yet.
been emailed yet. Dr. Lark is...
This is where my point of information would have come up, because it actually will influence.
So the appropriate thing at this time, since we've resolved our previous question of whether or not we're in order, would be to move for an extension of time to allow your point of inquiry to be resolved.
Perhaps if the secretary will simply read the motion, that may suffice.
Ms. Matson's motion?
Yes.
We're getting there.
Okay, one second.
If there's no objection to Dr. Lark asking the question, or you need to hear the language again to know what you want to ask.
I'll tell you while she's getting the message.
Yes.
You know,
Let's say that I think a vote should not be taken at all, and I'm not abstaining because I think it's a completely illegitimate vote. Would your situation cover that?
Here's.
I'm not absent. I'm saying I think that this vote should not be taken because I think it violates the bylaws or something like that.
That's the point.
If you don't say I abstain, you would be considered absent for that ballot. And your alternate vote.
I have the language.
That answers my question.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Requires saying you abstain.
All right, so we are technically not, orders of the day have us moving to a vote. there is language that is close enough to me that I can read it for everyone soon.
Well, I just stuck it here. I can read it.
Ms. Bilyeu, is it privileged?
It's a question. For
Is it a question that is necessary for you to have the information that you need to make the appropriate vote? Go ahead.
So, whoever wants to clarify for me, if this vote, particular vote, like you're bringing up, were to happen, and you essentially wanted to remove your consent for that vote, period, possibly even breaking quorum if you wanted to leave the room, that's the kind of situation that you're talking about. Like if it were happening in real life, in a live meeting, and you wanted to leave and remove quorum so that vote couldn't be taken, that's kind of where my mind goes when I think about your scenario. You don't have an alternate, right? So there wouldn't be anybody who had the right then to come take your seat and vote anyway.
Yeah, it does. Okay.
He has an alternate.
Oh, that's right. I was thinking you were at large, sorry. But an at-large member wouldn't.
Correct. An at-large member, under this motion, regional members would be able to absent themselves and or block in a way that at-large members would not be able to absent themselves and or block. Because the provision of the motion only covers the regionals, the at-large members are under the normal provisions, which is it would just be an abstention. There's no possibility of removing yourself from the body for the purposes of any vote that is otherwise, that isn't one of the ones that requires a percentage of the entire membership. Yes?
I think actually his objection is the opposite of that.
Well,
the language does not allow a regional to walk out and...
Right.
His objection may be the opposite. I just want to make sure we're answering her question. So does everyone have the information they need to vote on this Mr. Lyons, do you have a privileged inquiry?
Yes.
Tell me what you think it is, and I'll tell you whether you do.
I'd like to, as the alternate that broke Parliament, apologize first, but I think no matter what we come to, as long as we define what abstain and what absent means, and we can just use those from now on, that would be satisfactory, and we should move towards that.
Okay, well, that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna say that you're out of order. Because you're not at the table. And we aren't technically in time to actually be engaging in debate. So unless it is an inquiry that's related to the information you need, or the people at the table need for voting, or some other point privilege motion, we're going to proceed to a vote. Now that I probably have language in front of me in the OneNote.
Oh, I didn't, yeah, right here. So this is.
Got it. The substitute language reads, as the LNC's possessive interpretation of the bylaw provision regarding conduct of electronic mail ballots, regional representatives will be considered as absent if they fail to cast a vote, if they do not say they are abstaining, or if they request to be considered absent for that ballot. Everyone hear the language? Okay, we will now proceed to...
I'm sorry, I did not hear it. I wasn't paying.
Okay, one more time.
Sorry.
It's also in the OneNote if you're looking.
Oh, okay. I don't even know
As
what
the
that is.
LNC's interpretation of the bylaw provision regarding conduct of electronic mail ballots, regional representatives will be considered as absent if they fail to cast a vote, if they do not say they are abstaining, or if they request to be considered absent for that ballot.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Fulton.
Yes, Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Does this affect the, you lose your seat after 2 absences, does that change the definition?
No, mail ballots do not affect that at all. That's a different provision.
It says regular meetings.
All right.
Information.
Yes, Mr. Hagan.
Try and read through the logic of this, where it says if they do not say that they're abstaining. So if they vote yes, that's not saying that they're abstaining. So reading through this, it sounds like then they'd be considered absent even though they voted yes or no.
No, because of the first provision, if they fail to cast a vote. So,
but there's an or. We have 3 situations, if statements with an or in between them. So any one of those 3.
Whoa. Just.
And the grammar award goes.
Grammar Nazis for the win. I moved to extend for 4 hours.
At this point, I don't think that's long enough, Bill.
This is the first new business in previous list. We got 4 more to go.
Today.
Tim has a point that we
Just,
Yeah.
everyone, if you could just be quiet for just a second, because neither of those are in order.
It's not a problem.
We're out of time, right?
Yes, please stop talking.
Would have voted it down, it wouldn't matter.
That's true. Can you go back to yours?
But the other language was much simpler.
Okay, so here's where we're at. I don't actually understand this language. I'm trying. I cannot give a meaningful answer to Mr. Hagan, but orders of the day are we're proceeding to a vote. So if you are comfortable with the language as I've read it and is in front of you in the OneNote, you will vote in the affirmative to adopt Ms. Matson's language.
I move to extend for 5 minutes.
There's a motion to extend for 5 minutes.
Objection.
There's an objection. All in favor of extending for 5 minutes, please raise your hand.
Only if I can speak.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I count 6 opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We will not be extended. We are going to proceed to a vote. Roll call.
Would you explain what we're voting on again? Because I think
I would be happy to explain what we're voting on again. I will. There is a substitute motion that Ms. Matson has made that would take the paragraph that we were changing in section 1.04 as amended by Bishop Henchman and Goldstein and replace it with, as the LNC's interpretation of the bylaw provision regarding conduct of electronic mail ballots, regional regional representatives will be considered as absent if they fail to cast a vote, if they do not say they are abstaining, or if they request to be considered absent for that ballot. A yes vote will adopt that as the language of the motion. A no vote will return us to the language as amended, which was in the event that a regional representative
hold on. In the
event that a regional representative
1 second.
votes abstain,
Yes.
that regional alternate vote shall not be counted.
Yeah, that's right.
Is this a question?
No.
Is there a motion to extend time to allow an amendment?
I would move again to extend time to allow an amendment.
I'm allowing the member the privileges of being a member of the body. If you would like to extend time to present an amendment, you can make such a motion and you can say what your amendment would be in very brief terms in order for the body to consider your extension.
I move to extend time for 2 minutes to fix the grammatical error.
In which one?
To fix the grammatical error in Ms. Matson's substitute?
Ms. Matson's substitute.
Can you tell me what that language says that would be fixed?
It would say,
because that will allow everyone to know if they want to extend.
First clause remains, and it would say regional representatives will be considered absent if they fail to cast a vote without expressly abstaining, comma, and then the rest that she has there. So remove if they do not say the abstaining, and next to cast a vote, but without expressly abstaining.
What is expressly abstaining? Yeah, without saying
typing in the freaking email that you're abstaining.
See, now, all you get to do is say why you want to extend and what it's for. So there's a motion to extend for 2 minutes in order to amend, to consider an amendment to Ms. Matson's language to fix the perceived grammatical error. Is there a second for the extension? There's a second.
As a point of information, Mr. Chair.
Is it a point of information related to voting to extend time?
Yes. because of the reason that's attached to this reason to extend time, yes.
Okay, listen, I'm gonna listen.
Did we not vote at the very first amendment to purposefully get rid of the words expressly abstain?
That was explicitly.
Right.
No, it was.
It was explicit abstention.
Thank you, that's what I was wondering.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to make sure we
Yep.
don't reinsert.
Yep.
Different words.
All right. All in favor of extending time for 2 minutes to consider that amendment to Ms. Matson's amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We will not extend time for that reason. Ms. Matson, is this a motion to extend time?
It is for 30 seconds to allow me to make a motion to postpone indefinitely so that the word perfection can happen offline and bring it back by email ballot. I request to extend time for 30 seconds to allow the postponement.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to extend time for 30 seconds to allow a motion to postpone indefinitely. It is not. The extension of time is in order, and a motion to postpone indefinitely would be in order at the point that we come back into time. All in favor of extending time for 30 seconds for that purpose, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Not 2/3.
Wait, whoa. We are going to go back and retake that vote. The hands moved. I don't
That's
have
what they tend to do.
No, I don't have a good, I am not confident in my count. So I'm going to do this again to make sure I get it right. Is a motion to extend time for 30 seconds to consider a motion to postpone indefinitely. All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That matches my count. Opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. We don't extend. We're moving to a vote. Sorry about that. I don't want to be confused. Hell of a thing to hope for. We are now going to move to a vote on Ms. Matson's substitute language. It should be in front of everyone in the OneNote, but I'm going to read it one more time. As the LNC's interpretation of the bylaws provision regarding conduct of electronic mail ballots, regional representatives will be considered as absent if they fail to cast a vote, if they do not say they are abstaining, or if they request to be considered absent for that ballot. Roll call.
Okay, 1 second here. We'll go backwards. Ms. Van Horn?
Which a yes or no means what on that? I'm sorry. This is like so.
Yes is for the language that I just read.
Miss.
No, sorry.
No?
Yes, a no vote. Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Smith?
Pass.
Mr. Redpath?
I'll vote no.
Mr. Phillips?
No.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Pass.
Mr. Nikela?
Aye.
Mr. Merced?
No.
Ms. Matson?
Aye.
Mr. Longstreth?
No.
Dr. Lark?
Nay.
Mr. Hewitt?
Yes.
I will vote yes. Mr. Hagan?
No.
Mr. Goldstein?
No.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Nay.
Ms. Bilyeu?
Abstain.
And then we had several passes.
Smith
Mr.
and
Smith?
No.
Mr. Longstreth?
Aye.
Oh, no,
wait,
Mr.
wait.
O'Donnell.
Oh, sorry, it was O'Donnell.
No.
Okay, that is 4 yeses, 11 noes, 1 abstention. Would the chair like to vote?
No, thank you. Amendment fails. We'll now-
Substitute.
The amendment by substitution fails. We'll now move to a vote on the underlying motion, which would add to section 1.04 of the policy manual the following language. In the event that a regional representative votes abstain, that regional alternate vote shall not be counted. Do we want to do this by roll call?
Yes.
Okay.
Emmanuel.
As soon as you're ready.
1 second here. Ms. Billiou?
Yes.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Aye.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
I shall vote yes. Mr. Hewitt?
Yes.
Dr. Lark?
Aye.
Mr. Longstreth?
Aye.
Ms. Mattson? Mr. Merced?
Yes.
Mr. Nikela?
Aye.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Aye.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Redpath?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Van Horn?
Yes.
It's 15 to 1. Will the chair like to vote?
No, thank you. All right, motion passes. It is 5 minutes after 5. We have 2 items left on the agenda that were scheduled for this afternoon.
Mr. Chair, I move to postpone the remaining agenda items to tomorrow and call orders today.
Well, it's actually, you can't do both at the same time. It's a motion. It's a motion to amend the agenda. Yeah.
Move to
Can't we just adjourn?
Well, actually,
Move to adjourn.
the much simpler, faster way to do what you want to see if the body wants to do what you want is to move to adjourn for the day.
Move to adjourn
Second.
today.
Doc.
But before we adjourn for the day, shall we discuss the starting time tomorrow? We do spring it forward overnight.
Yep.
So, I mean, just want to.
We lose an hour.
Well, we're currently scheduled to be at 9 a.m. Eastern Daylight
Yeah.
tomorrow morning.
So technically, that's out of order, Mr. Redpath, because it would be in the nature of debating a motion to adjourn.
No, but it's a
No, the motion to adjourn is privileged.
But it's the higher privilege. It's a motion to adjourn to a time certain.
No. This is a motion to adjourn. We already have an agenda that has a start time that's already set at 9 o'clock for tomorrow. So his motion would be to amend the agenda.
But did we define the time zone?
Right.
Can we just go on?
That is a good suggestion, and I would recommend that anyone who wants to discuss that would vote against the motion to adjourn that is currently privileged.
Point of order, even after we've adopted a motion to adjourn, you can make like announcements of this nature which are related to what time are we gonna start tomorrow, can we clarify? So it's in order to bring it up even after the vote to adjourn, technically, before you gavel out. Just to clarify when we're starting tomorrow, after adjustment or pre-adjustment?
Well, but
We have a motion to adjourn, what time are we coming back
okay.
tomorrow? That's the question.
So here's where we're at. We have a motion to adjourn. It is privileged. At this time, the agenda that we had already set and adopted has us starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I knew that it was daylight savings time, as many people knew it was daylight savings time. Everybody said it was daylight savings time. So if we wanted to amend the agenda, or if we want to amend the agenda to change the starting time, you have to vote no on the motion to adjourn. Otherwise, we're coming back at 9 o'clock under whatever bizarre time rules you guys use outside of Arizona.
Mr. Chairman, what if Congress meets tonight and changes the law and runs it down to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and Trump signs it? Then what time will we meet tomorrow morning?
Then I'm going to be so busy writing a congratulatory press release for a president I don't even like. But right now, we're going to move to a vote on the motion to adjourn, which is privileged, and we spent far too long.
Everybody vote absent.
All in favor of adjourning at this time, raise your hand. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 opposed. We are now adjourned to tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock under the local time, which I would remind everybody,
And it's in
the real world, where we don't do bizarre time things, the great state of Arizona,
The only smart state.
it's about an hour earlier than you think, so it's kind of like it's 8 a.m. tomorrow, so don't get too drunk tonight.
Do we know what time the shuttles are leaving?
Yes, so I do have informal announcements even though we're adjourned. Ms. Doherty.
Hey guys, we have an event tonight. It's ticketed, $50 a ticket. If you have a ticket, great. If you don't have a ticket and you still want to come, go and you can pay at the door.
There's a cocktail hour that starts at 6, which is in less than an hour. We are told that the hotel is going to make their shuttle buses available for us, which is the
speaking to us and fellowshipping with us. I think a lot of good connections were made last night, and there's some really good energy, maybe some good energy that went a little too late for some people. And with that, let's get into the business. The first item on the agenda this morning is going to be the policy manual amendment for data use by affiliates. Ms. Harlos for 10 minutes.
I had a question first. I'm sorry, and I don't know what this would be called, but yesterday when we rescinded the membership vote and the convention vote, is it on the agenda for today to redo that?
Yes.
Okay, I missed.
20 minutes. Oh, I thought it was 20. Maybe it's 15.
15.
Some amount of time.
Okay,
later
just
in the
wanted to
morning.
make sure. Is Mr. Molman in the room?
I do not observe Mr. Molman, no.
I put that on the agenda at his request. I can't speak to it any more than Mr. Molman recommended it and would like us to consider it. It's beyond my ken as far as the technical. He said it got looked at.
Is there any objection to pushing this off until Mr. Molman is available? Hearing no objection, we'll then move to discussion of the 2020 census. Dr. Lark.
Well, yes, Mr. Chairman, I think we ought to do something about it.
Kill it.
That was quick discussion.
Yeah, for those who perhaps were not reading their messages, as you may know, the Libertarian Party has on several occasions pointed out that the census has gotten too big for its britches, in a sense, that in many cases the government basically asks you lots and lots of questions that by no means clear they have any right to do so. And in the past, we've taken this as an opportunity to point out that the government has gotten, like the census, has gotten much too big. And so I simply brought this up that I think we should try to do something in a coordinated effort with our state affiliates, that this would be a good opportunity. April 1st, 2020 will be National Census Day. And I think, April 1st, yes. April Fool's? Yes, April 1st. And thus we ought to be thinking, we ought to start putting it on our calendars that this is something we ought to do something about. And I brought this up simply, not because I think that I have particularly good ideas about how to do this, but just to sensitize people to something. You may want to start talking to your state parties, that this is something we will likely do something at this time. Try to draw attention to the fact that the census is
long and basic.
Yes. It's long, and would anyone else like to speak on the issue? Mr. Redpath and Ms. Harlos.
I think that we should do something on that. I do be careful. I would just say this much. During my chairmanship, 06 to 10, I had an experience. I don't know if anybody remembers this or not. I was interviewed on Comedy Central. I was Daily Show. It was like Daily Show wants to interview you on the census. And I went to New York and drove up one day, and the interviewer was Samantha Bee. And I will have to tell you, once I got into this interview, and of course it's like, oh, well, you want to be on the Daily Show? Who turned that down? Well, I quickly realized that the best strategy was to say as little as possible. And but fortunately, there were 3 other people. I was one of 4 people being interviewed at the same time by Samantha Bee. Fortunately, the other 3 were quite talkative. And I remember, I'm sorry, but I was, after the interview, I was in a state of mini depression for a day or two. And I remember going to bed early the night of the show and telling my then wife, I said, I'm going to bed, then wake me up when it's over and tell me how bad it was. And she said, no, you did okay, but I did okay only because I decided I can't get up and leave right now because that's going to be bad. And I'm going to keep my mouth shut as much as possible. The other 3 guys do all the talking. And that was a winning strategy at that moment. But I just want to say that I think it's possible, but I would just, there's going to be a tendency, there will be a tendency for some people to make census objectors look like nut jobs. That's out there. I experienced 10 years ago. And I think the message should be carefully crafted and not sound paranoid. I want to urge that right now.
Okay, Ms. Harlos, then Ms. Van Horn, then Mr. Hewitt.
In going through some of the old press releases right after Dr. Lark's email, I found some of our old press releases on them that were quite good. There was like 5 of them in a row. So if we ever wanted to do some throwback or recycle of these old press releases. On the nut job thing, most people think most of our positions can be made out to be that. I think if we present them professionally and intelligently, I don't ever think we should shy away from something because people think it's nutty, because then we might as well just disband.
Ms. Van Horn, then Mr. Hewitt, then Dr. Lark.
Yeah, I have copies, well, photocopy types, of early census from the early 20th century that are my family members, like grandparents and great-grandparents, and they just asked a few things. I have actually, like, screenshot, of the actual census, and just like their names, where they live, occupation, and that was basically, it was really scant information. So in my home state, I might be able to use that as an example of, here's what they're asking now, here's what they asked then, and why they're, it's like, but anyway.
Mr. Hewitt, then Dr. Lark.
Well, I think the original reason for the census was to try to keep a representation equal, so that one guy didn't represent, 2 million, one guy.
Very simple concept, yeah.
But, just earlier this week, over across the river, NACO brought in, and somebody, one group really wanted to go ahead and put your sexual preference on there, the LGBT group said, we got to have a question that gives your, so it's gone from, and the big citizenship's a huge controversy. But now it's not about representation. It's about, much like you drive in the carpool lane with a mannequin, it's all about getting bodies counted any way you can, just inflatables, whatever. And they will, they'll do that because we're all scrambling for crumbs, and that's what forget representation now. It's all about getting your crumbs, and then using it also. Like I say, they've got so many questions now to try to divide us, politics of identity. So I think our take should be the very least amount to get proportional representation on human beings.
Dr. Lark.
Well, yes, in case, since I did not say it explicitly, I'll say it now. We should always craft our message intelligently. Ms. Doherty was kind enough, actually, Ms. Doherty, after I sent my message, Ms. Doherty mentioned that she had brought this to the attention of Jess Mears, and there was an interest in trying to see what we could do about this. With respect to Ms. B, Samantha B, I think perhaps her only pleasure in life is poking fun at libertarians. So the fact that you had the misfortune of having to deal with her, there are going to be people who they are trying to make us look like fools. That's just know that.
If I may, I will say this, Mr. Chairman. I didn't look half as stupid as the director of the Census Bureau in that segment. There was one segment where the director of the Census Bureau come up to Samantha B's front door and ring the doorbell. She goes to the door with her husband, and he begins asking census questions, and she says, this really turns me on, and turns around and begins making out with her husband in front of the census guy. I said, well, at least that didn't happen to me.
As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Chair, since we have a lot of things to do in 2020, I just wanted to be sure that this is on our radar.
Ms. Harlos.
I will get to Lauren. I'll just for thoughts, and I'll CC Dr. Lark and Mr. Redpath and anyone else. I'll just stick it on the LNC list. Those old press releases for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
One thing to add, I actually had my first career, the opportunity to work for the Census Bureau as a contractor, and the Census Bureau is very sensitive about how the 1930 and 1940 censuses were used, because there was exceedingly legally confidential information about nationality and national origin that was definitely never going to be used by any other agency of the government ever, 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 because it's super, super secret and it's confidential and it's private, and it definitely was never going to be used to round people up and throw them into concentration camps at all. And they're real touchy about it over at the Census Bureau, and I believe, I mean, all the people I worked with, they're very sincere about it. The Census Bureau doesn't make that call at the time that they want to go rounding people up. It's other agencies that get to make that call. And so this is very similar to gun registration, where it's not that people don't have the best intentions who are in that silo. It's that if there's certain data that if you give it to the government, somebody's going to do something bad with it. Even if all the people who collected it are lovely, fine, upstanding people with integrity. And I think pushing hard on the Korematsu stuff and the internment camps puts us on kind of the right side of history, and it doesn't make us look like nuts, because we're not talking about what could happen. We're just saying, you know, there's that one time.
Oops.
So this is a really good issue, and I look forward to crafting an intelligent message for a change. Historical committee.
Yes, and I.
10 minutes.
Right, I've uploaded the report into OneDrive, and I also emailed it, but I would like to have more of a conversation on what's in there. Things are progressing, I think, in just a fantastic way. Everything is really, really coming together for it to be a resource for the 2020 election season. Did you, I think, Mr. Redpath?
No.
Oh, you were.
No.
Were you bidding $1,000? And states are now starting to organize their own committees. California has a committee. Illinois has a committee. Colorado had one from before. New York has a committee. And the state affiliates are starting to realize that this is something that they don't have to maintain, that they can stick their records on. That will be there, hopefully, for more years to come. So we're really, really encouraging that, as the committee's focus is national records, but we are training and encouraging the state affiliates to make their own committees and start putting up their particular records. I met with Paul Grant 2 weeks ago, who gave me a box of things from the 70s and 80s that I've never seen before. So we're starting to reconstruct, I think, a lot that was lost during that Watergate flood or just wasn't thought to be preserved. I will be leaving with Lauren. I've had people from the original Badner campaign, Clark campaign, and McBride, who gave me some of their campaign t-shirts that we're going to mount as displays, never worn, you know, some of their original inventory. Got more really rare buttons. He just gave me, you know, a bag of them. All of the LP News issue 1 all the way through the end are now up. So any research on that can be done. Now, what volunteers are now doing is reading through those issues, and then being able to recreate the history of the affiliates, because it says state chairs, and it says this event, and that event, and this candidate. So it is really starting to fill in the pieces in an exciting way. We always need volunteers. So if you have someone that you at the moment, either you don't want to work with them or you don't have anything for them to do, send them to me. I'll keep them busy until you can find something else. I hate sometimes when we keep volunteers hanging. If state parties get any intern requests, it can be remote, and I don't mind managing interns. Send them to me, because 1 out of 10 works out. You know, that's just the way it is. And I'll take them and train them on what to do. I invite, again, anyone who would like to come down to the storage facility to take a look at it. And I wanted to show you those t-shirts. I did bring those, bring some of this stuff with me. I believe, oh yeah. And some of the buttons I'll pass around so that y'all could take a look at them as long as I get them back. But for instance, this is the McBride one, Vote Libertarian Party on the back. So one of these is going to national, but I do have a couple more smalls and a medium for $50 donation to the historical committee. You can leave with one. And the Ed Clark one, which I only have one, and it will be going to headquarters for display. Let me grab that. Well, I'll find it in a minute, that button bag. I don't know where I stuck it right now, and I'll pass it around when I find it. One bit of unfortunate news is we had been fully funded. There was a donor who had put aside a certain amount each month, and so we wouldn't, I'll just go on fundraising, who has withdrawn that, nothing to do with the historical committee. If any LNC member would like to know my discussions with this donor, I don't want to put it on a recording. I'll be more than happy to tell you the discussions, and I'm hoping he will come back. Here we go. So here's a Paul Grant's button cache, and I mean, there's some rare ones in here. Hey, Bill Hushner, Berglund. So one of the original Radical Caucus buttons is in here. So I'd like to pass this around if you guys just want to take a look at it. Let me just scan the report quickly to make sure there was nothing else I wanted to cover. But I really, if anyone has questions, I would welcome them. It's just, I think the project is getting more and more exciting and useful as some of the tedious stuff is over with. Well, or almost over with, like, you know, database management, recategorization, you know, filing documents. And I've managed to get donations for almost all the supplies we need. I'll go to Nextdoor and say, historical project needs manila folders, and offices that are going digital just go, here you go. So let me just look at my report quickly and make sure there's nothing else I wanted to cover. All of our minutes and reports are online. All of our meetings are open. Yep, that was really all I really wanted to cover from my report, but I do welcome any questions for further discussion.
Mr. Longstrip.
The only question I have, and I know you're the next item on the agenda is to talk about the Hospers project. Is the Hospers project in any way right now associated with the historical committee at all?
No.
Or is it completely independent?
It's completely independent.
Okay. Is there interest from the historical committee to get involved with that more directly?
Oh, if they wanted to.
Interested.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Mr. Hewitt.
Just make a real quick comment. I did go see the Library of Congress earlier this week, and it's gotten pretty big and everything, but it started out with Thomas Jefferson's books and everything that got, you know, him going. And I could see this in 100 years, what Ms. Harlow is doing could be the next, you know, great library on how this really got going and kept all the records together. I really appreciate it because I think we've got something here, and I'm glad you're spending the time. It's really good.
Well, you want to know what else was encouraging? We had a volunteer calls, a young girl who was just out of school looking to get practical training to go into the job force, and I said, you know, she wanted to volunteer. I said, listen, this is a resume builder for you, and I'd be more than happy to help you with that because I'm using my paralegal skills, I'm using my document management skills, my archivist skills, and I think it's a really good opportunity for some young people. Send them my way. I will give them real world practical skills that they can stick on their resume. One of Sarah Ellsworth, who was a volunteer who went down there with me every Saturday for a while, was a stay-at-home mom that never worked, and she was starting to worry about not having skills. After spending 2 years with me, she can get a pretty good office job because I just transferred a lot of skills to her. So I think we can also be giving back to some young people if they're interested in this, because I've been doing this sort of work for 20 years, and I love training people.
Any other? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Harlos. Next item on the agenda is Ms. Harlos.
It is?
The discussion of the hospice project.
Okay. Well, it's me and Richard, kind of. I put it on there to make sure it got on there. I sent an email to the list. There's a gentleman who's the president of it's like a John Hospice Foundation, and it's coming up on the, 50th anniversary?
I believe it's 50.
Of his libertarianism, a new political perspective for the future. I'm getting old, so the name, but his seminal book back then, and they're wanting to do like a tribute to hospers with various authors, and they wanted an official contribution written, not talking about money or anything like that, from the Libertarian Party as to their part in carrying on some of the things that was in that book, and how hospice was influential in the Libertarian Party. And I told them that I would bring it up and hope that maybe we could commit. I don't know who would write it. That would be, either up to the committee, up to Mr. Sarwark, but I would like to, make a commitment to them to put in a chapter. It can't hurt us, and we'll get the word out and keep people in the movement remembering, because some people like to ignore us. We're not part of the libertarian movement. You're stinky politics type thing. And I want to get out of that kind of mindset from people. So if we can make a contribution to this in written form, we get to help write our history in a way. And I certainly think that was something Mr. Hospers probably would have liked to have seen us involved in. So I'm looking for official blessing, and I don't really know where to go from here, but for us to commit to putting something in this project.
If I could add to that just briefly. So in particular, they were looking for a contribution, not necessarily a chapter, so something written. It could be a small article, and they particularly called out that they wanted something from Nick. So that's pretty much what we would, as a body, if we decide to vote on doing this project, we would charge Nick or somebody that Nick delegated to go ahead and write something up regarding this, which I think would be fully appropriate to lean on the historical committee. Thus my leading question before to get to this point. So I think that this is a great opportunity for us to weave those cultures together a little bit more. And I would, let's see, how would we do this? Because we don't have a pre-written resolution. There's nothing with notice.
No, you would move to direct the chair to provide a submission for this book, and then follow up to make sure that the chair knew the requirements of the submission, length and thrust and whatever else. Dr. Lark, did you?
Well, I was wondering, with all due respect to the chair, I don't know the nature of the organization for what they're asking. Did you know John Hospice?
Not even a little bit.
Well, I would think that maybe someone such as David Berglund might be a better choice.
Berglund was in my head, since I hadn't spoken. I was actually thinking that Mr. Fields might be good, potentially. I believe Richard did know Dr. Hospice. I'm not sure.
Again,
I just know how long Richard's been involved.
No disrespect to the chair, but I think it would be nice, given that David Berglund was a vice presidential candidate, chair of the party, and I think he actually knew Dr. Hospice. So I think personally it would be more appropriate to have someone who actually knew him, and someone who has a long background in the party.
Ms. Harlos?
Maybe I haven't done a good job of communicating. What they're looking for is not necessarily people that knew Mr. Hospers. They're trying to show how there's a whole generation of people who didn't know him, how the tradition is being carried on. And when they ask for submission, wasn't said but highly encouraged that they're looking for someone who's in leadership now and active. As to what we're doing now, how we're carrying on the legacy, it's not meant to be a retrospective. It's meant to be a looking forward type thing to inspire the next warriors to go forward and carry on his legacy.
So the motion that you would need is to direct the chair. Ms. Mattson?
Is it necessary for us to order the chair to do such a thing, or if the chair is aware, will he just voluntarily do such a thing? I mean, it feels weird us ordering you to write something.
Oh, I like it. I think we should do it more.
Doesn't feel weird for everybody.
I mean, if it's party business, that's one thing, but this is somebody else's book outside the LB, so I'm just not sure that this is really party business for us to order you to do it.
Well, Mr. Phillips and then Mr. Longstreth.
I just have a question. Is there a deadline on this?
There's not one that's been given to me.
Okay, just because I didn't want it to interfere with the other business you've got going on right now. So,
Ms. Harlos, or Mr. Longstreth, then Ms. Harlos.
So in regards to Alicia's concern about it being party business, part of the party business is forming good political connections with people, and this is an opportunity where not just people in the LP could read this book, but also little L libertarians could read this book and get to know how the LP is involved in running with some of the philosophies and that sort of thing. So while it isn't directly, say, dealing with staffing or policy or something like that, it is still a good opportunity for us to politic with other libertarian-leaning individuals.
Ms. Harlos?
To address Ms. Mattson's concern as well, I tend to think it is appropriate because we're being asked as the official voice of the party type thing. It's not Nick personally writing something. It's Nick as part of the Libertarian Party writing something, because it is to represent what we're doing now. It's not like I think it's appropriate because, again, I think it's something that kind of has our stamp on it. As far as timeframes, I'm supposed to be speaking with Stan next week, so I can find that out, some further timeframes. And I will certainly volunteer in any way I can to assist Nick with any information you might need or whatever. However the historical committee can assist, we will.
Okay. I don't have a problem with the LNC passing a resolution or other motion. It's a sense of the body that they like me to do this. It's a good way for me to remember to do it. It shows up in the minutes that everyone said I should do it.
I'd remind you.
I'm sure you would.
Will that be in the case motion?
Yes, go ahead.
I move that we compel the chair.
Have you read the non-aggression principle?
I move that we ask the chair to get involved with this Hosper's book project by contributing a piece of written work to it.
Second.
Is there any objection to the motion? See, it feels good for everybody now. All right, then, without objection, that is passed. The next item is going to be the blockchain committee, I believe.
Since our December meeting, blockchain committee had convened our monthly meetings in January, February. We prepared a table of contents for the document that's due, I think, on the 5th LNC meeting from when it was created. This is in the list for folks to review. If anybody has any comments, you can feel free to email me or discuss with any of the other committee members. If you think something should be added or changed or modified. We're currently drafting content, so we've had some members that have started writing their own documents. So we're going to start populating that table of contents with the actual content. Committee reached out to staff regarding increasing the visibility of Bitcoin and Bitcoin donations on the website. So hopefully we can work off the staff, the staff time allows, and possibly work with IT committee.
more, it's a little difficult to navigate and find how to pay with Bitcoin or donate with Bitcoin. Even some of our events that we use as well. And Stephen Michaelia had an idea about writing an article, maybe in LP News or something like that. He purchased his lifetime membership with Bitcoin. So it would be something maybe somebody.
That was my idea, but it's going to be Stephen that writes it.
Sorry. Yeah, he did. But it's like, so we could write something up to
because Stephen purchased his lifetime membership with Bitcoin, and Jess Mears does that little thing where you hold up the card and say, you know, I'm a member of the Libertarian Party, so I thought it would be cool if he did it. He writes up something, your beautiful face and your card, and tell how you purchased this with Bitcoin, and anyone can get their membership with Bitcoin. So, yeah.
Was that?
Not made safe.
Not made safe. Hey, you never know. Come back.
Ms. Harlos.
Like I will with all committees, I know Alex had started, but I would encourage you guys to put your reports and product up on LPDA. But I have something else that might be interested, because you spoke about LP News. We on the front page of LPDA feature an article once a month, but it has to be a really good one with images and stuff. If you would like to highlight your work, write an article about the committee, make it detail rich with some cool images, and that will get people to know about you, and you're definitely part of history now. So get with me and I'll give you any assistance that you need.
Yeah, we talked about that as well, adding, so the idea is once we populate the document, we can pull sections and make individual pages on LP.
Yeah.
And Alex has already created some, base pages for the committee and for each thing and stuff. So maybe that's already been just said. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Smith? Seeing none, thank you very much. The Youth Engagement Committee. Ms. Lee is not present.
I did not receive a report.
Oh, that's right. She explained on the email list that she's
Got some personal things. Stuff going on.
Oh, no, that's our wrap, yeah, but.
Ms. Harlos?
I emailed Ms. Stewart for a report, but it was at the time that the emails were bouncing. She may have sent a report to me, and it never made it to me, because a few people had done that, and other people knew my other email addresses and sent it, but she might not have known that.
Okay. Is there any objection to moving to the next agenda item? Hearing none. Well, this would be a good time to deal with these issues, since those committees are both on the agenda. Shall we populate the Convention Voting Process Committee?
Do we need to so move in order to adjust the?
We need to, it would be appropriate to have a motion for how we would like to conduct the vote.
Well, don't we need to adjust the agenda as well?
It's on the agenda.
Could the gentleman, if he's going to make comments, speak up? So
He was asking if we need to adjust the agenda. We don't. What's going to end up happening is the item that we put on the agenda that's additional is going to become moot because there are already the items for the special committees as placeholders in the agenda. So we're going to make up time, much like a good pilot does in the air. Ms. Mattson, did you have a motion?
Sure. I'll move that we use approval voting and by ballot to populate the convention voting process committee.
With or without requiring a majority?
Requiring a majority, standard with approval.
Okay.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Mr. Redpath?
I would prefer to use single transferable vote with fractional vote changes. I was not cognizant. Mr. Bolton told me that one of the problems encountered in OPA vote was that apparently votes were rounded to the nearest integer. Is that correct, Madam Secretary?
I do not know, but I can inquire. Math isn't my big thing.
Okay. The big part?
5 decimal places to vote.
That it was used to 5 decimal places?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I would move to drop the majority. I move to amend to drop the majority requirement on approval voting.
There's a motion to amend to drop the approval, to use approval voting without requiring a majority for election.
Second.
There's a second from Ms. Harlos. Would you like to discuss your amendment?
Yeah, if I've stated it before, if we're going to require, if the outside world required majority approval of Libertarian candidates for public office, we're sunk. I do not, and I don't care what Robert says about this, frankly. I would say that I think that we should deal with this right now. I don't think we're prepared to use STV in this instance. I think that the committee would like to get these two subcommittees populated. So I would say that we should use approval voting with the top vote getters, regardless of whether majority or not would assume the seats on that committee.
Ms. Van Horn.
Point of order? Yes,
I disagree. Sorry.
Is it in order?
What point of order?
Is it in order under our rules, given the provisions that we discussed at National Convention about plurality, that is not a majority, never chooses a proposition or elects anyone to office except by virtue of a special rule previously adopted?
I believe it's in order because we have don't we have a specific bylaw that allows us to use non-majoritarian, we're allowed to use alternative voting systems. We put it in the bylaws precisely so that we can do things like this.
Which bylaw is that says?
Trying to find it.
In OneNote, the bylaws are in there.
Convention due to this.
Ms. Harlos, while I'm looking.
This isn't an office, though, is it? I always interpreted that to mean the LNC, pretty much, not committees.
In the OneNote, the bylaws is actually the policy manual.
Oh, did I mess that up?
A little bit. It's okay. I'll find it somewhere. Oh no, there it is. That's weird. It didn't load right.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say
Article 15 deals with the convention special rule, allowing alternative voting. I don't know whether that was what you were thinking.
That was probably the one I was thinking of.
Even then, it doesn't say what the alternative is such that it impacts majority versus plurality.
What particular rule do you think we would be violating?
It's page 405 of Roberts. The plurality never elects unless you have a special rule previously adopted.
Would Mr. Redpath's motion be the special rule previously adopted?
We do not have a special rule previously adopted.
It's in order. They're not officers. Is there an appeal from the ruling of the chair?
There is an appeal because the next sentence is not limited just to officers. The next sentence says, if such a rule is to apply to the election of officers, it must be described in the bylaws. All right, so it doesn't have to be in the bylaws, but it does have to be a special rule previously adopted.
I read that provision as being for officers of the organization and not necessarily committee members. We're allowed to populate these special or standing committees in order to do advisory things, and it doesn't require the same voting thresholds that it does for election to the LNC. These are not committees that are empowered to make decisions. They're not empowered to do anything, and so I'm going to find that it's in order.
Okay, well, I will appeal the ruling of the chair because I think the next sentence deals with officers and it's separate.
Doc. Is there any objection to hearing from Dr. Moulton on the parliamentary question?
It's not on the, I just
Oh.
have a first of all, could the chair please speak up?
Sorry. I'll do better. Would anyone else like to speak on whether or not the ruling of the chair is correct? Ms. Harlos.
Is there a second to the?
Oh, sorry, I should have asked. Thank you, Mr. Bishop-Henchman. Is there a second for the appeal from the ruling of the chair?
I'll second.
It's a second from Dr. Lark. Ms. Harlos?
I do think the chair is correct on this. It does speak of election to officers, and I know the next sentence, well, it says to office, and then it says officers, and I think it's making somewhat of a distinction here. Not in all organizations, and certainly not in this one, not everyone here is an officer, but all of you hold an office. A regional rep is an office, but they're not an officer. So I think that is why there is those two sentences in there. So I do think the chair's ruling is correct. And I also think, though, when we come down to fundamental, I'm normally a Roberts hound, even though I think at this time Roberts supports us. But if it comes down to fundamental principles of things we're trying to promote, you know, we either are in favor of alternative voting or we're not. And it would horrify me that we would be so resistant here. But I think the chair's correct, so we don't even need to cross that bridge. But
Ms. Mattson?
I want to disagree with the notion that if we don't agree with plurality voting, then we're opposed to alternative voting. I mean, the standard voting used in our government elections, which we wish to have an alternative, is plurality voting, right? Most of the time, majority is not required. Once in a while, you have some things, if you don't get it, you got to have a runoff. But oftentimes, it's first past the post is the winner in the government system. So the emotional argument in favor of, oh, we must use alternative voting, therefore we must accept plurality winners is faulty.
Are we discussing just your appeal still, or
Yep,
are we back to, okay.
just the appeal. Is there anyone else?
Adding extra stuff, so, okay.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on the appeal from the ruling of the chair? Dr. Lark, did you want to speak on the appeal?
Well, just a comment. You are interpreting, I guess you and Ms. Harlos are interpreting the phrase, this appears, and by the way, I've swiped Mr. Redpath, so I'm actually using Mr. Redpath's version. The section is entitled Plurality Vote. Plurality vote is the largest number of votes to be given any candidate or proposition when 3 or more choices are possible. The candidate or proposition receiving the largest number of votes has a plurality. A plurality that is not a majority never chooses a proposition or elects anyone to office except by virtue of a special rule previously adopted. I assume the chair is looking at the term office to mean officer. Is that correct, sir?
I'm looking at not officer in the 4 people on this board, but officer in that it is a ongoing and continuing office that's held in the organization, as opposed to this being a special committee that is created to advise the LNC. That is the distinction that I'm making, and that is how I'm reading office, is that these are not ongoing offices, and thus we are not bound by that provision. That's the reason for the ruling. If you think I'm wrong, please tell me why.
I don't know whether you're wrong. That's why
About to find out.
I'm torn on the issue.
Ms. Mattson, go ahead one more time.
It also says never chooses a proposition or elects anyone. It's not just offices ongoing on the board. It's, you know, a proposition, a resolution, a whatever is also subject to this. And I don't see why choosing committee members is outside the realm of that wide scope.
Mr. Hagan.
This may be a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Sure.
Would it be possible to adopt a special rule, like right now at this meeting, and would that be considered a special rule previously adopted? And then we get later in the agenda to populating the committee, this will be.
So, it sounds like it would be because in English, previously adopted means that you adopted something previously. But in parliamentary rules, we would probably have to amend the policy manual in order to have it be in the order of a special rule. It doesn't just, the fact that Bill made the motion doesn't just make it into a special rule. Technically, we could take up a motion to amend the policy manual to allow us to do votes to subcommittees without a majority requirement, and then take this up. So, in answer to your parliamentary inquiry, it would be possible to do it that way. I am going to use my time, since we're, I think, done on discussion of this, my final bite at the apple, to point out that that's going to take a lot longer. And so, if you would like to vote to uphold the ruling of the chair, you vote yes. If you want to overturn the ruling of the chair, you vote no. The effect of those things will be, if you vote yes, we'll proceed to voting by ballot with approval voting. Well, actually, we will proceed.
That, Mr. Chairman.
Huh?
Because once the ruling of the chair is disposed
Right.
of, then we see whether.
Then we, right. So,
Can I get a chance to talk? Because I was called upon. I was going to address what he said.
Before I raise my point of order.
Yes. I was actually speaking when you.
So, all right. Thank you, Dr. Lark. What we would do, if the ruling of the chair is upheld, we would then consider Mr. Redpath's amendment, which would allow us to to elect without a majority. If the ruling of the chair is overturned, Mr. Redpath's amendment would be out of order. We would move forward with the Mattson motion to elect with approval voting. Is everyone clear on where we're at?
Assuming Ms. Matson's motion is approved.
Assuming Ms. Matson's motion is approved. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions before we proceed to a vote? Is there a need to do this by roll call, or can we do it by hands?
Roll call.
Okay. Then take the roll when you are ready.
Ms. Bilyeu?
No.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Aye.
Mr. Goldstein?
I abstain.
Mr. Hagan?
Abstain.
I will vote yes. Mr. Hewitt?
Yes.
Dr. Lark?
I'll pass for the moment, please.
Mr. Longstreth?
Aye.
Ms. Mattson?
No.
Mr. Merced?
Aye.
Mr. Nikela?
I vote aye.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Aye.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Redpath?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Van Horn?
No.
Dr. Lark?
Abstain.
The vote is 10 yes, 3 no, 3 abstention. Would the chair like to vote?
No, thank you. The ruling of the chair is sustained. The current motion on the table on the floor is the amendment from Mr. Redpath to elect with a plurality. I believe it was seconded. Was it
I seconded.
It was seconded, and then the point of order was raised. And then Ms. Van Horn, you are on deck. Go ahead.
And I'm actually
And then
addressing the motion, Mr. Bill Redpath's motion. He had said that we want to set the example here for what we want to see in the outside world. And yet the reason we rejected the recent voting is we said, well, that's not practical for our small committee of 13 or 17 to elect nine people. That doesn't work. So even if hypothetically we might want to see alternate voting methods out in the larger world with thousands or millions of people, it doesn't follow that we would necessarily have to use this board as the example for what we want to see in the outside world. So therefore, I disagree with that as an example that we're going to set here. That's not a good reason. So I disagree with going with that method too. So I don't think that follows.
I have Mr. Goldstein, then Mr. Phillips. Are you indicating time?
No,
okay.
But now that you brought that up, it's unclear to me. We are 12, we're almost 13 minutes into this, and there are a total of 45 minutes between the two committee reports and then the committee votes is a total of 45 minutes. So I wanted to know, is this a 45-minute agenda item or what? Because we're 13 minutes into this.
So technically, we're 13 minutes into a 15-minute agenda item.
Okay. All right, thank you. And I do want to be recognized.
I'll get there.
You might as well combine them all.
If there's no objection, we'll proceed that way when we run out of time. Mr. Goldstein.
I am usually an advocate of majority voting, but in this case I just counted, and I believe there are 47 candidates for each of these committees, and if we want to be here all damn day voting on committee members for two committees that are going to come back with reports that are going to not really have, much impact on actually the way we conduct business, maybe immediately, perhaps sometime in the future, then we could choose to go with majority vote and be here all day voting and voting and voting until we come up with majorities. In this case, I'm going to reluctantly vote in favor of Mr. Redpath's motion to use plurality voting.
We could be here all day.
Some of you can. Mr. Phillips?
Sam said exactly what I was going to say, so.
All right. Ms. Bilyeu, Mr. Redpath, Ms. Harlos.
I tend to agree with Sam, actually, but it was just brought to my attention as a reminder that what happened with Judicial Committee? Isn't it because nobody got the majority that we had like a not Judicial Committee?
Yes, it's because no one got a majority, and we were concluded at the time that we would have had to do a revote to fill in the extra spots.
Okay, so if we vote for Mr. Redpath's amendment, we're not essentially doing the opposite of what we said we weren't going to do, or doing what we said we weren't going to do then?
If we vote for Mr. Redpath's amendment, then we will proceed with approval voting, in which everyone will do a ballot of everyone they approve of, and the top, is it 7?
9.
The top 9 vote getters will be elected regardless of whether or not they have a majority of the committee.
Right. And I guess my question is, does that contradict what we did or didn't do?
It doesn't contradict it. It avoids that particular problem, because we would not have to come back and do a revote to fill in the extra spots if, say, 4 people got a majority, and then you would have to do another vote to fill in the other spots with the people who are left.
That's what we did for Alexandria.
Mr. Redpath?
Let's not spend all day voting on this, and if the majority requirement in New Orleans had, at the last convention, had not been suspended, does anybody rationally believe that that convention would not have been gabbled out of session by New Orleans cops? Really. I mean, we might still be there.
We should be.
Let's vote and not make it more difficult.
I have Ms. Harlos next.
Quickly to address Ms. Van Horn's comment is that those particular methods didn't work. That doesn't mean we cannot find an alternative method that works here. I think it's incumbent upon us to try different ones, to find ones that work. To Ms. Bilyeu, it's different, I think, in why the ruling of the chair was sustained, because it's not an office. And the Judicial Committee is actual continual offices. And just for information purposes for the rest, your prior votes are attached as an appendix to the Secretary's report if you're curious as to who you voted for before, and I can email you all of the application packages again if you wish, and including that name of the man I inadvertently left off of that index.
Mr. Chairman, time is up.
Time is expired. Wait, Mr. Goldstein?
I move we extend by half an hour.
Objection.
Orders.
I'm going to suggest.
That way.
I'm going to suggest that the way we proceed is, since time has expired on this specific agenda item, that rather than continuing debate on the voting procedure, orders of the day would require us to resolve both Mr. Redpath's amendment and the underlying motion, and then proceed to a ballot.
I withdraw my motion.
On both committees, sir?
No, just on the first one.
Okay, thank you.
But I think we can do this again.
Okay.
So we'll proceed to a vote. The first vote will be on Mr. Redpath's amendment, which would be to change the balloting procedure so that a plurality would elect. A yes vote would amend Ms. Matson's motion in that manner. A no vote would return us to approval voting with the majority requirement.
Point of information.
Yes.
Does this apply to both of these committees or
It
just this one?
only applies to this one because technically we're in the first agenda item. That's what lets us get to orders of the day right now. But we can do it again. History doesn't repeat, but sometimes it rhymes.
Bill, you made the wrong motion.
So,
I move to suspend the rules, okay, to suspend the rules, to consider a motion to have the resolution of the voting system for a convention voting process committee also apply to the membership support committee.
Second.
All right.
Beg your pardon?
So you amend it to add MSC to the motion.
There you go.
There's a motion to suspend to additionally amend the underlying motion to apply to both of these committees. A motion to suspend. Is there I heard the seconds. It requires 2/3. I'm going to inquire, does anyone object to that suspension of the rules? Does anyone
Mr. Chair, I don't object.
Mr. Longstreth.
I don't object. I think it's a really good move, but I think we're doing this parliamentarily incorrectly. This would technically, I believe, be an amendment to Mr. Redpath's amendment. We can't go in and amend the original motion without resolving the amendment question.
Let's deal with his amendment first, and then we can go back and differ an amendment to the main motion.
So what you're telling me is that you believe that the suspension does not allow us to get back into the underlying motion?
Correct.
The suspension only allows us to consider it, but it's still out of order?
Correct.
It's a good point.
Just take them up in a different order. Deal with his first amendment.
Mr. Redpath, let me...
Technically, you can under the Bill Redpath brain fart portion of Robert's
That explains it, yep.
And then when we get it out of the way, let's just do it.
So,
but if we do it and we don't kill, then it's
so,
okay.
So here's the thing. Like I've told clients who got not guilty verdicts, it's best to not necessarily go back to the well too many times if you get lucky. And so rather than get appealed the second time and potentially not win, let's do this. We'll resolve your amendment. We'll resolve your amendment. And I believe then it would be in order to broaden, for you to do a subsequent amendment, which I think is going to go without any objection.
However, we need to extend time because we are currently in orders.
We will extend time immediately. Someone will move to extend time immediately after we resolve the amendment that we're going to get to as soon as we vote someday or Sunday. Do we need this to be roll call, or can we raise our hands?
Roll call.
Okay.
It's important.
All in favor of the we're going to do roll call. A yes vote supports the Redpath amendment to allow election by plurality. A no vote returns us to the standard approval voting with majority requirement. Go ahead.
Ms. Bilyeu?
Yes.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Aye.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
I will vote yes. Mr. Hewitt?
Yes.
Dr. Lark?
Nay.
Mr. Longstreth?
Aye.
Ms. Matson?
No.
Mr. Merced?
Aye.
Mr. Nikela?
Aye.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Aye.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Redpath?
Absolutely.
Mr. Smith?
Yep.
Ms. Van Horn?
No.
The votes are 13-3. Would the chair like to vote?
No, thank you. Mr. Redpath, are you moving to suspend the rules for
Now don't we have to adopt? Is this the main motion
Mr.
now?
Redpath, are you moving to suspend the rules for 30 seconds to consider an amendment to the main motion that's going
that's
to
a good idea.
apply it to both committees?
I would like to amend the main motion here to include this vote process for the membership support committee as well.
There's
We
a,
need to add
there's,
time for stuff
there's a
like that.
motion to, Mr. Redpath said a motion to suspend for suspend the rules to add 30 seconds for consideration of amendment of the main motion to apply to both committees. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, Mr. Redpath has so moved that amendment. Is there a second for the move?
Second.
Is there any objection to that amendment? Hearing no objection, that amendment is adopted for the main motion. The main motion is now to vote for both committees by approval voting, with the plurality being able to elect. Do you want a roll call, or can we raise hands?
Roll call.
Okay.
These are important.
I didn't say they weren't important.
I'm just saying why. Everyone's getting mad at me.
No one's mad at you.
Oh, everyone's always mad at me.
Let's
even paranoids have enemies.
So right now we are voting on the actual motion to start balloting, to be able to ballot by approval voting with the plurality electing for both committees.
Ms. Beaulieu?
Yes.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Aye.
Mr. Goldstein?
See.
Mr. Hagan?
Yeah.
I will vote yes. Mr. Hewitt?
Yes.
Dr. Lark?
Aye.
Mr. Longstreth?
Aye.
Ms. Mattson?
Yes.
Mr. Merced?
Aye.
Mr. Nikela?
Aye.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Aye.
Mr. Phillips?
Oh, Lord, yes.
Mr. Redpath?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Think about it for a minute.
Ms. Van Horn?
I abstain.
Would the chair like to vote? It's 15-0 with one abstention.
No, thank you. All right. Those motions have both passed. Orders of the day have us into the 15 minutes that is allotted for the Membership Support Committee. Is there any objection for us to proceed with balloting for both committees at this time on two separate pieces of paper? Mr. Smith.
Maybe people can have some time to go grab their stuff out of the hotel rooms if they have to get 10 o'clock.
It's what?
10 o'clock.
Is that checkout? Checkout.
That's 11 here.
Oh, but we will take up a recess of that sort, or at least the chair would like to at some point.
Point
Mr.
of
Goldstein?
Ms. Harlos, where did you say that our votes were buried in this stuff?
If you look at the secretary's report, there is an appendix that has a chart with how you voted for the past time.
Okay.
And if anyone needs to re-review applications, I have those packets I can resend around. I have ballots already pre-printed, including the name inadvertently omitted that one time for both committees.
You got pre-printed ballots?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like some assistance in passing those out?
Well, whoever's going to be vote tellers, I guess, I don't know.
If Mr. Lyons and Ms. Hogarth are available to be tellers for the vote, that would be delightful.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath, yes?
Will there be any business regarding these committees other than voting for them?
I do not believe so.
Okay, thank you.
And so if the ballots are being distributed,
The white one is membership, the blue one is convention.
okay.
Does it say it?
It says those in words too.
Yeah, and it also says sign name legibly on it.
Look at you, Sam.
What are you looking at?
All right.
That's not gonna happen, sorry.
Wow. Well, you obviously know what my signature looks like.
Yes, please. Mr. Smith, if you would like, is the sense of the body, do we want to recess now while we're balloting, or do we want to wait until after balloting's over and we get through some more business? Dr. Lark?
I'm sorry, Mr. O'Donnell. It strikes me that it would be sensible to take the recess now while we vote. Can you set a time by which the ballot?
Okay, so, since the purpose of the recess is to get some stuff done that isn't so fast, I'm going to suggest that we return at 10:30. It's about 23 minutes.
With votes completed at that time.
With the ballots completed at that time.
Can I finish handing these out before everybody stands up?
Yeah.
So I make sure that I
Yes.
don't more than one.
Don't leave till you get your ballot.
Don't leave till you get your ballot.
Bill, don't leave till you get your ballot.
Are we already recessed?
We're about to be, yeah.
But it hasn't recessed yet?
Sort of have. Why? What do you need?
Well,
Tell me quickly.
maybe people want to speak for some of the candidates.
That's right.
I knew this was happening.
Well, before everyone turns in their ballot, they can change it if they want to.
They could. I would suggest that discussion happen at the recess. This.
Because this has already been out there for a while.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not.
So for convention,
We are recessed until 10:30.
Okay.
Is there any way to find out?
So we are recessed. I want to.
When there's
I
too
want
much, I
to just
can't
give one
hear.
quick point. I've known Dan Carlin for a long time, and he would be great in the convention voting process committee.
Did you answer?
He's very well qualified. I've worked with him on the LNC. He helped rewrite parts of the policy manual. I served with him on the bylaws committee, and he knows a lot about voting methods.
What was the name one more time?
Carlin, K-A-R-L-A-N.
No.
No, we can't go to a vote to get that information.
I didn't hit the right button in order to be able to do that. There's a learning experience all the way around.
I didn't realize that first ballot was that. I just saved the screenshot. So it's a copy of the,
The application packages. Yes.
Let me go back to it one more time.
Okay, I'll send that to you.
Perfect.
Hey, Whitney? Is there a committee that Paul would prefer to be on, you know? I'm sure he didn't want to be on both of them, does he?
I mean, he would, but I was just thinking.
Okay.
Does anyone else want the application bundles? Because I'm sending.
Send it to the list.
I can't because it has confidential information, so I have to send these privately.
I think we already have those.
So I've got Bill and Steven. Anyone else?
Send it to me because mine's on my hard drive at home. I'm going to dig it out in email.
Yeah, you just need to find them on there, and they're in alphabetical order, so by last name.
How did you want these marked? Just a check mark in that box?
The box, no, in that longer area. It does a check. Yeah, that's approval vote, and you don't rank or anything.
Making sure.
Is there a maximum that you can vote for, or is it just?
No.
No. Vote for everybody if you want to. It's the same as not voting.
I have a feeling we're going to have to do another poll this same.
No, we're not, because we passed plurality.
Right.
It's going to be the top 9.
If there's a tie.
Oh, if there's a tie, yeah.
Or 7.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
We've come down to coin flip before, or trial by combat, either one.
Yeah, we can always do the coin flip method as well. I look and I always there's a couple of different designs. What I'm happy is
After the break. I will upload to OneNote, though, the indexes of each of them that says who's a national member or not a national member, in case you're interested.
I don't know Johnny well. But I thought about it. I know we're on hold for tabulation.
Maybe even look at the non-national members.
I mean, why would they be on a national committee?
You'll have to tell the vote
I don't even
tellers.
think they should be allowed to be delegates.
That's me. I accidentally did my tail too long there across that out.
I misspelled my own name, because I was trying to write it legibly.
Sure. Now that you know. That's clear. Yeah.
So do we have to check in the little box or the big box?
Big box, little box, who cares, as long as
Well,
it's
I
next
just
to
want
the
to make
person.
sure I don't have a hanging chad there.
As long as it's clear, right?
The little boxes weren't supposed to be there. I don't know what Word did to me right there. It was fighting me.
Blame it on somebody else. It's the government.
Well, I'm blaming it on Microsoft, and that's a real easy villain.
That's good as the government, yeah.
Yeah.
So, in the standing special
Want me to give this to you now or later?
I suppose you can. This is just Region 8's vote.
So I'm going to upload indexes of applicants.
a few minutes after we parted ways, we were back, and then by like an hour later, everyone was asleep.
Awesome. The live stream's still on, by the way.
Huh?
Just saying the live stream.
National members,
Oh, it's on. All right.
What's F mean? I didn't like the person. Gave an A through F rating.
Yeah.
But it's always good to have an asshole on these committees,
Oh,
just
yeah.
to keep them straight.
You want to be on both of them?
No, I didn't apply for either.
Good one.
Thank you.
No, but you said we needed it. Never mind.
Hey, writing is available.
I entertained Tim. That makes me
I'm just
happy.
thinking people I don't like to put on them.
I was saying, am I really going for membership support? I hope you're saying.
I'm going to write Sam in for both of them.
Sam has enough trouble staying up until after midnight for convention committee meetings.
Caryn Ann, do I still have anything for the top three, or do I just sign?
Just sign it, and the vote tellers will fill that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I let Mr. Mullman know that we pushed it off the other agenda item. He's aware, so after this recess.
Oh, okay. So that's convention voting process.
So I would think, looking at our agenda, we want to come back to that next, just trying to make sure you're good. We'll get to notes.
Ms. Harlos, do you need everybody's name on their ballots?
Mm-hmm.
Shh.
Bad. Trying to hide.
One, not the other.
Hide your votes. I knew it.
No, Justin didn't say that.
Coming from me, really.
Ken Mullman, then we came
Jeff,
to
are
an
you one of the
understanding on
fellows?
2 of the 3 things and then one of the things. Let the LNC
True.
figure it out.
Okay.
And he also looked at Alicia's email and seemed to be okay with that stuff. We can go over that.
Wait, you sent it to her? Is what you're saying?
I showed Alicia's email to Ken.
Okay.
And agreed with all that stuff.
So you're gonna send that over to me, or?
Well, I can show it to you if you want
Okay,
to
let me
make
see.
some changes.
Well, I'll just look at it, because I'm sending stuff to people right now, so
Yeah.
yeah. I'll get with you in a moment, yeah.
Sure. Let me know when you want to do that.
Okay. Index. Insert. File printout. Is this an index? Yep. Is this an index? Yep. Insert. File printout.
Some of these lower, so the top ones I know. The lower ones I don't necessarily know, but I looked at their stuff and it.
And 30.
It's a little excessive. Do you need to do anything else? No.
Francisco, and this is information.
you. What's up, man?
I was surprised to see that I could fly to Boston instead of
Hello?
Manchester. It's mind-blowing to me how.
Hey, man. I'll
So,
hear, I'll
I
still
just,
talk, sir.
out here, everything's very different. So it's,
Oh, do you want
Things
to?
on the East Coast and everything might be
Yeah, yeah.
physically closer, but
This
it's
should
going to
be
take
a bit
more
more.
time to get.
This is
right,
good.
yeah.
Twice.
An hour and a half here is very different. That could be Provincetown, an hour and a half is Alexandria, is, the traffic's different.
The town that I live in is Somerville, which is the Charlestown area of Boston.
Even despite
That's just on the other side of the river. Seems like the same thing as like Arlington to DC.
so
Probably takes like 30 minutes to drive anywhere in the Boston.
They didn't use some, obviously they had to cut down.
I mean, if it's
She's got it
not during rush hour,
Yeah,
then
called,
you can probably go
full
to
front,
you can
yes.
sneak out.
It's like,
Although,
she's,
I should,
yes.
if it's a weekday and you're flying, you can go lower your
I
flight.
didn't, so they sat us down and the whole
Rush
thing,
hour
and
is from
pretty
like 6
early
a.m.
on, I
until
thought,
6
okay,
p.m. It's just
I want to do this now, I just gotta keep my cool.
It's
And
it's like just slowly
she even
changes
asked me,
directions.
the last question, she ended the taping, the recording session, and she
I
said,
could go from my house
she
to
says,
the airport in the morning,
do you have anything more to say? I said, no.
but going there in the afternoon would probably take like an hour and a half instead of 15
Yeah,
minutes.
not taking that bait.
3 other guys, man, I thought to myself, through the whole thing, just let them talk, and they were ready to talk.
They're not bright enough
They
to
were
shut up.
like, okay, guys, you do this.
So it's like the Sacramento beef and the Samantha.
No, it's, she got into trouble recently about, I forget what it was,
For what she called Ivanka or Ivana, the daughter,
yeah, Ivanka, yeah. Okay.
called her a feckless C word.
Oh, okay.
Her goal is to be as offensive as possible.
That is.
Well, the thing that they did not use, and I don't know what they were trying to accomplish, but at the beginning of the interview, they said to this, they said some strange things are going to happen here.
Trust the right
Don't
information.
react to
Wayne has access.
that was
Oh, that's what they gave you.
that's what they said. They said some strange things are going to happen here.
Go well when they start with that.
Don't react.
Bad
And
news.
and what was weird was Samantha Bee walked up to us blindfolded, okay, like or seemed like she was blindfolded.
I don't know him.
I'm sitting there. She's
He
walking
is
up
in Colorado.
blindfolded like
I don't
this,
think he's
and then kind of reaches
so
out for the
very much
chair,
confuses me.
and then sits
He is in
down,
Colorado.
and then takes
He
off the
applies for nearly every committee, like he wants to be involved.
No,
I'm
no,
friends
no
with him.
explanation.
Here he
They didn't
is.
use
This is
it.
him.
Oh, when they did the, okay, it just didn't fly.
I've never seen him.
They did not, yeah, they edited it out, but
Once
I thought, okay, what's going on?
he was at last couple, I think, conventions. I want to see if I've ever had any private discussions with him. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I mean,
But who else I missed?
Who else do we have in there?
The one-on-one interviews that are
I don't know. Oh, McLaren. Do you know him?
You do. He's Colorado Springs.
Is he any good?
I think he could be okay.
It's a long
He's level-headed.
I don't know Claire, do I?
Oh, this I didn't know.
Dunn?
Dunn, New Mexico, lawyer.
I shouldn't be what?
Shouldn't be telling. But that's all even Pascal.
Oh, why?
Day one, he started saying Pascal.
That is,
Such a drama.
Yeah.
maybe I should be the selector and then I
know
don't have
somebody
to
who would be really good. Like, I'd like to see John T.
Definitely.
I don't see him applying because he's running his state, but I think he'd be great.
He doesn't want to travel. I do know several people in Colorado. John Pickerel.
I would love John. He'd be great. He'd fill all sorts of gaps that I have, so he'd be fantastic.
Yeah, I'll ask him.
Anybody that's interested, because this is all we got right now,
And I'll try to think. I think Pickerel would be good. I already tried to talk to Seaback, and he's not interested.
He's not interested. I would
Mark
welcome that too.
Mark Montoni is not interested. I'm trying to think of who I know in other states too.
I wish we had somebody solid in Washington. I think that would do us.
Oh, I asked Tiffany Diaz.
She's not interested.
She goes, why do you hate me?
Yep, she's not interested. Already tried that, so I'm just like.
What about Raylene Lightheart?
I've not tried Raylene, but I don't know Raylene.
I know her pretty well.
Okay. I was going to try to talk to Kim, and Kim even reached out to me and asked me about it, and I said, Kim, you need to understand if you're seriously running a campaign,
What about Johnny Rocket?
I would welcome it in a heartbeat, but he got the state chair support.
I don't know.
He'd probably have walked in and we'll probably get Wayne.
Are you?
Yeah.
Why?
I know he's looking for stuff.
No, I was saying that because should I really be
That'd be
collecting
2 reps from Arizona.
I'm not
Part of why they didn't
Yeah.
want to.
Nobody else does.
2 from Utah, which, by the way, he's right.
Somebody objects to it.
100%. He doesn't have anything to do with it anymore.
With
I guess
what?
with politics.
So I need to go get those Nolan records from him.
He might be doing some of that, but he's
He hasn't so far though.
okay. Then yeah, probably because he said he's not running for chair again. He never wants to hear the name right now ever again. And that's about all I've gotten out of it. There's something that went down with all of the leadership.
But Joe does this, and so I take it with a grain of salt.
We're on a couple of months now where he's been consistent. I've seen it, but not like this. You have, okay.
I have.
But he's not interested. So,
Okay. Yeah. Well, if he's not interested, that's
right now he's not. Yeah. So we're just.
No. Don't let me forget. I will talk with Pickrell. There's also a guy. Do you know John Keel?
I do know John Keel.
He's
Yes.
another one who might
he,
be.
was a candidate, if I remember right, in Loveland, but he's moved since then, right? That's
Yeah.
what we're talking about.
Larimer. Yeah.
I do know him. We've interacted.
You know who else? There's a few others that would be good. Angela Plummer.
I know that name.
Colorado person. Always looking for things to do. Solid. Level-headed. Sarah Ellsworth, though I don't think she could. But I don't make decisions for people. I put it before them. And it would be good for Sarah, because Sarah's looking to resume build. She's the single mother I was talking about, where she's just, what happens, she's like, if I ever find myself divorced, not that she's expecting it, but she's seen some things happen to friends, and,
Well, see, my perspective is right now, all I can do is maintain. If I can get somebody who can help me run around, we can split and flip-flop the region. So my thought is we have 11. You take 5 states this month, I'll take 6 states this month. Then we flip, and we keep going back and forth, so we're maintaining contact with everybody. And then 6 states is a hell of a lot easier to work with and have one-on-ones with than
Right.
11. Are we still it's 2?
You want to know who else I said, hey, have you thought about applying? Just think about it for a second.
You sent me Matt, did you?
No. Oh, God, no.
Okay, so it's a real applicant.
Wayne.
Is he interested?
He has a lot to do. But he would make all the phone calls for you.
He would. I'm good at paperwork. He's really good at person.
Yeah, if he didn't have to write reports.
I could take care of email and reports and just let him tell me.
We briefly did. If you thought he would be good and you asked him, I'd just leave it with you. He'd have my support as his wife. Let's put it that way. I wouldn't oppose, but that's entirely his thing. But I think he's strong in the areas you don't like to do, and you're strong in it because he'd rather kill himself than write a report.
And I love it. I'll write a report.
But no, I'm trying to think. So yeah, Arizona. I don't know many people from New Mexico. Kansas.
Kansas won't talk to me, period. They won't. I've tried hundreds of times. They absolutely just will not talk to me. There's nothing I can do, so I represent them. That's why every regional report, there's no report. They will not talk to me.
I'm sorry.
It is what it
but
is.
Her son is facing criminal charges for vehicular homicide.
Oh my goodness.
So
there's a lot going on there. Yeah.
It's not personal.
Yeah. No, and I'm sure it's not. I don't think of it as anything.
Are we turning these in yet?
Where do we hang on to our ballots for
Until
now?
we. Oh, okay.
Here you go, Jeff.
No, I don't take any of it personally. I try not to. But it's.
Can you reach?
It's a little frustrating. It's like you do represent.
Also, I'm elected to both of
At
these
least somebody is hearing.
He's not our friend.
That way, saying you are communicating with me, and I appreciate that. So that's the best that I can do.
He's not
That's
our
the best
friend.
that I can do because I can't. That's the trouble with this position.
You're telling the dog that he's not your friend?
You can only do what people let you do.
Oh, that's I had to hound him. I tracked that one guy down until remember when he picked up the phone. He goes, "Damn it!"
Yeah. I've got more out of Tracy supposedly than
Oh, Tracy's wonderful.
She's very.
She'd be a good alternate, but she can't. She won't do it. The travel
It
is.
would be too much. Every flight out of Hawaii is $600-700.
Yeah, but she would be good. She's a. Who else is in Alaska? That would be good. I know John doesn't want to trout, but
What is her name?
there's somebody I'm thinking of. There's a gal.
Yeah. She ran for office too. She did really well. Oh, why can't I remember her name? I can't even see her Facebook profile in my head. But you're right. There are a couple of people in Alaska. I'm surprised. I'm surprised it's only this many. Although I'm glad it's only this many. But I'm not super sure of the quality at this point.
And it doesn't give the chairs right. I like having more. I'll think about who I know that's in there. I don't only want to be thinking of Colorado people,
Right.
That's who I know best, but.
Unfortunately, that's what I know too, and I don't want that impression
Right.
going out there either. So I only show you just because if you do think, oh man, the pool's not very big.
There's some people in Oregon. What about Perkins?
Perkins?
Timothy Perkins.
Oh, yeah, yeah. If he'd be interested, but I haven't seen him apply at all. And I think he's busy with the reunification up there, still, because that's still not solidified. They're having 2 conventions this year.
It would be good for Oregon.
I have not tried that approach.
Kyle from
Kyle's an option as well. But again, we got 3 main factions. If we don't want to much one or the other.
They're supposed to be unifying, and one already is legitimized. There's one that the LNC recognizes. I won't play that game with Mr. Burke.
Right. And that's where I'm at. Are you trying to get to her?
Eventually.
Okay.
I don't want to interrupt them.
No worries. We're spitballing, but yeah,
They're already supposed to be unified, and the LNC already recognizes
they are,
one.
but they're still holding 2 different conventions, and the Secretary of State is not recognized.
Well, but the LNC recognizes.
And that's what I'm afraid of. However, it's still not 100%.
If you want to have fun, ask Wes Wagner.
Sorry.
I was trying to get this guy, but he just won't.
I'll apply.
I won't give up what? Oh, Region 1?
Yeah, Region 1 alternate.
Yeah, you want me to
Got your
apply?
name on it, sir.
I've heard I can have multiple things.
I didn't vote yet.
Jeff stopped being a tar because
I will get with you
I
though.
want him to stop. I just wanted Aaron to be involved. He can stop too if he wants. I don't care. I told him, I was like, if somebody cares.
Aaron's got
Okay. Because I think Susan's a candidate too.
Straight up, I thought like a while there. Susan's candidate for one of them.
For convention voting process.
Jeff was the one.
I literally got under and looked
I'll
at
get
it.
my original vote. Find my original vote.
Okay.
Here's my
Yeah,
name vote.
I'm gonna try to remember it, but I.
Obviously.
Oh, it's coming out weird on there?
This is the round.
Oh no, you're doing the voter data. Go to officer reports. And then secretary.
I'd probably be like, well, guys.
Like page 7 or so is, fine.
Is there a way to make that bigger?
You could download the PDF file on the link at the top and do that.
Actually, once I didn't like it all crossed off, they still had
I can help you out here, actually.
Actually, I sent it to the email list.
You did?
I mean, convention voting process, and when people had actually been to a convention.
Approximately what?
So you know,
Well, which one are you doing first? Well, you want to do convention first? I can help you right here.
Making suggestions.
One second.
You guys turn in your ballot?
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to.
I'm trying to do mine too. Just wait. Alex, if you wanna, can you gavel us in? Oh, sure. I'm just filling out a thing. And I believe we are on Ken's thing. No, it's gonna be the data.
How are you sending it out?
We're back in session. So next we're going to be taking up the policy manual changes. That's the data.
It's policy manual. It's the one that you,
record.
you struck it. No, it's this one. The one you struck.
Okay, data used by affiliates?
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Molman.
Hello. You wanted to speak to the motion?
Oh, it's been made, okay.
Go for it.
Very quickly, this is for the CRM. We have policies in place today that make sense when you're not dealing with a CRM. And in also reviewing reviewing it, you'll notice that there's a lot of strikeout language at the bottom. It was mostly redundant, and I was also an advocate for cleaning up the policy manual, so I took up all the stuff that was redundant. I know there's a couple of concerns. I know that there's a couple of amendments that are going to be proposed, or some people would like to have proposed. I'm ready to speak to those if necessary, and I think the goal here is to enable the CRM to update the policy manual to reflect modern operations.
One second.
Would anyone like to speak to
Has this
this
motion been made and seconded? Still need to do that.
It was not.
It was submitted.
It was submitted. I submitted it. We never got a second.
Okay, so would anyone like to second the motion?
Second.
Okay. Mr. O'Donnell, then we'll go to Mr. Moulton.
I would like to hear from Mr. Moulton.
Okay, with no objection, Mr. Moulton?
Oh, wait. I need both. Do I need to
Moulton. Moulton, not Molman.
I swear, they work together.
Okay with me, briefly here. So I had 3 concerns that I sent to the LNC. I talked with Mr. Molman, and he agreed to 2 changes that I think address my concerns, and one is still contentious, but I wanted to bring them to LNC's attention and see if people would move these amendments. May I give the language here? So basically, at the very end, one of the strikeouts is, should the LP headquarters desire to change the quantity or order of data elements, it will provide 1 month notice of such change. I wanted to add that back. I know it's not simple. I'd like to add that back too. I was also concerned with that possible formats to be specified, and Mr. Molman agreed that we could add that back. In a particular sentence, I wanted to add the sentence under 4 states not participating in the shared CRM. The sentence begins with on a monthly basis, and after an encrypted file containing membership and lead data, I wanted to add the language comma in CSV or Excel format comma, and that would address the second of my objections. The third of my objections deals with remove text. The remove text with the goal of providing this data. We disagreed on that, and I'll state my feeling is you state his feeling. But my feeling is basically that it's important to have the dumps come at a consistent time each month so that the states can expect that. I think Mr. Molman was concerned that isn't followed anyway, and he wants this to reflect reality rather than the rules. But I think it's an important rule to have, and we should conform reality to this rule rather than reality. So I can speak to that.
Okay. Could you email the language of those 3 to the secretary to, I guess.
I've been trying to get with the secretary. I can go get with.
Okay, and then I guess first Mattson, then Lungsreth, and then Doherty.
Motion.
Is it a privileged motion?
It is.
Okay.
It's a motion to amend. That's not privileged. Okay.
Okay, Mattson.
Okay, so I may have multiple motions, but I'll start with this one. I'll make a motion to retain the portion which is struck out regarding providing 1 month notice for file structure changes. I'd like to retain that.
I can't hear.
Second.
Seconded?
I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
Yeah, so I moved to retain the portion which is struck out regarding the 1 month notice for file structure changes near the bottom.
I think it was that's the same as the First Amendment you proposed? Okay. And then that's seconded by Mr. Hagan. Is there any objection? Okay, so moved. So without objection, that is amended. Give a moment to everyone catch up. First I'll have Lungsreth, and then we'll go back to your next motion. Oh, then Doherty. Okay, so Lungsreth?
So I would move that we look at 3.032. Ms. Mattson sent out an email regarding we just have in there LPHQ listed, and that we adopt something in that area. I would move that we define, we change the language to read the executive director. Let me find where it is in here just to make sure, because it's a big area.
So
So it would read the very first in blue if you're looking at it in the OneNote. A non-disclosure agreement shall be adopted by the executive director, which shall require the protection of personally identifiable information from abuse. This NDA shall, et cetera, et cetera.
Second. Seconded. Mr. Hedgeman, the language, does it need to be repeated? You got it?
I got it.
Okay, you got it? Okay, cool. And then in case, any objection to the amendment?
Yeah, I think I do.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just trying to solidify this in my head, but I don't know that the LPHQ or executive directors are the entities that should be doing non-disclosures for the LNC. I think, personally, I think it ought to be the LNC that adopts any kind of NDA, maybe with the explicit, with the agreement of the executive director or something like that. But I just don't like that wording myself.
Mr. Lockwood?
So I propose this after reading Ms. Matson's comments. It's going to be hard for states to interact with one individual, to tell them to interact with an entire board or Lowe's the Libertarian Party headquarters as a whole. That's going to be pretty difficult because then who has the final signature, who's involved? By putting it in the hands of the executive director directly, that one person can sign off, and then that's settled. So you have a state chair, executive director, it's settled, and you move on from there.
But you're not talking about Richard who signs it, are you talking about who writes the thing? That doesn't say anything about who's signing it.
You are correct, sir. You are correct.
Ms. Darden?
Adopted by anybody could write it, just as.
I'm not a lawyer, but I wonder about the legal implications if we say executive director on there versus the national party. But what I primarily wanted to comment on, we have Robert here who takes care of these exports every month, and I think we should hear from him about his opinions on what is being discussed for these changes.
I think it's easier if we talked about like individual things. I know that Ken has some concerns, for example.
Just wanted to have it down.
Ken and I have
So
talked.
we are
So Ken
right
pretty
now
well
here.
knows where LPHQ or operations stands when it comes to these data sharing things. One thing in particular, I do think it's a problem that doesn't need to be solved. In other words, it was a problem now, what was it, 15, 16, 17 years ago, and it's no longer a problem. If it becomes a problem again, you can always add language to the policy manual to correct it, but at the moment, it's not a problem. So I think we're making this very complex when it could actually be the reverse. It could be made much more simple.
Point of order.
Point of order?
Yes. I believe we're debating right now my amendment that was proposed.
Is the comment regarding the amendment?
No.
Okay. Is that regarding the amendment?
It is.
Okay, go for it.
I think the main issue with the amendment is the, right before that, it says adopted by. And Mr. Goldstein kind of spoke to this, that, who's adopting, when you adopt things, right? The LNC adopts things, the staff executes things. So I think the intent of this, right, is to ensure that anybody who's in the CRM and is getting data from the LNC has signed this. It's a chain of custody thing, because if somebody abuses that data, we don't protect ourselves. And understand, Ms. Darty and I worked with Oliver Hall on this too, to make sure, to keep this all nice and legal and protect ourselves. I think the main thing is that I don't know if the executive director adopts it or not. I was using language stolen from elsewhere in the thing with the whole LPHQ. I just went with it. I'm open to whatever. I think it's really an issue of, as Mr. Goldstein mentioned, the staff, the executive director needs to maintain, somehow, the staff needs to maintain who has signed this list, who is allowed to have access, so that whether it's me or Andy or whoever in the system is giving people access, we know who to contact to say, hey, has this person signed? Likewise, a state affiliate, which you'll see the states are required to, anybody they give access to are required to sign, to make those people sign as well. There has to be a central repository for all that information. Someone has to maintain who has signed the NDA. I don't don't necessarily care about how that happens, but I do agree with Mr. Goldstein that it needs to be a central person that, 1-800 LNC, I can call and say, has this person signed the NDA?
Dr. Luck, then Mrs. Darby?
Given the discussion that's taken place, would the concerns be addressed if the wording were something along the lines of a non-disclosure agreement, NDA, shall be adopted by the LNC and maintained by the Libertarian Party headquarters?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to make a motion to amend the amendment?
Yes, I do.
Is there a second?
There is. Second.
Seconded?
I will need that language again,
I
please.
got you. May I, Dr. Lark? So,
As long as you give it to me, as long as you.
as long as we match up, so make sure I'm on the same page.
Mr. Chairman, we're out of time on this item.
Does anyone want to move to extend time?
10 minutes.
10 minutes? Is there a second?
Second.
Any objection? Okay, without objection, we extend for 10 minutes.
So the language would read, shall be adopted by the LNC and maintained by the executive director.
Wait, I
Is that
didn't
correct?
say executive director, I said Libertarian Party headquarters.
Sorry, Libertarian Party headquarters.
Okay, and Ms. Hardy?
I would suggest that instead of being so broad with headquarters, it say operations director. Robert maintains that, it's in it's a central part of what he does. It's one of the most important things that he does, and I think giving specific ownership on this is important.
Did you want to modify the motion? Do that way, or? Oh, go for it.
I would actually like to speak against that, only because if you leave it generic at HQ, if Robert gets busy or if his tasks change or assign, we don't have to go through a policy manual amendment.
Okay.
The executive director would have the authority to delegate that task to whoever.
That was why I said
I
LBHQ.
agree. I agree with Ken. That's 100%.
Okay, did anyone else want to speak to the amendment?
The amendment to the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment.
Okay, so there's the amendment. So right now we're going to vote on the amendment to the amendment, stating, repeat the language that's on your amendment.
No, I have it right here. So that sentence would then read, a non-disclosure agreement, open paren, NDA, close paren, shall be adopted by the LNC and maintained by the Libertarian Party headquarters, which shall require, then the sentence continues.
Okay. Cool. And then forget, did I already say without was there any objections to the amendment? Okay, so the objection passes without objection. Okay, so now we'll vote on, is there any more comment on the amendment, the original amendment?
Which is now
The newly amended amendment.
Yes. So now should be.
Okay, I'm confused. I'm sorry.
Long stress proposed.
Okay, so that is now the main
Mark had
motion.
an amendment.
Yeah.
I propose.
Yeah, that was the, yeah.
Okay.
One person,
I
yes.
proposed an amendment to change it to
The executive director.
The executive director. Mr. Lark proposed an amendment to my amendment to change it to what was
So
just
that's now
passed.
the amendment.
So now we are voting on the amendment as amended by Mr. Lark's motion.
Got it.
I didn't spend several years in frickin' graduate school to be called Mr. Lark.
I apologize.
I've been waiting for years to be able to use that.
My sincere apologies.
That does remind me of a story once, though, that a PhD said, PhD's son said, he says, my father's a doctor, but not the kind that helps people.
Okay, is there any further commentary on the amendment? Okay, so should we do show of hands?
Objection.
Is there, Mr. Vice Chair, is there objection to the amendment?
Is there any objection to the amendment as it stands now? Okay, without objection, the amendment passes. So now we'll vote on the main motion.
No.
Debate.
Oh, yes, that's right.
And there's
Alicia, can we get another motion?
Okay, so question first, in section 303.2, find it here. Alright, so there's a reference to making sure that the data, alright, there's a bullet point under data sharing with affiliates. There's a bullet, the third bullet says prohibit sharing data in any manner that would provide an unfair advantage to any campaign which has not yet received official party nomination. That sounds like campaigns for public office, which is perfectly appropriate, but in other places we have restrictions on helping candidates for internal party office with party data as well. So I think we should probably broaden this to include that and make I should have come up with wording.
Internal or external, maybe?
To any campaign, comma, internal or external, comma.
Well, internal campaigns
Don't have
nominations,
nominations.
right? So, to any campaign for internal party office or external campaign which has not yet received official party nomination. They need some wordsmithing, but.
Okay.
I need that language, please.
Are you making a motion? That make that change?
Yeah.
You got something?
Internal campaign, comma, or. May I?
Sure.
Okay. Prohibit sharing data in any manner that would provide an unfair advantage to any internal candidate or any external campaign which has not yet received official party
Got it.
nomination. Is that acceptable?
Internal candidate, let's make it candidate for internal party office.
That's fine. I'm trying to help you. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it.
Is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
Second. Is there any objection to
I have a point of information.
Point of information?
Does that include an Oxford comma before the or? I'm dead serious.
It doesn't. That's not an Oxford thing because
No.
it isn't two independent clauses. It's a independent clause and a dependent clause, which doesn't work.
Okay. But is there a comma before the or?
Okay.
No, that's improper to have a comma before the or.
Okay. Was there any objection to the amendment? Then the amendment passes without objection. Is there any further commentary on the main motion or amendments? Mr. Moulton? Dr. Moulton?
I was hoping I could get someone to remove one or both of the remaining amendments.
Would you like to?
Yes.
Have we done, which of yours have we done?
Is everyone?
The first one.
No, I just wanted to make sure everyone's attention because we seem kind of scattered.
Okay. Everyone. Okay, the secretary's going to make a motion.
Okay, if there's a paragraph that starts with, on a monthly basis, LPHQ will provide all officially recognized state-level affiliates, if you all could find that, with an encrypted file containing membership and lead data, I would like to amend it to add the words after lead data in CSV or Excel format.
Second.
I'm not done. Well, the chair, but
You should do these
separately. Okay, got it.
Second.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any? Want to speak to the amendment?
I would like to defer to Mr. Moulton to speak to the amendment.
Doctor.
Dr. Moulton, who didn't spend all that time and.
This is just,
You could put Esquire after that too.
One of my objections was some language was deleted, which basically said that the LPHQ would send out to states in formats they like. So we want to make sure they don't only send it in some unreadable format.
Mr. Moulton and I agree, or Doctor, excuse me.
Ooh.
Dr. And I agree. I'm going to call him Dr. Love from now on. Agree.
Dr. Love.
We have to say
Dr.
which
Pepper
version of Excel is second to picky.
But we actually agree on this amendment. It was never an intent to obfuscate the files, and I think the amendment works, protects, and alleviates concerns.
Jim, I will
Again,
shoot you. Or at least punch you out.
maybe have a restated.
And that would be a violation. You're my check.
Point of personal privilege, there is way too much going on, if we could. Okay, so I will restate the amendment, which would say, it would read in this manner. On a monthly basis, LPHQ will provide all officially recognized state-level affiliates with an encrypted file containing membership and lead data in CSV or Excel format, and everything else stays the same, though there will be some further amendments later.
Thank you.
Is there any objection to the amendment? Without objection, the amendment passes.
I have another amendment.
Go for it, Ms. Harlos.
All right, continuing in that same sentence, I would move to strike after in CSV or Excel format for, there is a phrase, a list of constituents residing in, and the area covered by that affiliate. So I would move to strike the phrase "a list of constituents residing in," so that it would just say the area covered by that affiliate.
It's not there.
No, that was not my other amendment.
Oh, you told me that.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I will blame Dr. Moulton.
No, I'm sorry. The language with the
I
goal,
withdraw, please. Yeah.
with the goal of providing data is.
I move whatever he's saying.
I got it.
Can you communicate the amendment?
I have it.
The third amendment.
Yeah.
I have it. Sorry, you told me that though. I'm gonna get
Where
even
is
with
it?
you.
So we'll repeat it one more time, and then we'll.
No, there's no repeating because I withdrew.
Yep.
Okay.
Motion.
This.
Now I'm gonna make the correct motion.
With the goal of, okay.
At the end of the area covered by that affiliate, am I correct, Mr. Moulton, with the goal of providing this data should be struck?
Yes. May I speak to it briefly?
Yeah. Well, is there a second?
Second.
Second. Yeah.
So the basic idea is we want to get data to affiliates at a consistent time each month rather than at random times each month. And that was Mr. Molman had added that additional language because he thought it wasn't really followed anyway, and he wanted to conform it with reality. I would be fine if it's any time of the month. It doesn't have to be the first 5 days of the month, be the last 5 days, whatever staff can do consistently, just so it's not all random times of the month.
Mr. Molman?
So I added this language because having been a state chair in the past, and I received late dumps. And why? Because Robert had more important things to do. Like, based on the needs at the time, there were other things going on. Usually around convention time is when Robert ends up being late. And I did not want to. Robert's been great about it, except when really important stuff's going on. And so I am one who, if the rules are bad, fix the rules. And we can't say 5 business days and say, well, Robert, sorry, you got to drop everything you're doing for the convention. You got to get these out. So that was kind of the rationale behind putting the with the goal of, because that way Robert can continue to try to do that, but also have that flexibility that when it's convention time or whatever big event is going on, we don't have people whining that thinks, oh, he violated the policy manual with 6 business days. I mean, what the hell, Robert? So that's kind of why that's there.
Time, Mr. Chairman, is up.
Got it. Did anyone want to make a motion to extend time?
Move to extend time by 2 minutes.
Is there any objections to extending time? Okay. I think Mr. Doherty was next. Mr. Longstreth?
It's very hard for staff to take time off because there are critical functions that have to happen, and we have such a small team. We're trying to organize things in a way going forward where more than one person knows how to do some things. But for example, Robert was on vacation for several days, but he was every day doing lots and lots of stuff for the party. I doubt he got a single day off the whole time. And thank you, Robert, for that. But I don't think we want Robert to have to plan his vacation saying, oh no, I can't go on vacation within this exact time frame on a month ever, because otherwise I'll be in violation of the policy manual. He needs some flexibility, and he's very reliable about sending this out. He has a lot of it automated. He'll continue to do that. I don't think it's fair to him, given our staffing structure, et cetera, to confine it too severely. And some future LNC may take issue with this and really try to use it against us.
Longstreth, then Hagan, then Mr. Kraft.
So, from my point of view on this, I'm sorry, I'm in business, and in my point of view, if you have a deadline exists for a reason. If Robert is on vacation, then guess what? The executive director has to fill in or make sure those roles are filled in to make sure that what is executed is executed. What I don't want to see is, well, we have a goal of providing within the first 5 days. See, we wrote out our goal, and now here we are a month or two later. Yeah, I know I missed that goal, but I had the goal, so I'm now compliant. I want to see a hard deadline of 5 days. I think that's more than reasonable, and that gives the executive director time to find an alternative if Robert or whomever is in operations is unavailable at that time. I think 5 days is a very realistic and solid goal.
Okay. Well, then it was Hagan.
Actually, Ms. Daugherty mentioned most of us going to mention is that 5 days is limited, just 5 days. We only have 1 or 2 people work on this, does limit them on, say they're sick or going off to Hawaii like you did last week. I prefer to leave the language in.
Okay, so then.
Time, Mr. Chairman, is up.
Is there any further motions to extend time? Okay, with no motions to extend time, then we will take a vote on the amendment. Is there any objection to the amendment?
Point of information.
Yeah. Yes.
Can we restate what the actual amendment is? I know my side, I just don't know how to vote.
That's right.
Okay, the amendment would be to strike the phrase "with the goal of providing this data," so that it would say in the area covered by that affiliate within the first 5 business days. So it takes out the somewhat equivocal language.
Point of information. The language as it exists now says the area covered by that affiliate within the first 5 business days. What we're striking is in the proposed amendment to the entire thingy.
Right, we're amending the right.
Right. So if we want to stay with the original language, we vote against this.
Yes.
The original language of the.
Well, no, you need to strike it.
Yeah.
Because that's the motion before us right now.
The motion is to strike that. Okay.
If you want to strike it, vote yes.
Okay.
If you want to, yeah.
Okay. So roll call, I guess.
Does it?
Strike it and the original and go back to the.
I'm not insisting on a roll call.
Okay, so
is anyone?
Everyone good with a hand vote? Okay. So in that case, for all those in support of the amendment, raise your hand. 9. Okay, that's 9 votes. Those in those voting against it, vote, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. I see 3 votes. I'll abstain. With that, I think does the amendment pass?
Yes.
Yep. Cool. The amendment passed. Oh, yeah. Okay, so now we're going back to a vote on the main motion on the floor. Okay.
I think I'm right. Chuck,
You got anything else, Chuck?
is there anything else you need me to do? Thank you.
We're out of time.
Yep, we're out of time.
Orders of the day.
Cool. So then I guess for that, we'll do. Is everyone fine with a show of hands for the motion?
No.
Let
So
me-
you got to have a
It's
roll call.
substantive.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 second. I am getting there. Do we need to read this whole thing out?
Does anyone want the motion as is read out? Okay, Mr. Questa?
I'm sorry?
I'll read it, yeah.
Do you need me to read it outside? Okay. It's long. You all realize that?
Yes.
Okay. There's a lot of... Mr. Molman?
Yes.
Would you come take care of
Yes.
this, please?
I will.
Because some of...
Yeah. Okay. We are, you are voting on an amendment to Policy Manual Section 3.03, Affiliate Relations. Section 1 would be amended to read, special agreements extended to one or more states, but not to all states, require the approval of the LNC. Section 2 is titled Data Sharing with Affiliates. A non-disclosure agreement, NDA, shall be adopted by the LNC and maintained by the Libertarian Party headquarters, which shall require the protection of personally identifiable information, parentheses PII, from abuse. This NDA shall,
Okay, yep.
and then we have a bullet list, require any person to sign the NDA prior to being given direct or indirect access to any PII data owned, co-owned, managed, or co-managed by LPHQ. Require that any person transmitting PII or providing direct or indirect access to PII verify that the recipient has signed the same NDA prior to that transaction. Prohibit sharing data in any manner that would provide an unfair advantage to any candidate for internal party office or any external campaign which has not yet received official party nomination. All transmission of PII shall be encrypted. LPHQ shall maintain a copy of any signed NDA under this section. Now we have a subsection here for states participating in the shared CRM. The shared CRM exists as a service to maintain and share data of members, donors, and leads between LPHQ and state level affiliates. The shared CRM is not to be used to manage a list of all voters. Where am I at? I lost it. I'm thinking. The shared CRM contains PII. Therefore, a signed copy of the NDA shall be submitted to LPHQ as a term of service for all users. Data specific to a state level affiliate in the shared CRM shall be jointly co-owned by LPHQ and the relevant state party affiliate. It is encouraged but not required that state level affiliates use the data for state specific purposes and LPHQ use the data for national purposes. Further, it is encouraged that LPHQ and state level affiliates take care not to over communicate with contacts which can be perceived as pestering. Through the shared CRM, LPHQ may, at its discretion, import data from state-level affiliates and any other users of the shared CRM. LPHQ will import data from any external system maintaining membership and donation records maintained by LPHQ into the shared CRM on a quarterly basis or more often as LPHQ deems appropriate. State-level affiliates will provide a primary point of contact who will serve as the state administrator on the shared CRM. The state administrator shall be responsible for maintaining user access within a state-level affiliate and shall be required to ensure any other users of the shared CRM from their state-level affiliate have signed the NDA prior to receiving access to the shared CRM.
Okay, let me get it all the way to the top for you so you don't get lost.
Thank you, yes.
Let's get it right there.
Don't teach me for writing so much. LPHQ support of state affiliates using the shared CRM will be prioritized by the level of financial support the state affiliate provides for the project on a schedule to be determined by LPHQ based upon available resources and agreed upon service level agreements. State level affiliates shall be responsible for content creation and maintenance on the front end website and for manually entering contacts obtained from other sources. If a state level affiliate exits the shared CRM program, they shall be entitled to an export of the data relevant to their affiliate and then qualify under the not participating paragraphs below.
I have a question.
Yes.
We're in mid-reading.
Oh, sorry, we're still going?
Mm-hmm.
Just one more paragraph.
Yeah, we got finished the reading.
Okay. Yeah. Next section. For states not participating in the shared CRM. On a monthly basis, LPHQ will provide all officially recognized state-level affiliates with an encrypted file containing membership and lead data in its CSV or Excel format for the area covered by that affiliate within the first 5 business days of the month to the affiliate chair or their designees, provided that the recipient has signed the non-disclosure agreement.
Okay, let me go continue.
All right. Such list shall include the following data elements where available and applicable. This is a bulleted list. A unique ID, first, middle, and last name, postal mailing address, home phone and email address, county of residency, join and expiration dates, donation classification level, basic, life, etc., existence of signed certification, sustaining membership status, other data elements at the discretion of LPHQ. I thought there was one more. No, there's one more.
Oh, one moment.
Wait, there's one more. Yeah. Is that?
The LPHQ.
No.
Yeah, that's it right here.
No, it's the.
Makes no further guarantees.
Yeah.
Is that the one that got put back in?
That's the one put in there?
Yeah, Ms. Matson put that back in.
No, it's the.
No, it's not the right one.
Should the LPHQ desire to
That
change
one.
the
Okay.
party or
Yes.
the data elements, it will provide 1 month's notice of such change.
Chuck gave me the wrong thing.
And if the body's okay, Ms. Matson just read that. That's the end.
The end.
Who was mostly the author of everything that was just read?
Mr. Molman.
Okay. My question is, we have a new IT committee that was just appointed. None of those other people have any input, and this is all authored by you. I would like to actually see other people have some input on this. I have a problem with it. Just someone who no offense to you, but,
Point of order.
yeah.
Time expired.
Yep.
We're out of time, and this is the nature of debate.
Yep, so we'll go to a roll call vote.
Yes.
Okay, I am ready. 1 second here. Ms. Bilyeu?
Yes.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Pass.
Okay, 1 second. My program is acting weird. Okay.
Is
Mr.
that just in time?
No, we're voting.
We're in the middle of
We passed
voting.
that, yeah, no, we were past that point. Voting had already started at that point.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
I will vote yes. Mr. Hewitt?
Yes.
Dr. Lark?
Aye.
Mr. Longstreth?
Pass.
Ms. Mattson?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Merced?
Aye.
Mr. Nikela?
Aye.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Aye.
Mr. Phillips?
Abstain.
Mr. Redpath?
Yes.
Mr. Smith? Ms. Van Horn?
I'll abstain.
And then we had passes. Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Aye.
Mr. Longstreth?
Abstain.
Actually, I shouldn't have asked you to vote. I'm sorry because you're gaveling, but Mr. Sarwark?
Abstain.
My mistake. Sorry about that. Didn't add it up for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 yeses, no nos, 4 abstentions, I think. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4 abstentions.
Okay, the motion passes. And then, I guess the next item on the agenda would be the special counsel's report?
Sort of, if you want to hand me the gavel back. So Mr. Hall isn't going to be here for about another 15 minutes. The next item, other than that, that's on the agenda is, I believe we had 20 minutes allotted to discuss staffing, Mr. Nikela's item. Mr. Longstreth, is a question, concern, comment? Motion.
I move to do this section of the agenda in executive session so that we may speak freely about some of the staffing concerns. Lauren had already mentioned that some of this we want to discuss in executive session. And so in support of that, I just would like to move this whole section.
To include or exclude?
To include her.
Okay, so hold on a second, because that's not quite in order. Were you going to note that that was not in order, Dr. Lark?
Well, I was gonna say something about it, yes.
Okay, go.
I was going to propose an amendment stating that when Mr. Hall arrives,
Right.
we exit executive session to hear the council's report. I don't want to, when he shows up, we should hear his report and then go back into executive session if we need to.
So that, and that, Dr. Lark, can you
What I was going to
let us
suggest,
know where we're at?
Unless there is a really good reason for us to have this discussion of Mr. Nikela's, so I would suggest we move that actually toward the last end of the last order of business, that we go through the regional reports, we have a council's report, we then receive comments from our gallery, then we entertain this issue, and that way once I don't think we'll have something to do in terms of business afterwards.
Well, the fall meeting, we can go, so
in other words, we discuss everything before we go into executive session, that way the members of the gallery don't have to wait
accept his
around.
emotion, so we're in a good spot. So I would propose that if there's not any objection, that we actually move to scheduling the fall meeting. That's 10 minutes, and then go into regional reports as we can, take the special counsel's report, and then follow the procedure Dr. Lark suggested. Is there any objection to that? Okay. Fall meeting. Wow, boom. I'll start with Mr. Goldstein, then I'll go to Mr. Nikela, then Mr. Redpath.
I think the first order of business is we need to decide if we're going to have 1 or 2 more meetings subsequent to the meeting in Austin at the end of July.
Mr. Nikela?
This is for the fall meeting in December, correct?
Well, this is for a fall meeting.
Fall meeting. I would propose that we have the next fall meeting in Fort Lauderdale. It's and the weather is very warm and sunny, and did I mention it's warm? So I would definitely support that, and cheap tickets too.
Mr. Redpath?
I would suggest that we have the fall meeting in November, because it will, I would first of all state one more meeting, please, after Austin in this calendar year, not two. These meetings are not free for anyone involved. But I would also say, I want to point out that this year has the latest possible Thanksgiving, at November 28th being Thanksgiving, so the calendar is chopping 1 week out of the period between Thanksgiving and Christmas versus 2018. So, looking at my calendar right now, I don't know if people would want to do I would propose the weekend of November 16 and 17. That is what I would suggest. November 16 and 17 be the next LNC meeting after Austin.
If that's a motion, I second.
It does sound like that's a motion, that it would be, that the next LNC meeting subsequent to the Austin meeting would be the weekend of November 16 and 17. It's been moved, it's been seconded. I'm going to inquire informally, does anyone have any hard conflicts with that weekend? Mr. Kraus?
Just wanted to back the idea of Fort Lauderdale. It's one of the convention centers that the convention committee had looked at, and one of the most affordable convention centers that we can deal with. And it's attached to the Hilton, which would love to have our group look at their property as well in Fort Lauderdale.
It's technically a little bit ahead of the game.
Oh, I know. I'm just
okay.
I'm just mentioning that's near the beach and there's boats and all kinds of really.
I'm done hearing you, but I did hear you. Mr. Smith and Mr. Goldstein.
I'd like to propose that we have the meeting literally anywhere on the West Coast.
Well, we're on a date right now.
See, this is how this goes.
Robert started.
Mr. Goldstein and Mr. Longstreth.
Since this will be our budget meeting, I just want to inquire of staff if that early date gives you adequate time to get as close to end of year figures together as we can to project budget stuff for 2020. Because that means the executive committee is going to start working on stuff like a month earlier than we normally do.
We can do that.
And Dr. Lark is whispering something that I can't hear.
Go ahead.
I actually, on several occasions, the LNC has actually had its budget meeting in November. We're coming into a presidential election year, so I actually think an earlier meeting is actually better. Looking, it gives us a little bit more time for planning. Yes, our budget numbers may not be quite as complete, but it gives us a little more time for planning. So I would prefer the earlier meeting.
And I would just note that in an odd-numbered year, the projected out months of October, November, December are not. It would be very surprising should trends change significantly, and so the extrapolation is probably going to be pretty close. Mr. Longstreth and Ms. Harlos.
I'm not going to propose an amendment on this because I don't want to annoy people, but I do want to throw it out there. I have a personal preference of having the meeting on the 9th and 10th as opposed to the 16th and 17th, just because I have some travel from Arizona to Montana on the 18th, and I would rather not mix those things up. However, I will do whatever we decide, and if somebody wants to propose that amendment.
Maybe we'll have a meeting in Montana.
I'm not going to propose an amendment, I just want that thrown
Are you
out
still
there.
talking September or November?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Harlos.
I just actually have a question. Are we only talking dates now, or are we talking
Yes.
locations?
Good. At this point, the motion is for the dates of the weekend of the 16th
Because everyone
and the
seems to
17th.
be throwing.
I'm well aware that people seem to be getting ahead.
Because if we can do that, I want to do that. Okay.
I've been patient with it, but I'm going to get less patient. Mr. Goldstein?
I call the question.
Is there any objection to moving to a vote on this motion to have the meeting on the weekend of the 16th and 17th of November? Hearing no objection to closing debate, can we do this by show of hands?
Yes.
All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 opposed? 13 to none. It passes. do we want to start talking about locations?
Yes.
I would have
Okay.
a motion.
Mr. Phillips, then Mr. Hewitt, then.
Ms. Harlos had her hand up.
Well, Ms. Harlos actually had her hand up before, was recognized, said that she wanted to do something later.
I raised it again.
I'll give Ms. Harlos, go ahead.
I would like to move that the location would be at the Gaylord in Colorado. It's a brand new convention facility, huge, might be a future convention site. It would give everyone a chance to take a look at it. I like, if we can multitask.
Point of inquiry, where in Colorado?
It's in Aurora, Denver. It's like right on the line there.
It's by the airport.
Yeah, it's huge.
I would propose, if everybody's okay with this, that perhaps we get all of the proposed locations and then we do balloting, rather than having the motion amendment by substitute. That's gonna go not in a good place. So Aurora, the Gaylord in Aurora. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Yes, Dr. Lark.
Point. I don't think, I'm not sure we want to actually have a motion where specific hotels are committed because we don't know about.
We don't know the availability. So I think it would be appropriate to make it the city, and then please communicate with staff if there are particular locations in the city that are preferred.
And Mr. Chairman, we may want to, with our assessment of where we want to do this, we may want to have a second location in case the first is not available.
Well, if we do balloting, we'll know who first and second were.
That's right.
So it's by single transfer vote?
Oh my God.
Couldn't resist.
This is why people are not allowed to retire, because then they have all this free time. Ms. Harlos, is this a...
Sorry I hit you, but that was my self-defense.
Ms. Harlos, is this a point of order?
It's a maybe.
Okay.
Since it would be done some kind of ranking, I'm assuming, couldn't we ask for a location, and if it wasn't available, then we just go to the next one on the list? Because my motion is very specific. I'm not moving for Denver.
Your motion is just you want us to see the Gaylord.
Right, and
okay.
If that would win and it's not available, then we just go to the next one on the list.
Mr. Chairman, can I kind of chime in?
Mr.
That's something
Hayes?
that we actually, convention committee, we've looked at the hotel before a little bit, but it's and Robert's talked to us about it. The reasons Ms. Harlow said, we'd like to maybe get a look at it as a potential hotel kind of resort area, some people might like to go to. But I think what Ms. Harlow is saying, we'd like to go to that hotel, but if Robert can't work out the numbers to where they're good, I think it'd be a good idea to maybe go to something else.
Yeah.
Okay, we are now talking about what's the best thing to do, which is in the order of debate.
Well, it's procedure.
It is procedure.
Did somebody second Ms. Harlos's motion?
No.
Yeah.
But
I'll second.
Yes.
The chair can't stop the
Here's-
go to a different type of voting.
Here's what I'm going to suggest.
May we have order, Mr. Chairman?
Maybe. What I'm going to suggest is we do this by city, knowing where you want to have us tour. If we have to stay in a hotel other than the one we're going to tour, we can do that. If we don't want to do that and go to the next thing, we can handle this all as an email ballot subsequent to this meeting. But you want your motion to be for the hotel.
Well,
is that correct?
It is.
Okay.
Because that's the reason.
Then that will be one of the options for Colorado at the Gaylord. I don't suggest it, but it is your prerogative. It has been moved, has been seconded. That's one of the options. Mr. Phillips.
I would like to remind everybody that at the last budget meeting where we spent so much time hassling out this budget, that we cut money from the budget for this particular item and stated that we would like to continue meeting here with the exception of Austin to save money and save work on staff and all those kind of things. So my motion is that we have it here.
Okay, so Alexandria. Mr. Nicola, then Mr. Smith.
And I would like to put on the list Fort Lauderdale.
Fort Lauderdale.
The average of 76 degrees in November.
There's a beach, isn't there?
And there's a beach
I've heard
nearby
such
too.
things.
Boating.
Mr. Smith.
Actually, Mr. Hewitt was before me, and then I was.
Oh, Mr. Hewitt.
I would move that we go to Riverside, California. And there's a lot of reason. It's a great climate there in November. And also by that time, you guys will all get to see what a Libertarian paradise really looks like.
Single-handedly change it.
I better. But anyway, the close, Ontario Airport is very close. We can get shuttles from there and stuff. So it really works on a lot of ways.
Okay. Riverside, California.
I don't know what's Riverside.
Mr. Smith, Dr. Lark, Mr. O'Donnell.
I'd also like to second what Mr. Hewitt said. We have 3 members of the board that live in California and 1 that lives in Nevada, and the West Coast Libertarians don't very much love in these LNC meetings. So if we could have it somewhere where we have the highest elected Libertarian official in the country, that would be pretty stellar.
Okay. Mr. O'Donnell.
I think Dr. Lark was before me.
Dr. Lark.
Mr. Chairman, may I suggest that we adopt the following, that we get a list of the cities that we wish to consider, that we task the staff, meaning Robert, to find the prices, availability of hotels, and that we make a decision via email or some balloting process after we have a ballpark estimate of what's available and at the price we would be paying.
Is that a motion?
Second. I'm listening for the motion. I'm trying to translate it into the appropriate motion.
I'm doing something that, technically speaking, is not really appropriate, but damn it, I'm going to do it anyway, to see whether or not my distinguished colleagues might be inclined to go in that direction.
I like it.
I'll second that.
Well, it's not. So straw polls are technically out of order, but let's just pretend for just a minute that we're a committee of the whole. And in the committee of the whole, how many people would want to do this by an email ballot? Raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Opposed to 3. It sounds like if you make a motion to postpone this item to an email ballot.
We're out of time. I move to extend 3 minutes.
Is there any objection to 3 minutes? Hearing no objection. Sounds like if you make a motion to postpone this to an email ballot with the cities being Aurora, Alexandria, Fort Lauderdale, and Riverside, that would probably be well taken. Dr. Lark?
Mr. Chairman, I heard the same thing. Mr. Chairman, I move that we postpone this to an email ballot with after receiving information from the staff to consider the choices that have been put forward.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor of that, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Slight change, but it does pass 11 to 4. It'll be postponed to an email ballot. The cities being Aurora, Colorado, Alexandria, Virginia, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and Riverside, California. Dr. Long.
Mr. Chairman, if I may inquire of Mr. Krause. Mr. Krause, do you have an idea of how long it would take you to put together some of this information?
3 weeks.
That should suffice. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Krause.
Next, we will go into regional reports, starting with Region 1. Mr. Hall has not yet joined us. I vaguely recall what he looks like. Vaguely. Region 1.
I really have nothing further to add to my report. I just want to reemphasize for everybody, in case you missed it, Craig Bowden, the alternate for Region 1, has resigned. He resigned in February. We've begun an application process working with the state chairs. We are seeking applications through March 15th, so there is still time if you know somebody in those areas who would be good. There are 11 states that cover Region 1. Please have them apply for that. If you need the link, contact me or get them in contact with me and I'll hook them up. And then the state chairs then will elect, according to our regional agreement, by majority, who that next alternate is. Once I have that name, I will of course inform the LNC as a whole and get the website updated. But that's the main thing to share. Are there any questions on my report? Yes.
Do you have a list of any of the runners that are actually running for the positions names now?
I do, but I've not talked with the state chairs on if they want that information public. I like the idea of sharing it myself, but I want to get their permission before sharing.
As a dues-paying member of Washington State still.
Absolutely, and I see the arguments all the way around. Yes, Mr. Lark. Dr. Lark, I'm so sorry that I did that twice. I'm so sorry, I'm tired.
We can violate this.
I know. I get one more and then I'm out, I know.
Actually, thank you, Mr. Longfellow, thank you for your report. I noticed, if you may recall, during our December meeting, you had mentioned that the chair of the Libertarian Party of Montana Libertarian Party, had inquired if people would be interested in attending their convention. And notice in your report, it says June 2019, but its exact date has not been specified. Have they determined what date the convention?
They have not. I did talk with their chair. He said it is still in the planning stages. The date is solidified, but outside of that, they've not gotten me any more information.
That's Montana?
Do they know where in Montana?
That's what I was gonna ask, where in Montana?
They have not fully 100% decided that.
I used to live in Montana, so I wouldn't mind actually going to one of their conventions.
I just have one question. I couldn't hear what you said for people to get the applications and where to hand them into.
So it's an online application. So if you need that address, please see me after the meeting, and I'll get that for you.
You have like your own LNC page, right? Like Richard Longstrip LNC.
Yes, yeah, and
You
it's
should
on
post it
there.
on your page.
Yes, it's on there as well.
Okay, cool.
I'm sorry, I just had a boop. If the Colorado convention is coming up, and Richard will be attending there, correct? And it's my understanding that because I'm putting on a different hat, I'm one of the Colorado convention chairs, that if any other LNC member would like to attend, we'll arrange like an LNC roundtable discussion with the members of Colorado, because I know like Mr. Bishop Henchman's attending some conventions. If anyone else is interested, we'll give you time with the members.
What's the date?
The last weekend in April.
I believe 26th and 27th of April, I believe.
Just let me know so we can arrange time on the agenda.
Were there any other questions for my report?
Minnesota got my first.
I know. I am like bummed.
So Region 2? Region 2? Mm-hmm. So for Region 2, start with Florida. We had a case with the Florida Elections Commission. I was looking to clamp down on this over some accounting things that came up. We had a previous member of the LPF who went AWOL, is now a member of another party, and attempted to file a complaint against the LPF. Myself, as I'm now the new treasurer for the Libertarian Party of Florida, Omar Recrero and David Salisbury hiked up to Tallahassee to be a part of the hearing there. We represented ourselves well. We had all the charges dropped, everything against us. The FEC tried to make a case that we were intentionally or willfully hiding certain items on our reports, or there might have been a date that was a wrong date that had been corrected. Little things, but I think it's hard to justify that a 59-cent charge we were intentionally hiding. So that since has been dismissed and cleared. Other than that, the LPF Level Up fundraisers raised over $4,000 so far. We're looking to raise $20,000 by May, and that's been chugging along quite nicely. Nearly all of our speakers are locked in for the May convention. We have a pretty impressive lineup. We have some others that are also interested in speaking at our convention, and we're hoping for it to be a big event. I know there's a couple people here that will be in attendance, so we're looking forward to that. The LPF convention is going to be in Tampa, Florida, May 4th through the 6th, for anyone looking to attend. As for Georgia, their main objective has been to work on ballot access in the state. The ballot access in Georgia is still very poor. On paper, it would seem that Georgia would have somewhat open ballot access for third parties, but in practice, this just isn't the case. There was a bill that was lobbied jointly with the Greens, the LP Georgia, and a representative there to to push through a piece of legislation that would really open up ballot access in the state. It got stonewalled in committee, and it looked like it's going to die this session. But there was a bit of a media buzz surrounding it. Ryan Graham was on some radio interviews talking about it, and something that we're going to pursue next year and hopefully get through. The LP Georgia Convention is March 15th through the 17th in Athens, Georgia, which I actually looked to see how far the drive is. And believe it or not, it's actually closer to drive to Athens, Georgia than it was to drive from Key West to Pensacola for the last LPF convention. But I'll be over there next week. And lastly, Tennessee, their executive committee has been changing gears, focusing on outreach, recruitment, and lobbying efforts, especially for 2020. And their convention is going to be March 30th at the Wilson Expo Center. And that concludes my report.
Any questions for Mr. Nikela? Dr. Lawrence?
Just, as you may recall, during the December meeting, I mentioned that because of the amendment in Florida concerning restoration of felons' rights,
yes,
that it struck me that there might be an opportunity there, and as you had indicated, yes, the Libertarian Party of Florida is moving in that direction. I was just wondering if there's been any progress on that.
To be honest, there's been a lot of buzz and discussion about that. I don't think there's anything really formal that's been done that's addressed.
Ms. Harlos?
And my question, well, it's directed to you, but also so I don't have to do it each time for each regional report. I would ask the regional reps to encourage their states to start working on their history, their historical projects, get with me, and I'll assist them. But also, as we start heading into the next convention season, a lot of times we have new chairs or whatever, and they're going to have questions about their delegation counts and convention procedures and that sort of thing. I want to have the relationships with the state chairs ahead of time. So have them call me if they have any questions. Like, don't hesitate. Like, okay. It's not bothering me. So I would like them to reach out to me so that I can get them whatever materials or education that they need so they're not lost.
Other questions for Mr. Nikela? Seeing none, we'll move to Region 3. Ms. Van Horn?
Yeah, most of Region 3, my report's all in there on the email list. If anybody does have questions, you can ask. I've kind of summed up what was going on recently in Ohio and Kentucky. Kentucky had a convention on the 2nd, and they have new elected leadership, and it's more or less the same people. We're just switching seats, as often happens. So, in Ohio, the same thing. They had a little bit of a leadership change, but it's more or less the same people in different positions. So not big changes, but just their titles are changed. So that's happened. Indiana convention will be later in March, on the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th in Fort Wayne, Indiana. And I think some of you are aware of that. And Michigan, I put their information for their convention. They're April. So, and there may be some leadership changes there. We'll wait and see. So, and not a lot going on right now in all those states other than things like that gearing up for this next season. Indiana and Ohio both elected to do their leadership changes during an off year. So that way when they go into a presidential year of 2020, they don't have fresh people, they have experienced people. So that was just a little bit of change for Ohio recently. So that's about it.
Questions for Ms. Van Horn? Mr. Bishop Henchman?
You know that I went to the Kentucky Convention and got these very awesome Liberty Deck playing cards, the proceeds of which support the Kentucky Party, and that I brought 2 of them to raffle off to members in the room, and that you're going to draw the names.
Oh, cool.
Well,
Yay.
collected.
Now you do.
And Michaela? Yay.
That's right.
And Hagen.
You need cards in Vegas.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Ms. Van Horn?
Are you the Joker today?
Hearing none, thank you, Ms. Van Horn. Thank you, Mr. Bishop Henchman. Mr. Hewitt, Region 4.
Yeah, I guess all of you got my report in here by carrier pigeon on napkin.
I was looking for a napkin to give you.
Well, unfortunately, they don't make vellum napkins, so it's all given away. Anyway, very little things have happened since the last report because I told you pretty much who either did win or not win, who ran and all that. The only difference is I actually got certified, so, you know, I really am in the position now. We do have our state convention coming up on April 6th and 7th in Concord, which is up in the East Bay area, very close to where Mr. Smith is, and he is one of 3 exciting candidates that we have running for state chair. We have, and to show you the difference just in what's happening out in our own Riverside County affiliate this last meeting, 3 different very viable candidates came up and said, we want to run for these city council positions, and at least 2 of them I would say have a very good chance to win. So we're starting to get that. That's pretty much, I couldn't tell you anything about Nevada because this time I didn't get a chance to go up to Las Vegas for the Super Bowl where I do most of my investigation up there. So anything to add about Nevada?
Our state convention will be May 4th in the Las Vegas area. Everybody's invited.
Area.
May the 4th be with you.
Yeah. Star Wars Day.
Tahoe or Reno or something for the low budget people?
We used to alternate between Las Vegas and Reno, but Las Vegas got so much bigger than Reno.
And prostitution is still legal in all counties but Clark County. So
Actually, Washoe is illegal.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so we're losing that. Anyway, is that any questions? Serious ones, I mean.
Seeing none, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hewitt.
I will,
On advice of counsel, Mr. Hewitt's not going to respond to that question from the gallery.
Oh, now you help.
His time's up.
Region 5, Dr. Larkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I submitted my report and will be happy to entertain questions. I do note that 2 of my distinguished state chairs, Mr. Bishop Henchman and Ms. Hogarth, are here if they would like to add comments.
I would.
Go ahead and stand up, Ms. Hogarth.
Yeah, so in North Carolina, it's, you know, an off year. I mean, it's an odd year, but we have an interesting situation. We have 2 congressional races that are up, and they're both sort of unique situations. One is, you know, how the Republicans have been complaining about voter fraud and things like that. Well, they found a big case in their own party. So the election got thrown out. It was big. I don't know if you saw some stuff about that. It was big national news for a while, and it got tossed out. And that election's being rerun. The Republicans are scrambling to find someone who's not tainted, and the Democrats usually. The Republican had narrowly won, and now he's out. But we had a candidate in that race, Jeff Scott, and he worked really hard and formed a lot of relationships, and it's kind of heartbreaking because now, you know, the next year he has to do it again. So they're doing an accelerated schedule. There's a primary. I don't think any other Libertarians are going to file, but and then the general will be in like July, September, August. So it's a really compressed schedule. So this summer is going to be really crazy for that. At the same time, we had a congressman in the eastern part of the state who's sort of like the North Carolina Ron Paul, Walter Jones, pass away, and his seat created, the opening of that seat created a huge power vacuum. So there's 13 Republicans have filed, 6 Democrats, 2 Libertarians, and a Constitution Party member. So both of these guys, both of the Libertarians are people that we would like to see develop into. One of them has run for office as a Libertarian before, and one of them wants to run for Congress in another race after this race. So they're both, you know, very interested and interesting candidates, and so I would like to, you know, see some excitement about this at the national level, so that we can help develop these guys, the party, get a lot of visibility. It's just a big opportunity for us, but there will be a primary in, I think it's like April. It's really a compressed schedule, or maybe, no, this is March. So yeah, April. It's a real compressed schedule for
Can you
those.
let us know who your Libertarian person is that you guys have a primary for the Libertarians, or just they both are on there?
There's a primary. So, and then there'll probably be a second primary because there's so many Republicans. I don't see how they're ever going to get them.
But you'll let us know who the Libertarian is and send us the info.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, but I just wanna give you guys a heads up, cause I will be asking people to get involved. It's probably the biggest two races we'll have this year at the national level, so.
Thank you, Ms. Hogarth. Any other questions for Dr. Lark or Mr. Bishop Henchman? Did you have anything to add? Okay, with that, that'll conclude Region 5. I'll note Mr. Hall has joined us and will be up after 3 more regional reports because I want to dispose of them all in a block. So Region 6.
I did submit my report. It was a little late. Hopefully you all saw it, including the Wisconsin edition. If you have any questions, I will happily take them. I do have a couple addendums. One, obviously, if you remember, I talked about a couple things during the ballot access. We'll cover those. I consider those covered. But the Fred Perryman is running in a special election in Iowa, in which they attempted to keep him off the ballot by, we didn't receive your stuff, and then but he successfully challenged that, and somehow it turned up in the corner of the mailroom. Imagine that. While I was very concerned about their ballot access bill going through because it would make it much more difficult. They also have, the feeling I'm getting from them is that they don't think it will make it to the floor. It still will not be called up for a vote, but that's the feeling. There's no guarantee on that. So if you have any connections in Iowa, feel free to call them. And then the same thing in Illinois, only that ballot access bill is actually good for us. So they would put us on the same playing field as the Democrats and Republicans, exact same signature requirements. So if you have any connections in Illinois, please feel free to call them and reach out.
Are you ready for a question?
I am.
What, if we do have connections in Illinois and they want to help, what would you ask of them?
Which kind of connections? Are we talking people that would volunteer?
Not financial ones.
Well, no. We're talking people that volunteer, or are we talking people in Congress?
Just people that I know who happen to live there.
Ask them to call their state senator and their state House representative, because we actually have gotten a sister bill introduced in the House as well. So we've got it going in both at the same time. So we're trying to get them through committee.
Does money help?
Well, money always helps.
Yeah.
But I mean, at this point, you're beyond.
At this point, we're just lobbying. Okay. So money to take them out to lunch might be nice. Yes, Ms. Harlos.
North Dakota. So they're.
Yes. North Dakota. I finally, you may have noticed that was substantially more fleshed out this time. I've got a contact there that is being responsive, and they have re-elected all their officers and changed some of their bylaws and are making some big changes. They seem to have things well in hand again. So.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Phillips? I would just add, I got to visit Minnesota. It was delightful. It was in the middle of a blizzard. They have a ballot access inclusion bill that has been introduced in both houses. At this point, if you know anyone in Minnesota, they should contact the state Senate committee chair and the state House committee chair to request hearings, because it looks like the committee chairs are trying to kill it in the cradle. Dr. Lark.
Mr. Chairman, since you evidently know about this, perhaps you or Mr. Phillips, will they be in session, and perhaps will they be considering this in terms of committee or something like that in early April? Do you have an idea?
They will not. I think if it doesn't get a committee hearing inside this coming week, it's dead for the term.
I have the opportunity to attend the NCAA Men's Final Four in Minneapolis, and I'm going to be there. So
if it makes it into committee, then there may be
I'll contact the appropriate people. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Phillips? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Phillips. Region 7.
I don't have anything in addition to the report I submitted. However, I did inadvertently leave off the convention information for Arkansas. So I just want to point out that they will be having their convention April 13th in Little Rock, as appropriately titled, Big Liberty in Little Rock. So So, and of course, they need all our support, so if you can attend, please do.
Ms. Harlos?
So Texas doesn't have a convention so they do every other?
Correct.
And I see you're getting ready to switch out website to national branding. Was counseling provided for James Golston?
Some, yes.
Okay.
He wasn't real happy with that at all. So yes, there was some counseling in the hallway.
Any other questions for Ms. Bilyeu? Thank you, Ms. Bilyeu. Region 8.
I did submit a written report. Afterwards, I was able to actually confirm Connecticut's convention date will be May 11th, which is the same as New Hampshire's, unfortunately. So I won't be able to attend Connecticut's convention this year for the first time in a long time.
Where in Connecticut?
That I'm still waiting on details for. I got a date from them, which was...
I think it's Middletown. I'll check.
Yeah, I couldn't find it published online and was late getting an answer. Other than what's in my report, the only thing to add is, since I submitted a report, we had an election in Rhode Island. Billy Hunt, Libertarian candidate, took second place out of 4. Beating the incumbent candidate for a state house seat with 30%, with the Democratic candidate took 40% to win. Very close. I think very little things could have been done differently or extra that could have pushed him over the edge, but it's lessons to learn for next time. So.
Mr. Merced.
Oh, so the location is going to be the Middletown Elks Club, 44 Main Street, May 11th.
And everyone else has their conventions coming up. New Hampshire will be May 11th as well. In Concord, New Hampshire. Maine will not be having a convention this year. They do every other year. New Jersey's convention is coming up the end of this month. And New York will be May 4th and 5th. And Massachusetts is coming up mid-July. Mass does have a lot going on. If Jeff wants to talk more about Mass.
Libertarian Party Massachusetts, our convention will be July 14th. I became the chairman back in October. The past couple months, I've taken a lot of the things that I'm learning from being on this committee back home, and we're starting to really develop a lot of things. One of the things we've done really well is the communication side of things and the press releases. Starting with the national park cleanup, that was like a huge jumping off point where everybody got really fired up and engaged on the team to participate in that. We got good local press coverage. It wasn't like, big newspapers, but like Concord, Massachusetts, the Battle of Lexington and Concord, Minuteman National Park. So we got the local Concord newspaper to cover that, the national park cleanup, and we got a lot of really good opportunities to say, hey, we're here where the revolution began, and proving, voluntarism and, those American values. Really great. Governor Bill Weld switched political parties. I got a lot of positive feedback from Libertarians. I got a lot of negative feedback from Reagan conservatives who identify themselves as Libertarians, and I responded to those. And then Robert Kraft as well. That was another press hit that we got some. We released a press release, and we got covered in the newspaper. So that's something that we're going to continue to focus on and continue to do, building our communications team, creating committees that are in important rooms like that. So Libertarian Party of Maine, we have litigation. I think we'll talk about that during special council.
Ongoing.
Yeah, so that's all I got there.
And I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. O'Donnell? Hearing none. Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. The next item on the agenda will be the special counsel's report. The secretary is out of the room, so I've been taking notes. So I will continue to do that. Go ahead, Mr. Hall.
Is that all right, Mr. Chairman?
Huh?
Is that all right, or should we do an acting until she gets back?
I think she just went to use the restroom, so she should be soon. And I'm not bad at taking notes. I've done it before. Go ahead, Mr. Hall.
Okay, I'll keep it short and sweet this time. You should all have a copy of the report, I hope. I sent it over the LNC business list. So as you can see, this time quite a lot of transactional stuff, corporate governance stuff. I did quite a bit of resolving questions of state law involving ballot access and also candidate exclusion from debates, which continues to be an ongoing issue for us. And then, of course, a concern that we're going to be trying to address both in the near term and over the course of basically trying to address it as a long-term strategy. And so one thing I talked about last time was implementing procedures and developing materials for candidates and campaigns who are facing these situations of exclusion from debates so that they can prepare for it in advance and deal with it proactively rather than us scrambling at the last minute to try to send out demand letters and threaten lawsuits and that sort of thing after the damage has been done. We do have an FEC complaint pending against about, I think, 6 or 7 debate sponsors that did not allow libertarians in even after we sent demand letters. We did have some early success getting some of them to change their minds. We had 3 or 4 that actually invited libertarians after we demanded that they do so, and we're of course happy about that. They are complying with the law. Unfortunately, if they don't comply with the law, we have very little in the way of remedies, which is why, legal remedies that is, which is why we're trying to address it proactively so that we can sort of head these things off at the pass before they happen. The other 2 big things that I'm working on, I'm actually leaving tomorrow for oral argument in the 9th Circuit in California. That's on behalf of the Arizona Libertarian Party. That's something that I'm doing outside the scope of my representation of the LNC, of course, but it certainly bears on your interests. So it's a good case. I've talked about it before, and honestly, I expect a reversal. So looking forward to going out there and arguing that case. The hearing is on Tuesday, and I'll be able to report back after that. And then last, I have an attorney lined up who is going to take on the Maine litigation. The Maine party, it's actually a similar case to what's going on in Arizona. Under both state laws, Arizona and Maine, the state party is qualified to be on the general election ballot, but there are these crazy primary election ballot access requirements that basically make it impossible to run in the Libertarian primary. So you have a situation where the party is qualified to be on the ballot, but it can't put its candidates on the ballot because they can't get through the primary process. So we have good, strong theories for challenging these laws in both states. The attorney that I've lined up to do the Maine case, I'm going to do it with him as co-counsel, but we've litigated together before. We actually just won a case in Michigan earlier in 2018 on behalf of the independent candidate there. And so he's a good attorney. His name's Bill Teddards, and what's really great is that he's doing it pro bono. So we certainly appreciate that. And I think that's kind of the summary of what I've been doing. I'm happy to take any questions.
Mr. Phillips?
I have a question. I wanted to thank you. Several states in my region have gotten some advice from you, and they have found it to be very helpful and very timely, so thank you.
Oh, good. Thanks. I appreciate that.
Other questions for Mr. Hall? Mr. Redpath and then Mr. Nicola.
Yeah, thank you for your services, Mr. Hall. This isn't something, I just wanted to point out, it wasn't in your report, we're not involved in it. The case in Illinois regarding the 5% petition requirement, Gill v. Schultz, unfortunately, the U.S. District Judge basically wouldn't even allow a trial on the 5% on December 18th. That, I presume, is being appealed. Do you have any, we're not involved, but do you have any knowledge of what's going on there?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I'm actually doing that appeal. So,
okay.
As soon as I get back
Some knowledge.
San Francisco, I'm going to file a brief in that appeal. It's on behalf of an independent candidate. That's a tough case. The merits are strong, but the Seventh Circuit, so what happened was this independent candidate challenged these requirements, got a great decision from the district court, the kind of thing that we want district court judges to say, recognizing the severe burden, the lack of a state justification, therefore striking the law down and ordering the candidate to be placed on the ballot. The state appealed that, and the Seventh Circuit, without opinion, stayed the decision putting the candidate on the ballot. And that's a strong indication that the Seventh Circuit does not agree with what the lower court did. So on remand, the case was reassigned to a different judge, and this judge wrote a terrible opinion, did all the kinds of stuff we don't like to see, and that's what I'm appealing from now. And as I say, I think it's a terrible opinion, and it's strong on the merits. What I'm very concerned about is the Seventh Circuit has basically already indicated a strong inclination to rule against us on that issue, but we'll see. I mean, I think we're going to make a strong case for it.
Just a little more on that is that is a good part of the reason for the ballot access bill. I had a conversation with the bill sponsor, and that court case is a part of the reason that he submitted his bill to change that rule.
One thing I'm going to use that litigation to do is that there's a bad decision in the Seventh Circuit coming out of Illinois, Tripp v. Schultz, which this case primarily relies upon, but it's got a huge glaring error in that it says the burden of this requirement can't be severe because 3 candidates have complied with it in recent years. But that's factually incorrect because the candidates that got on the ballot got on in years after following the census, and in those years a different requirement applies because there's redistricting, and so they can't use the percentage of the previous district, and there's a much lower requirement that applies. So the entire basis for finding that this severe burden is not a severe burden is wrong. And even if we don't lose the case, I at least hope to alert the Seventh Circuit to that so that they will stop relying on this bad precedent.
Mr. Nicola?
I just want to thank you on behalf of Florida for your help with the FEC case. It was successfully dismissed, so that's all water under the bridge. So we appreciate your help.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that was a good outcome.
Yes.
In Florida, they were facing a probable cause order from the state campaign finance agency that they had probable cause that there were violations committed. And then we responded to that, and the agency, I guess, reversed itself, basically.
Yeah, we had to go to Tallahassee to speak in front of the committee. It was actually the entire committee, which I was shocked to see, and they were actually, it was unanimous. It was unanimous amongst the committee to drop everything. I guess the FEC is kind of disbodied. There's an enforcement arm, and there's the committee, and the case that the committee, or that the enforcement arm made was very weak. We had strong points going in. We were able to get it knocked out of the park pretty quick, so
yeah,
and
I think what happened was that the agency was just saying, well, we haven't heard any defense yet, so
yes.
Once you put that together,
Yes.
change things. Yeah,
absolutely. Thank you, Gary.
Nice work.
Other questions for Mr. Hall? I have a question. Oh, Ms. Mattson, go ahead.
So, maybe tangentially associated with Mr. Hall's report, Mr. Molman sent me the NDA that has been drafted for you access to the CRM, since we just adopted a policy that says the LNC adopts it. I forwarded it to the LNC for your review. Mr. Hall, were you involved in drafting that document, or have you reviewed that?
I did draft an NDA recently. I'm not sure for the CRM.
Like
it's the same one.
Yeah,
point,
yeah.
single page.
Yeah, that was presented to me as a rough draft, and we were working from several different rough drafts, and basically I reviewed it, made some changes, and I have signed off on that.
Okay, so I forwarded that to the LNC. I don't know if you've had time to look at it in the middle of the meeting and process it. I don't know if we want to take this up now or punt it to an email ballot, but it is there and available for however the committee wishes to dispose of it.
And the prior motion requires the LNC to adopt the NDA rather than just letting me do it?
He maintains it, but we adopt it.
Okay. I don't know if it is helpful to the committee, but it did go through a couple rounds of editing with my input, Ken's input, Oliver's input, and all the people who are working on it are happy with the language. So if the committee is comfortable moving to a vote, this would be a fine time to do it. If people want time to read it and see if we miss something, that's fine, but
I so move.
Mr. Bishop Henchman moves to adopt the NDA that Ms. Mattson forwarded to the list. Second from Mr. Hewitt. Discussion. Without objection, Mr. Molman.
Objection.
An objection for hearing from Mr. Molman. Mr. Molman is taking that in stride. Any other discussion?
I'm sorry.
Dr. Lark.
If someone on this board would like to hear Mr. Molman, we can actually move to have.
Yeah, someone could.
Mr. Molman, do you have something important to say?
I was just going to say.
I didn't say
that.
No.
I should ask,
Good try,
actually,
Ken.
it works in reverse. Dr. Lark, would you like to hear from Mr. Molman?
Yes.
Okay,
I move that we
hear from Mr. Molman. All in favor of hearing from Mr. Molman, raise your hand. Opposed? Mr. Molman.
Very quickly, this NDA went through many, many revisions, as noted. I had a very technical, long, very legalistic. We got input from Mr. Chastain, who has experiences with regular people reading NDAs, and that was agreed to generally. Mr. Hardy forwarded that to Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver came back. We all agreed, and we believe it's human readable and understandable.
Okay. Any further discussion before we proceed to a vote? Mr. Hagan.
I can't read it.
Okay.
I see the email. It's not opening in, at least on my iPad.
Here you go.
So I can't vote on something I can't have read.
I can. It's in front of me. So before we move to a vote, I will read it. By using the Libertarian Party's state IT infrastructure, I agree to the following. 1, I'll be exposed to proprietary and confidential information from the LP. I understand this information is valuable to the LP, therefore I agree not to give this information to any persons by any means for or not for compensation without express written consent from my LP state affiliate. I understand the name, names, phone numbers, emails, addresses, or any other proprietary information that I am exposed to remain the property of my LP state affiliate. I shall not transmit this information by any means to any third party, nor allow any third party access to this information by any means. 2, my username and password are unique to my account and are designed to protect my account from unauthorized use. Accordingly, I agree I shall guard my username and password and shall not share, transmit, or otherwise disseminate them to any person for any reason. 3, I shall not discuss or disclose any other matters between the LP or the Libertarian National Committee and me with a third party, nor shall I disseminate by any means information relating to or arising from such matters to a third party. 4, I agree that violating the terms of this agreement will result in the termination of my database account and may give rise to legal action against me in a court of competent jurisdiction as necessary to protect the LP's proprietary information. 5, I acknowledge that any improper use by me of the LP's proprietary information would cause irreparable injury to the LP, which could not be properly compensated by monetary means. I further acknowledge that my negligent, reckless, or intentional disclosure of such proprietary information may cause the LP monetary damages, and that I shall be liable for damages arising from such negligent, reckless, or intentional disclosure. Are we ready to proceed to a vote? All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Passes by a lot to none. I think it was probably 14 to nothing. Dr. Lark.
Yes, as always, I think the LNC should express its appreciation to Mr. Hall for the tremendous work.
Does anyone else have any other questions for Mr. Hall? Okay. Hi, Oliver. Arkansas, are you involved at all in the litigation that's about to be started?
I'm not. I know Jim Linger is taking part.
Okay. The issue came up yesterday in the Ballot Access Committee report. Am I correct in remembering that in Arkansas, in a special election, that we were able to enjoin the petitioning requirements because the constrained time frame made them unreasonable to get the same number of signatures in a smaller period of time? Was that an Arkansas candidate?
That may have been. I can't say for sure.
Do you want me to call Winger?
Well, Whitney's about to tell me.
Michael Paco confirmed that yesterday.
Michael Paco confirmed that. So, if you talk to Mr. Linger, you may want to point out that courts have previously decided that if you have to get all the signatures in less time, that's not good. So getting more signatures in the same time, probably pretty similar.
Right.
Maybe they should look at that.
Okay.
And then do you have any advice for the LNC about the prudence or propriety of pursuing a 10,000 signature ballot access petition drive, even though the emergency provision went in with that law, making it a 27,000 signature requirement? So basically pursuing the drive with the old requirements while at the same time litigating against the law as unconstitutional with the new requirements.
Well, you're always in a better situation if you can show a good faith effort to, comply with the law and make a diligent effort to collect as many signatures as you can. So, all things being equal, of course, yes, the answer is you should do that. It requires money, and if that is a serious enough consideration, then that's something for the LNC to balance. But it cannot hurt, and it can only help, and I think it can hurt you if you don't do it, because the court may look at that and say, well, the party wasn't engaged in any serious effort to comply anyway, and therefore it really has no basis for arguing that it deserves to be on the ballot. So I think if the party can afford the resources, it's a good idea. One further point on that. It also provides the factual basis for demonstrating how burdensome the new requirement is. If you can show that this is all the money and resources and effort we put in to getting the 10,000 or whatever it is that you're able to get in that constrained time frame, it provides a factual predicate for showing that more signatures than that is unconstitutionally burdensome.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Hewitt?
It's just something that doesn't seem right on that, though. It almost sounds that you need to get up close to it and not get it, because if you get it, then the court can say, well, no, you can do it. It's not burdensome. It's almost like a catch-22.
I think what we're talking about is getting the 10,000, which is what the old law required, rather than the new requirement.
Right. If we were to pursue and be successful with the new requirement, we would be, in essence, mooting our argument.
It would make it
or
awkward,
it would be tough.
But I think also you can, none of these things are ever cut and dry. There's no litmus paper test, as the Supreme Court says. And so, even if you're able to comply with a requirement, but maybe it totally breaks the bank and you go into debt to do it, like the party has done in Texas, for example, that's a good basis for arguing that this is unconstitutional as well. But agreed that it's more difficult to make that argument if you're actually complying with the law that you say is unconstitutional.
My final question, is there anything that the LNC should be considering as kind of strategic litigation going forward through 2019 that maybe we aren't aware of or we don't have on our radar because we're reacting to some of these other cases? What is there productive stuff we could do on the legal front that we could fundraise for and start some initiatives instead of, or take initiative rather than respond?
Yes. One thing that I'm trying to develop over the long term is the idea that that these separate ballot access requirements that are in place in many, if not most states, as we know, some states are much more reasonable than others, but in some states the signature requirements are so high, the time for collecting them is so short, there are exclusions about who's permitted to sign, that sort of thing, all of which basically combines to create a real financial burden just to get the signatures, even if you can get them. And what I'm trying to do is develop that into a constitutional argument to say, if the state is providing guaranteed ballot access to the Republicans and Democrats at taxpayer expense through taxpayer-funded primaries, and then requiring everyone else to use this archaic, obsolete, go out and collect 80,000 signatures by hand on paper nomination petitions procedure, that in itself could be a constitutional violation on equal protection grounds, and then also on traditional First Amendment analysis. So this is kind of an untested area of ballot access litigation, but I think it's important mainly because there are so many bad Supreme Court cases out there upholding or refusing to strike down really high signature requirements. You know, there's a case from California where the court said, well, collecting 164,000 signatures in 24 days doesn't seem impossible, but we're not sure. We're going to demand. You know, and you have these cases on the books, and so then it's very hard to come and challenge 80,000 or 60,000 or 50,000 because there are these crazy decisions out there. So if we can sort of put all that to the side and say, the mere fact that we have to go through this obsolete, you know, doing everything by hand when the major parties have guaranteed ballot access at taxpayer expense, I think that's a whole new way of looking at this kind of litigation. And so I think what the LNC could do to help build the case for that is document all the resources, all the money, all the effort that it has to go through in every election cycle. Because again, the Republicans and Democrats, they're qualified to nominate by primary based on how many members they have or whatever they got in the last gubernatorial election, whatever it might be. But it's usually the case that only those two parties qualify to nominate as by primary, and then everyone else is shuttled off into this alternative procedure. And if we can show that these it's kind of
separate but equal.
Exactly. I'm thinking of it as a Brown v. Board kind of approach to demonstrating that it's separate and inherently unequal. And we're getting there because these nomination petition procedures, you know, this is 19th century, 18th century, 17th century technology, and we're still being required to do it in the 21st century. And at the same time, the signature requirements have gone way up in terms of actual numbers just because there are more voters now. So, I mean, I keep referring to Texas. I'm looking at that state very closely. And, you know, when they adopted their signature requirement, 1% of the last gubernatorial vote in 1905, it was 2,802 signatures. Now it's up over 80,000. And yet you still have to collect that same number of signatures in the same short period of time. And so that's how you can start to demonstrate that the same laws that are on the books that were upheld 50 years ago may not be so fine today when we have less burdensome alternatives in terms of potentially online signature gathering or automated procedures that the other parties take advantage of when they run their primary elections, you know, and so you can develop this equal protection argument based on all these kind of just logistical procedural differences.
Okay. I take it over the next coming months that you'll identify potential states and potentially favorable circuits and or districts, and then maybe come back to us with a plan for where we should take our first shot if we so desire.
Definitely, and you know, it's the usual suspects.
All right. Anything else that you would like to add, Mr. Bishop Henchman?
I'm sure the answer to this will be that you don't know, but I'm going to ask it anyway. To your knowledge, have Justices Gorsuch or Kavanaugh, either in their past decisions on the lower courts or in their writings, ever opined on these matters?
I argued one appeal in front of Kavanaugh, and this was for the Libertarian Party in D.C., and the issue was whether D.C. is... So in D.C. you can run as a write-in candidate, but you have to file paperwork to do it. And if you file the proper paperwork, you will be recognized as a qualified write-in candidate.
I did that this year.
Okay, great. So, but under D.C. law, valid write-in votes for qualified write-in candidates are not reported unless there are enough write-in votes to win the election.
Yes.
So what D.C. does is there are, 10,000 write-in votes for any number of write-in candidates. All they do is report there were 10,000 write-in votes. We challenged that practice on standard First Amendment grounds and also equal protection grounds, the theory being no state, no Supreme Court decision has ever recognized that you can treat a validly cast vote differently from any other validly cast vote. And I thought the argument there was very strong because the basis that the district court used to uphold this law was to say, well, these votes aren't outcome determinative, and therefore we don't have to report who they were cast for. But that's also true in D.C. of votes cast for Republicans. nobody would ever claim that we don't have to report Republican votes.
Well, they might in DC.
They might. And then similarly, the same is true for overseas military ballots. Nobody would ever say, we're not going to count the military service members' votes because they're not going to be outcome determinative. It just shows the kind of bias and prejudice that we're up against when we try to litigate these cases, which are core constitutional rights, but when it comes to a libertarian asserting them, you don't get quite the same respect always that other groups do. Anyway, so we argued this in front of Judge Kavanaugh on appeal in the D.C. Circuit, and they upheld it. They just said, that basically what the D.C. District Court said was correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Hall?
I don't think he's an ally.
If there's no objection, Mr. Hayes?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be curious if Oliver had any opinion or involvement with regards to what's going on in Alabama relative to purchase of voter lists where the Republicans and Democrats have no cost and they're provided the list by the Secretary of State, I believe. Yet the Libertarians, I think the cost is like $36,000 or something along those lines. So I'm just curious if Oliver had any.
I would just sort of echo what I just said about the different procedures for ballot access. This is just one of those institutionalized areas where the oldest parties are benefiting from their... Well, look, I mean, we talked about the state. The state acts through the legislature, which is controlled entirely by Republicans and Democrats. So they're writing rules that benefit themselves in a very tangible way in this context. So, yeah, I think, whether that would support an entire independent lawsuit on that issue or not, I mean, you could certainly try it.
I think they have one. They're filed.
Would there be a potential FTC violation against the Secretary of State providing something of value, but I don't know if they're doing what needs to be done to satisfy the FTC, but it's got a $36,000 value or whatever it is, and they're getting it for free.
I would stick with the constitutional argument. I don't think that you're going to find an FEC. First of all, the FEC is a broken agency anyway, but also I don't think there's a basis for making campaign finance complaint against a state official. I mean, they provide primary elections. Nobody's going to accuse them of using those as campaign contributions.
We've tried. It doesn't go well.
We just frame it differently.
Any other questions for Mr. Hall? Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Hall?
Nope, just that it's always a pleasure, and thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. I believe that orders of the day have us at announcements. Mr. Goldstein?
Do we have the results of the voting yet?
Oh, yeah, they're here.
We were also going to discuss staffing.
Oh, sorry. Good point. Orders of the day actually have us at staffing and potentially an executive session. So then we'll have announcements and then move there. Okay. For the Convention Voting Process Committee,
read slowly.
You mean as slow as the NDA or slower?
Yes.
For the Convention Voting Process Committee, with 16 votes, Joseph Bishop Henchman, 14 votes, Bill Redpath, 14 votes, Susan Hogarth, 13 votes, Dan Fishman, 12 votes, Whitney Bilyeu, or is it Paul? It was Paul. Sorry. Yeah, I only got last names.
She's going to be the control.
11 votes, Pat Dixon, 11 votes, Dan Carlin, 11 votes, Jeff Lyons, and then, does anyone have a coin? We have a tie, 7 votes each for Mr. Fast and Mr. Valente.
Oh, yeah, flip the Bitcoin.
Is that the real Bitcoin?
Because I'd run off with it.
I don't know what heads and tails are in a Bitcoin.
What's it gonna be?
We'll go alphabetically, so Fast will be heads and Valente will be tails.
Okay, here we go. Heads it is. It is heads.
Heads. Mr. Fast is elected by lot. For the Membership Support Committee, 15 votes for Mr. Bilyeu, 15 votes for Mr. Lyons, 15 votes for Mr. Merced, 15 votes for Ms. Sarwark, 13 votes for Mr. Dosbach, 11 votes for Ms. Moore, 9 votes for Mr. Requero, 6 votes for Ms. Flower, and 5 votes for Mr. Moore, Kevin Moore. And those are the results. The Secretary has the copies of the ballots. We'll go to announcements for up to 10 minutes. Then we'll move to a discussion of staffing, which may or may not turn into executive session, which we may just rise out of into the away. Are there any announcements? Mr. Phillips.
My city council election is April 2nd, and I'm in the debates next week.
Do you have a campaign website, Mr. Phillips?
I do, www.johnphillipsforliberty.com.
Does it take money?
It does.
Good. Mr. Redpath?
Box is on the ballot for Village Trustee, West Dundee, Illinois, to be able to.
Okay. Mr. Smith?
Send me a message with your information for that so I can get a post on it.
All right. Other announcements? Hearing no other announcement. Almost an announcement. Andy.
Yeah, hey, he was talking about a lawsuit in Alabama concerning the voter list. Back in the 90s, Libertarian Party candidate for governor in New York, Bob Scholes, filed a lawsuit like that in New York, being denied access to the voter list, and he won. So that was in New York, obviously not Alabama, but there was some legal precedent for it.
Okay.
And also you talk about Arkansas. Back in 2006, the Green Party sued. They raised the requirement from 10,000 to 23,000. And the Green Party collected the 10,000. They used that for submitting the lawsuit, and they won. And that's what got the requirement lowered back down to 10,000.
Wait, they've literally done this before?
Yeah, yeah.
The exact same thing?
Yeah, back in 2006. Yep. So the Green Party won, and if the Green Party hadn't won that lawsuit, the LP probably would have never been able to complete the party status petition there. So.
Okay, thank you.
And actually, I have one other thing.
Yep.
I decided to download this. I don't know how many people paid attention to this, but I think it's important. Out in California, Los Angeles Libertarian Kevin Shaw filed a lawsuit against a community college that was suppressing his right to free speech, and he won a $225,000 settlement. And now he didn't file the lawsuit on his own. He had help from the FIRE, which is like the ACLU, but they deal with free speech on college. Yeah, the Foundation for
Individual Rights and Education.
Now, I've actually called the FIRE before, and they've said, oh, you know, I'd like to help you, I agree with you, but we only file lawsuits on behalf of students or faculty.
Yeah,
So,
they're about on-campus free speech.
yeah, in other words, if you're not a student, if you're just a libertarian petitioner or a libertarian going there to do outreach or whatever, you're a street preacher, they're not going to help you. Even though they say they agree with you, they're not going to help you.
Right.
So, but he won, and as a result of him winning this lawsuit, all of the community colleges in Los Angeles County have backed down on harassing people engaging in free speech activities.
Yay.
Now, and as people here should remember, Dan Reel, Libertarian Party of Connecticut, was collecting petition signatures with a couple other volunteers last year, and they got run out of a public festival in a public park. And Dan Reel is a paralegal by profession. He knew what to do to file a lawsuit. He filed a lawsuit and won a $37,000 settlement. I think he pocketed $5,000 for himself, and the rest of it went to the Libertarian Party of Connecticut, and they used it to help fund their campaign. So I've been saying for years that the Libertarian Party should be doing this stuff, and nobody does anything. So I think I've been proven right by Dan Reel and by Kevin Shaw. And there's other court rulings around the country that other groups have done. Right now in Arkansas, Turning Point USA, which is a conservative group, is suing Arkansas State University in Jonesboro because they had people on the campus that were doing some kind of outreach or something, and they did the same thing there that they did to me and did
USA is suing them right now. So I would encourage Libertarians, I think Dan Reel and Kevin Shaw have just proved that we can win these things. And so I really want to see, and I've talked to Ken Molman about this, he agrees with me. The Libertarian Party should get more proactive in this. And then I guess the last thing I want to talk about was, I want to toot my own horn here for just a moment, but it was actually my idea from the Libertarian Party to accept donations in Bitcoin. I was talking about it, I told, I pitched it to Starchild. He liked it, brought it to the LNC, it passed. So glad that's worked out. And I would encourage the LNC to actually start accepting donations in other cryptocurrencies. There's now like over 2,000 cryptocurrencies. It's a huge market. And most of the people involved in cryptocurrency are either libertarian or libertarian leaning, or at least open to listening to libertarians. And it's a huge market. And so you ought to start accepting donations in Dash and Litecoin and Monero and Ethereum and so on and so forth.
Now
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs.
It's been discussed, other types of cryptocurrency, but there was some technical things that.
There's ways you can
It's announcement time, it's not talking time. Mr. Lyons.
Some things that he mentioned reminded me. I also, at Community College, Massachusetts, achieved a free speech victory there. I was subsequently invited to testify before Congress on the matter. During that time, I was pulled over at a traffic stop where my license was revoked and I was taken to jail. My interaction with the police during that resulted in them, me discussing my libertarian views in terms of what I do, as employment or income, going to school, libertarian activism. They reported me to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and I'm currently being helped by Mr. Reel in suing the Sturbridge and the lawsuit.
Good luck. Ms. Harlos, then Mr. Bishop Henchman.
I have extra Mountain Dews that I can't bring home with me. Maybe Alicia. So they're cold, but they're diet. Yeah, so please, whoever would like one, just come back here and grab it, because I can't take them home. But the other thing is, I'm just going to pimp once again that if you would like to support the Historical Committee and maybe already advance have the winning thing for next convention, we have these shirts. I have them in blue sleeves and yellow sleeves for a $50 donation to the Historical Committee, and it's got David Nolan's abbreviated platform on the back, which if you guys haven't heard in a while is wonderful. We favor the abolition of damn near everything. We call for drastic reductions in everything else, and we refuse to pay for what's left. So I have these, and we would really appreciate your support.
Mr. Bishop Henchman.
I'd like to acknowledge the arrival of the most popular libertarian in the District of Columbia, my husband Ethan, who last year got 18th vote.
It's factually correct.
18,708 votes for council chair, which is 1 out of every 12 DC voters, handily beating the 12,723 votes that Donald Trump got for president.
So your husband's more popular than the president in the District of Columbia.
Not a high bar.
But you know what? A bar we had.
Are there any other announcements? Seeing and hearing none, thank you to everyone for attending the LNC meeting. The next item on the agenda is, I believe, staffing for 20 minutes. Mr. Nikela, do you have any motion?
Yes, I would like to motion that we go into executive session.
But, sorry.
To discuss staff.
Dr. Lark.
Would the gentleman, in terms of this, are there any items that really should be discussed openly before we go into executive session? If not, then we can move to go to executive session.
I believe the nature of what we're going to be talking about is very sensitive.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, the purpose for executive session?
Personnel matters.
Personnel matters. Is there a second?
I have a question.
There's a second. A request for information from Mr. Hagan.
Do you expect possibility of us making emotions after the executive session, or you think that people in the gallery will see all the business, have already seen all the business we'll be doing?
I believe we can make these motions in executive session?
You cannot.
No. Then it would be outside of executive
But
session.
do you
So is it
anticipate a substantive motion coming out of this discussion?
Yes.
Dr. Lark?
Does the gentleman believe that there might be a substantive motion that should be done here as opposed to via mail ballot?
I think it would be appropriate, it would certainly be appropriate to go into executive session for this discussion. Whether or not we go into email ballot or not afterwards would be up to the body, but I think it'll most likely be done.
So I think the way that we'll do this is we'll go into executive session to discuss the personnel matters. When we rise from executive session, I think the body will decide whether or not it's appropriate for us to do substantive business after we've kind of let everybody go, or if we should push it to an email ballot. Ms. Bilyeu?
I know earlier in this discussion, Longstrip had said that he wanted the executive session with Lauren here, but it wasn't your motion, so I didn't know if we needed to clarify that again, or.
I would, yeah, we could have Lauren here. I think that might be helpful. Yes.
Okay. So the motion has been to go into executive session to discuss personnel matters with the LNC alternates and the interim executive director. It's been seconded. Is there objection? Hearing no objection, if the members of the gallery could step out. And Dr. Lark?
As always, I think the LNC should express its appreciation to the people who are
Recording devices off, no note taking, etc., etc.